See Georgie flopping the nuts as well, obviously. So there was a slight issue there, guys. I had to refresh the stream, so you probably missed that introduction, but I am back now, thankfully. My name is Alan Finn for you guys. I'm covering for Dan. If I didn't mention that at the start, I said I think there was a slight audio issue, but I should be good now. A long thank here from Georgie. I like a call here personally. We'll select to raise. Obviously, Jackie's just going to be getting out of the way here now. Not a whole lot to do here. Mine is not going to be clean in this situation. He can't even defend. I'm hoping to improve. He does elect to fold, I assume. So nice hand to Georgie there. I think I would have liked just a call there on that flop. There's many bad turn cards in fairness. It was a little bit more dynamic. Maybe we can get behind raising more often, but again, raising is not going to be a mistake. The first pot goes to Georgie. Well played, mate. Sevens here now for Benjamin. Under the gun +2. Yeah, Amir was for sure a questionable open, but yeah. You see the all-in here from Benjamin. See if he's going to get called by anyone behind. It's a pretty big open jam. Very strong in these formations as well, to be fair. See if anyone picks up anything behind here. I don't think Miroslav is going to be calling on the button here. Nor will Georgie. So that just leaves the big blind behind. And Joe is not going to be defending with 5-2 off either. So Benjamin does get that through. Like I said, a pretty big open jam there, but does put a lot of pressure on the players behind, to be fair. On to hand number 3. Fonson gets out of the way. So will Marina with the Queen 2 off. Miroslav opening in the cutoff here with king 10 off. Georgie contemplating something here. Does elect to fold. Joe gets out of the way as well, and I would assume Raptor might be getting out of the way here as well. Close though. Does elect to call. We go to a flop. Good shot for Raptor. Not a whole lot going on here from Miroslav. We'll be starting with a C-bet though. 300k. It's around a third of the pot or so. It looks like a check raise coming from Raptor, which I prefer, to be fair. Nice to have the diamond in your hand as well. This will be working this time. I can't imagine Miroslav is going to have anything to continue here with this king high. It does look like a call here. Which is very questionable call, if I do say so myself. Raptor does turn the pair of fives here, but he can't be too confident that he's going to be in the lead here. He does elect to check here on the turn, and a very quick check back from Miroslav. Flush completes on the river here, but it also gives Raptor the 8 high straight. I think given how fast Miroslav checked back the turn as well, you can probably imagine that he has some jack or maybe 9s, 10s, 8x. Don't think he's too many flushes, because I think he might consider betting the turn there if he decided to. But he did check back very quickly. But yeah, I'm not really the fan of the call on the flop by Miroslav. You see a small bet here from Raptor. Wonder, is Miroslav going to get a little bit creative here? What do we have here now? Ooh. He set himself up for that one now. He's going to get... He calls. Wow. I thought that was going to be a raise, lads. That call is questionable, to say the least, on that board with that hand. Nice pot goes to Raptor. I'm sure if Raptor saw what Miroslav decided to call there on the river, he would be probably a little bit surprised, but wouldn't be complaining. Nice hand to Raptor. King high indeed, Emir. Man did not want to fold that hand. Not sure what he thought he was beating there. I can get behind maybe a call with ace high, but with king high, less I like. Just fall around to Marina under the gun +2, and she does come in for a raise with the jack 9 offsuit. Again, a little bit on the wider side, but I don't hate it. Raptor now with the pocket threes here. Might be tempted to cold call from the small blind. The graphics are a little bit inaccurate because that looks like a call. We are going multi-way to the flop here. Like I said, I assume we are three-way here, and the graphics are inaccurate for this hand. Pretty good flop for Marina with the jack 9. Top pair for the big blind here. Decides to lead on this flop, which is, again, I'm not a big fan of this because Marina is going to hit this board very, very well. Yeah, so we're back to the graphics, thankfully. So Jackie does decide to dunk on this ace-jack-jack board. And Marina just decides to call, I believe. So we go to the turn of the 5. And now Jackie has to be a little bit conscious here of when Marina decides to call against the donk. She decided to bet for around 400k, I think, something like that. Very milky bet for Marina here, but she probably just knows that Jackie has top pair or something like that. And just really trying to squeeze out that extra few big blinds, which is probably going to work. I don't think Jackie can fold for, again, this small of a bet. He is a little bit conscious of this situation, though. His body language kind of says that he's not overly happy about this as well. You can kind of get that impression. A pretty clean run out for Marina's jack 9. No flush completing river, no straight completing river. $600k bet there from Marina here now. Just trying to get that value from Jackie's ace here. Hard to see bluffs here as well, you know, on this board. Like, yeah, there's going to be some queen 10, king queen, king 10. That's about it. It would be a nice fold here from Jackie if he does find it. But the price he's getting here, 4.5 to 1, something like that. Probably never good though. Probably never good here the vast majority of the time. He does fold though. I'm happy enough with that, Jackie. Well played, sir. He didn't take the bait. Marina scoops a nice pot nonetheless though. Very nice hand to her. Marina here now under the gun with 10-2 off. Going to get out of the way. Miroslav with a pretty looking big slick, the offsuit variety. Folds around to Joe on the button here. Or should I say, in the cutoff. Oh no. Trouble in paradise. Miroslav is going to be going broke here. He's going to be going broke, lads. What a time to pick up aces here. Against Miroslav's ace-king. There's going to be blood here, lads. There is going to be blood on the felt. Does 3-bet 530k. Alfonso obviously going to be getting out of the way here. I imagine Miroslav is going to be eventually muttering or saying the all-in word. Or maybe that's 2 words, I'm not too sure, it depends how you spell it. But either way, the money is going to be going in the middle here, people. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't. Does elect to go all in, and Jackie is going to turbo snap this. What a spot for Jackie. I mean, he's going to be in good shape against majority of hands here, but specifically against ace-king that only has 5% equity in this example, lads. Super unfortunate spot for Miroslav, but a standard one nonetheless. Just on the wrong end of distribution here. But he's not out of the woods yet, lads. You can still hit some Queen, Jack, 10 situation. There is some kings still live. He does have a spade. So he's got some backdoor flush, backdoor straight equity here. Running kings, if you want to stretch it that far. But that's basically it on the turn. Jackie can sit down in comfort. Miroslav, on the other hand, will not be sitting down. He is eliminated in 21st place, if I'm not mistaken. An unfortunate spot, but as I said already, a very, very standard one from both players' perspective. Jackie now sitting on a very, very healthy stack after that decent size pot. Raptor here now with the ace-4 off in the cutoff. Contemplating a raise. Look at the rejam here from Alfonso, or Fansen, I should say. Takes it down. As you can see in the top right corner, lads, we have 20 players remaining out of 2.5, or what's I said, just over 2,000 entries. Average stack is around 5 million chips, which is give or take 30 to 35 big blinds or so. Alfonso now, King Jack offsuit on the button. Going to be coming in for a raise. Does elect to do so. Marina with the King 10 offsuit. Might be tempted to defend this. First the button raise, first in. It's going to play well enough against this to probably cold call, in my opinion. Might be contemplating something else though, as well. They look like raising chips. That does look like a raise to 800k. It's a close spot here with Alfonso. Georgie, on the other hand, might be contemplating something, but I can't imagine it's going to be the case. Does elect to fold. Welcome in, Johan. Cheers for editing them payouts, bro. Do appreciate the help. Page on to just over 2k, just reached. Indeed, mate. We are just around that 20 player mark. Alfonso does elect to get out of the way there, which it's going to be close, as I said. I think given the price he might have been getting in position, probably should have considered defending that. But just elected to get out of the way there. Great result for Marina, in fairness. And here we have the updated chip stacks. 6-handed at the moment, lads, but I can imagine that's going to be re-juggled sooner rather than later. But as I said, Jackie and Marina, top two players, are chip leaders, I should say. Raptor and Georgie in third and fourth, and then Alfonso and Joe Button in fifth and sixth. As I said, I would be very surprised if we don't get a new player soon enough. It's a matter of waiting. So we're obviously going to be playing down to our winner today, lads. As you can see, the updated payouts on Twitch at least. Probably maybe need to get them updated on YouTube as well. But basically playing for 60k up top alongside a WSOP main event ticket. Day 1A ticket. So really, really nice payday for a €250 buy-in, lads, given that there's 60k up top. But obviously, a lot of players. Ooh, hold on a second here. We got some action, and Jackie's going to be on the wrong end of it this time. Running into Raptor's pocket rockets. Again, I can't see any other, like, output or end result in this hand except just getting it in pre. They are deeper stacked here. But there's not a lot you can do when you have the second best hand in Hold'em pre-flop versus the best one. So as I like to say, we'll see how this develops. But it's not going to be a good situation for Jackie with the queens here. I mean, there might be some possibility Jackie could get away from queens here if somebody behind, decides to 4-bet or something like that. But other than that, I can't imagine. Malcolm says on Twitch, just at home from Roswell, played yesterday this tournament. Nice, bro. Good to have you with us. Does come back around to Raptor here. Going to be interesting to see what 4-bet size he goes with. Maybe something around the 2 million mark, possibly. What a spot for Raptor against one of the deeper stacked players of Jackie. Well, the table chip leader, to be fair, because we did have the chip counts just before that. Hey, Bourbon, please, on YouTube, is saying hi, everyone. Welcome on in, my good man or woman. Hope you are enjoying a bourbon. I mean, if Jackie 4-bet, or if Raptor 4-bets here, Jackie would probably still be feeling pretty good about this, but he's going to get the bad news. He does pull back the chips from behind the line, or should I say, ahead of the line. Does look like a sizable raise there. That's about 1.5 million there. Yeah, so you're talking around 2 million by the looks of it. 1.7, 1.8 even. So it's more or less a click back here or something along those lines. It'll be very difficult to get away from this, lads. Very, very difficult to get away from this. Cheers for doing all that, Johan, bro. Doing the Lord's work. I'm not even sure what sizing that is, lads, or is that even a call? Is that a 5-bet, man? It is a 5-bet. Oh my god, what a spot for Raptor, man. Hard to imagine if Jackie ever had a bluff here, no? A bourbon, please. Female here, and yes, I am enjoying my bourbon on the rocks. Glad to hear it. Very, very much so. But yeah, what a spot for Raptor, no? Good God. And the Hollywood. The Hollywood, eh? I mean, if Raptor jams here, man, is there ever a possibility that Jackie folds? Probably not, man, after putting in half your stack with queens. I mean, like, best case scenario, this is probably like ace king here. There might be jacks sometimes. Might be. What a hand, lads. Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet, all in. There's another 1.6 million for Jackie to call here. I mean, this would be a pretty sick fold if he finds this, man. But he does call. Yeah. Just gets the bad news, unfortunately. It's going to be that a lot of the time, mate, unfortunately. But at the same time, I don't know, was there a need for a 4? Well, not a 4, but more so a 5-bet / 6-bet. Probably should have just went 5-bet all in. He needs a queen, lads. He needs a mamacita, or he's going to be losing a good chunk of his stack, unfortunately. So there's 2 cards, lads. And ladies, obviously. That is not a queen. Very, very, very nice double up for Raptor with the Rockets. Nice to hold as well, Ovs. Unfortunate spot for Jackie, but I mean, the only time he probably could have got away from that after maybe Raptor 6-bet all in, but I don't know. I wouldn't feel great about seeing that 6-bet all in that situation. I mean, we are 6-handed as well, so yeah. Anyways, big difference in chips there. Raptor getting that monster double up against Jackie. He is now the table chip leader. Marina in second, Georgie in third, Alfonso in fourth, and then Jackie, as I mentioned, after losing that big pot, left with 12 big blinds, and Joe still knocking around that sub 10 big blind amount as well. But yeah, super unfortunate spot there for Jackie. Super unfortunate. Row Mister, or Roos Mister, hi all. Welcome on in, Roos. Amir saying, let's go. We have a Raptor fan in the chat there, Amir. I got Jackie picking up queens again, man. The guy has picked up aces and queens in a very, very small amount of hands. 9 hands to be exact. See if he can get some action with the mamacitas. See Marina picking up the ace-9 suited here. Decides to cold call in the cutoff, which I like. Joe gets out of the way with the 8 high. Does come along for the ride here with the 10-9 off, which I don't mind. Getting a good price from the big blind. Bear in mind he has a big blind ante in as well. Top set for Jackie. Would have preferred that last hand, but I've no doubt he'll take it this hand regardless. Do get a bet from Jackie. Can't imagine Marina is going to be doing anything here. Bit of an annoying spot for Raptor here now as well with this hand. Obviously, if he knew what Jackie had, he would probably just fold already. But he does elect to call one. Deuce of hearts on the turn. My Sandro, hi from Zurich, and go Jackie. He just lost a big pot there. Maybe you saw it, Sandro. But he's back in the ring with this hand here with top set versus Raptor's second pair. These two having back-to-back hands, back-to-back battles. Does continue betting on the turn. This is probably a spot where Raptor needs to get out of the way here now, I would assume. He's either marginally ahead or very, very far behind. He does elect to call one more, which, again, not really the biggest fan of here. I know there's a lot of draws available and stuff like that, but given that it was multi-way on the flop and you're under the gun versus big blind here, doesn't feel like a great spot to check call the turn. If it was heads up, I wouldn't hate it, but as I said, given it was multi-way post-flop, I think we could definitely consider letting it go on the turn. This is very, very milky from Jackie. Very milky. Yeah, super, super small bet here. Leaves himself 375k behind. Wonders just going to get into Raptor's head here to try and bluff catch. I definitely would not, FYI. I definitely would not. Definitely thinking about it. Definitely thinking about it. Does elect to fold, which I think is definitely the correct play there. See Jackie chipping up there a decent amount after losing a decent amount of his stack the hand before that, so he's right back in it now at this point. Not that he was that far out of it, but as I said, going from 12 big blinds to 25, definitely extra breathing room. Sandra is saying, some chips are back. Pardon my stupidity, bro, but I don't know what you're referencing. Unless that's an inside joke with Dan, or just an inside joke in general that I'm not aware of. Well, I think I know what you're on about now, that some of the chips are back. That's what you mean, and not different variations of chip counts or colors. So, as I said, pardon my stupidity. Pardon my stupidity. Do pick up the ace-king here for Joe, who decides to open shove with the ace-king. I mean, Marina's probably going to have to call here with the pocket fours as well, with the price she's getting. Jackie, on the other hand, is going to get out of the way. Which I can imagine Marina's going to fold here for, give or take, 4 more big blinds with this hand. She does call, and we are going to be flipping, my good people. Fours a small favours against the ace-king. Let's see if the fours can hold, lads. Joe needs this double up or he will be eliminated. And off we go. I mean, I've seen worse boards for pocket fours in fairness against ace-king. There's some counterfeit opportunities here. More counterfeit opportunities now as well. Any 6, 8, ace or king. And it's a 4. We lose Joe in 20th place, unfortunately. Not a lot he could do in that situation. Got it in with decent equity and unfortunately did not get there. But he does take home around €2,000 from this €250 buy-in tournament, lads. Decent run from 2,000 players, just over 2,000 players, I should say. So well played, mate. Congrats on the decent run. Marina chipping up again. It's a nice feeling, and not the latter. Veganizer 8 on YouTube is saying hello, speaks German. I'm assuming it is something got to do with Easter. So happy Easter to you as well, Veganizer 8, if that is my correct understanding of your comment. As I said, I do not speak German. Maybe someday. I'm currently in the process of learning Portuguese, by the way, for anyone that's wondering. I was in Brazil last November for a meeting, and was there for 5 nights. And it made me realise that learning a bit of the language goes a long way. I do plan to go back there again this year, around the same time, end of November. Jackie in the small blind here versus Raptors, ace-7. I mean, definitely not going to be folding. Probably going to be 3-betting, I would assume. Free bet jam is the decision. Alfonso going to be getting all the way with the 7 high. And yeah, I imagine Raptor just going to be folding here. As you can see in the top right corner, lads, we have 18 players remaining, and there will be a table redraw at 16. We are down to the last 2 tables, where we will be playing 8-handed on both. This is 2 more eliminations away from that. Apologies, lads, if I am not blowing my nose, but I did have a bit of a flu last week. Over the worst of it now, but still kind of lingers the last day or two. But I do feel a lot better than I did, I mean, arguably this time last week. So yeah, if I make blow my nose or you hear my nose doing anything like that, just so you know, I was a little bit unwell last week. Sandro is saying call. I don't think it's going to be the case, bro. He does take it down. And we do see the blinds gone up to 100, 200k with a running big blind ante of 200k also. The average stack is around 5.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. If I am not mistaken. Both rounds Raptor in the cutoff, 7-5 offsuit. Probably just going to be folding. Got Jackie raising now from the button with the Queen Jack off. Sandro's asking what kind of meeting you had in Brazil. There's a company I work for, bro, with poker. And they always do their annual meeting at the end of November. And I was lucky enough to get flown over there last November for the meeting. And I ended up winning an award, which was very, very nice. But yeah, it was just in Sao Paulo, bro. Maybe, well, I had 2 nights in Sao Paulo for the BSOP, where I got to meet a lot of people from the community and whatnot. And yeah, then there was 3 nights for the event itself, which was probably a 30 to 40 minute drive just outside Sao Paulo city. And it was a very, very fun time, man. I've been working with that company probably close to 4 years at this point. So it was really, really great to finally meet everyone that I've been working with for a long period of time. So I play poker with that company, man, and I also coach for that company on a weekly basis as well. It is a stable, a cash game stable is what it is. So hopefully that's a solid breakdown for you, Sandro. You get the C-bet here from Jackie. Marina's obviously not going to be going anywhere, I should say, with the Queen High Flush draw, or King High Flush draw, whatever way you want to phrase it. Doesn't matter if she wants to check raise or check call. Could definitely get behind both options. Obviously, folding is out of the question. They look like raisin chips. I gotta give credit to Marina. Like, there hasn't been a hand yet where I'm like, not too sure if you should have done that. Seems to be a very solid player, Marina is. Gotta give credit where credit is due, you know. She does find the raise here. And obviously Jackie's going to be getting out of the way with this hand in this example. Or that's a call, excuse me. Thought that looked like a raise. It's my inexperience shown there, people. Not the best turn card for Marina. Jackie not picking up equity either. Marina checks. Wow. What is this play? This is street poker, lads. All in with no equity. What a baller Jackie is. Jackie's got my respect, lads and ladies. Instant fall from Marina. Didn't expect that on the turn, no. Did not expect that on the turn from Jackie. But I like it. Now, obviously that would have looked terrible if Marina did have a king, which she will have a king sometimes. But Jackie knew. Jackie knew that it wasn't my time, or wasn't that time. Sandro's saying, Jackie, my man. He's earned my respect, Sandro. I can tell you that much, bro. Again, I apologize if you are a woman. Again, it's very difficult for me to know if it's male or female based on a username. But yeah, really nice jam there from Jackie. And to be fair to Jackie, man, probably what, 3-4 hands ago? He was sitting around that 10 to 12 big blind stack, and now he's ran it back up to 32. So very, very nicely done by Jackie. And he's back at it again with the sevens. Bourbon Please is saying he is trying to get his chips back that he lost. That's what you have to do. Doesn't have to be off the same opponent, Bourbon, but just getting the chips back itself is pretty important. He's done a very, very good job of that, in fairness to him. As I said, the Queens versus Aces hands where he lost, give or take, 30 big blinds there was quite unfortunate, but he's bounced back really, really well. Really, really well, in fairness to him. Like I said already, give credit where credit is due. Marina, on the other hand, with the ace-jack off in the small blind here. Again, completely fine to cold call this hand. In my opinion, anyways. But she goes for the 3-bet, which again, as I said, is completely fine. I don't think folding is ever a thing here. So calling or 3-betting, what she ended up doing. Puts a lot of pressure on Jackie, and she might be just assuming that Jackie's going to be opening wider than he should do in the cutoff. And for the guys that tuned in very early on in the stream, when it was 8-handed, if I'm not mistaken, Jackie was opening 6-7 offsuit under the gun +2. So just a little bit of an insight into Jackie and how wide he may be opening in some positions. I suppose given that's the case there, maybe 3-betting this hand is going to be better than cold calling. Now, similar to what I was saying about Marina's hand here, I don't think Jackie can fold sevens here. Obviously, if he thinks Marina's a little bit out of line here, he can definitely 4-bet jam. But maybe you could argue, if he thinks Marina is on the opposite end of being a little bit on the tighter side with 3-bets, you could maybe argue folding this hand wouldn't be bad. But they are a little bit deeper, to be fair, as well. Jackie has been involved in the vast majority of hands so far into this coverage of the German Poker Masters here. He's contemplating. Yeah, I honestly don't mind that. As I said, that's going to be totally down to what he thinks of Marina when she 3-bets here. You know, as I said, there's arguments for both. If she thinks he's more aggressive, maybe 4-bet jamming that, or at least calling is going to be the play. But if you think she's on the tighter side, folding that definitely cannot be a mistake as well. But anyways, Raptor still leading the way. Marina in second with 38 big blinds. Matteo, who is a new player on this table that I forgot to introduce. Polish player, Matteo Materazzi. And then we have Jackie in fourth, Georgie in fifth, and then Alfonso in sixth. Yeah, it's been pretty action-packed, lads and ladies. Since the start of this coverage, we are just 1 hour in, or just over 1 hour, I should say. So Jackie has been in the thick of it for the total of 14 hands that we have played so far. He's probably going to be involved here again. Cold calls in the hijack with the Queen 10 suited. Alfonso in the cut-off here with Jack 9 off. I imagine he's just going to be folding here. Maybe we could consider cold calling Jack 9 suited, but the offsuit one, meh. Not so much. Let's get out of the way. Matteo getting out of the way with the 10-3 off. Folds around to Georgie. Oh no, I should say fold around. Queen 4 suited here for Georgie. A very loose open from Raptor, obviously, but I think that's self-explanatory. But he's just trying to be the table captain here, I guess. Still think there's better hands we can open than King 2 off, you know. And Georgie does get out of the way, and we are going to be going heads up. These two going at it again. See who takes down this one. Not a whole lot going on for either player here, but Jackie obviously being in position. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Can't imagine he's going to be going anywhere if Raptor decides to c-bet here. And obviously neither player here should have much 3x as well. Given that Raptor opened UTG and Jackie cold called. Only 3x Raptor should have here is like ace 3 suited, realistically. Is what he should have. And then obviously a lot of Jackie's range is going to be these kind of suited hands here, some pocket pairs and whatnot. So Jackie does call. He does pick up the backdoor flush draw equity. Raptor does have a king of hearts in his hand here. Might be tempted to stay betting, but he does elect to check. I think there's definitely a spot Jackie wants to bet here as well. And he is reaching. It looks around 1.5 million. I know them grey-ish chips are 100k. Even looks bigger, to be honest. 1.63 milli. And this is going to be the end of this hand, my good people. Unless Raptor is a non-believer that he's going to check call with the king high on this turn. Which I doubt, by the way. Tefon saying, Kamal, Summez, my father, I hope you win. Best of luck to him, sir. Is he on an outer table? I assume so. Don't recognise that name from the feature. But if he is still in there, sir, best of luck to him. Best of luck to Camille Summez. Soimez. Definitely butchering that surname, Tafu. But either way. Or Tefon, I should say. So Jackie, just take that down there. Not like you do with King 2 there, from Raptor's perspective. We're going to Marina here with the Queen 6 off. She does elect to get out of the way, which is completely standard. Matteo, on the other hand, won't be doing such a thing. He's for sure going to be at least raising here. Ooh, Raptor picks up 7s here, but they are two of the deeper stacks here, in fairness. So maybe against a shorter stack, Raptor might decide to 3-bet jam here or something like that. But given that Matteo has not exactly the same stack, but relatively close, I would assume he's just going to cold call here. But as I've said many times on this stream when I've done coverage, lads, it's not the first time I've been wrong in terms of how people adjust and play the way they play. Stevla is saying, biggest comeback for Jackie after his cooler aces versus queens. For sure, mate. For sure. He's done very, very well. And Bourbon, please, is saying, need a refill. Back soon. Take your time, Bourbon. Take your time. Don't think we're going to be going anywhere anytime soon. So not the worst board for either player with the pocket pairs. Again, Raptor is going to have to defend at least one here with this hand. At least one. Does elect to do so. We are going to go to a turn card. Does bring in the flush draw here. I would imagine it's going to go check, check. I think it might be a little bit too thin for Matteo to bet 9s here again on the turn. It does go check, check. And again, this is just going to go check, check on the river here. I think even if it came the 2 of clubs on the river here, 9s will still be a check back in this situation. Just there's many worse hands that are going to call, I don't think. But I could be wrong. All the time 100s. Welcome on in, bro, as well. Hope you're doing well. Not brother, sister, Sandra was saying. As I said, it's very difficult for me to figure out which is which, you know. And Matteo does take that down with the 9s, as expected. On to the next hand we go, my good people. Alfonso gets out of the way. Marina, Jack 7 offsuit, probably going to be folding as well. Matteo might be tempted to raise first in here. I guess we shall see. Does fold though. Georgie, again, similar to Matteo, might be tempted to raise here with this hand, but decides not to. Raptor's got an ace and a 5. Different suits. Interesting to see what he does here against Jackie behind. Does limp in by the looks of it, and Jackie is for sure going to be checking behind this hand. Go to a flop. A piece for both. A piece for both. See Jackie reaching for chips there very quickly. Obviously Raptor's not going to be going anywhere here. He does call. We go to a turn card. It's a pretty good turn card for Raptor. But I imagine just going to go check from Jackie once Raptor checks here. My prediction is right for this one. Runner full house for Mr. Raptor. Havana's is saying, Matteo, he is on the table, my good man. As of probably 10 to 15 minutes ago or so. He's doing all right. He's doing all right. Raptor, on the other hand, deciding what size to pick here. A very, very quick call from Jackie. Guess the bad news. But again, I'm not going to be folding for a big blind on the river there either, to be fair. So well played, Raptor. Great tune in the background, no? It's not a stream for me to be singing, lads, you know. I'm meant to be commentating. I get very easily distracted, you know. To pick up the snowman here for Matteo. Materazzi comes in for a raise ski. Georgie going to be getting all the way with the very ugly looking 7-4 off. And I imagine Raptor's going to be getting all the way as well with the King 8 off. Does elect to do so. Jackie's going to get all the way as well with the 6-5 off. Alfonso in the big blind with not a whole lot going on, unfortunately for him. It's going to be a fold, I guess. He does get out of the way. On to the next hand, my good people. And number 19, if I'm not mistaken. Matteo picking up the King Kongers. Let's see, can he do some damage? Let's see, can he do some damage with this hand? Let's come in for a raise. He's praying that somebody picks up a hand behind that isn't aces, obviously. The rest of them he can deal with. Nothing so far. What does Jackie have here on the button? Again, not a whole lot going on there, good people. Alfonso, the small blind, again going to be folded, and Matteo is just hoping that Marina picks up something in the big blind. Unfortunately, he's going to be winning the blinds and antes because Marina is not going to be defending the Doyle Bronson. And sad times for Matteo there, but not a lot more he could have done there. Even though you pick up the hand, somebody else still needs to pick up something playable behind. A Raptor here now with the walking sticks. Just come in for a raise. Marina picking up a pretty look at ace-5 suited. Definitely playing, lads. She's definitely playing this hand. Does 3-bet. It's a similar spot to what Jackie was dealing with from Marina's 3-bet previously, where Jackie ended up folding the 7s against Marina's 3-bet. Let's see if Raptor decides to take the same route. Doesn't appear to be the case. Just goes to show the difference in perception of what Raptor thinks of Marina versus what Jackie thinks of Marina. But either way, let's not go too far down that rabbit hole, and we'll see how this hand develops post-flop. I mean, good board for Marina's range. Looks like she is coming out for a bet. It's going to be on the smaller side. Something around 600k by the looks of it. And unfortunately, there's not a lot Raptor can do here on this board. Like, if he had sevens with a diamond, he could maybe peel, but I think sevens without here is just going to be a pure fold on this flop, unfortunately, even versus this sizing that Marina used. I could be mistaken here. Again, I'm just giving you my perception of what I would do in this spot. That's not to say that Raptor is not going to do something different. He does get out of the way, though. He does get out of the way. Nice hand to Marina. As I said, lads, she's not doing a whole lot wrong, but she's definitely doing a whole lot right. So credit to her. You see Raptor picking up this Jack 4 suited. You see him opening on the wider end again. Seen him do it with King 2 off there previously, and now we're seeing Jack 4 suited. We do get the all-in now from Alfonso. Very interesting 3-bet jam here. Obviously, just targeting what Raptor is obviously opening a little bit on the wider end, but Marina waking up with the pocket tens here is obviously going to be putting the money in the middle here. Tens just going to be miles ahead of what Alfonso is going to be 3-bet jamming here. Again, it's not like he's never going to have Jacks plus here or something like that, but regardless, it's just going to be performing very well. He's going to be 3-bet jamming way worse pairs. Stuff like the hand he has here. Ace-6 suited, Ace-5 suited. I don't expect to see Ace-6 off here, but you get what I mean. Marina does end up calling here. And obviously Raptor's going to be getting out of the way in this example, to be fair. Raptor does fold, lads, and Alfonso, after getting called, he can't think he's in great shape here, but he has decent equity against this hand, to be fair. This sort of situation always makes me feel sick, lads, knowing that having one over here, given that it's an offsuit variation, still has 30% equity. So let's see if Marina's 10s can hold here. Here comes the flop. I mean, not the cleanest. Good turn. Needs to dodge an ace, a 3. And we are golden. We have another elimination, unfortunately, and it is Alfonso. So that means we are down to 16 players, lads, and there is going to be a table redraw. And I believe the break is going to be around 15 minutes or so, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, there's going to be a redraw, Johan. As they're currently 5-handed on this table, and as I said, there was going to be a redraw when there were 16 players remaining. which is basically what's the case now. So yeah, we probably are going to be going on a break here, but I'll stick around until I see the graphic, and I spoke too soon. So yeah, there's going to be a break for 20 minutes, lads and ladies, so be sure to come back in that time frame for the last two tables of the German Poker Masters. My name is Alan Finn, and I am covering for Dan today, and I hope you guys enjoy the break. I know I will, and I'll catch you guys in a short minute, okay? Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. Just very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
Yeah. That's it. It's a skill in itself to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax.
I'm all in. Wow. All in. Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in. Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this, bro.
I say all in.
This is crazy. If you can say, if we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously, I severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're five-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So,
Nothing left.
what do they say about ICM and it being a load of BS for the rich? ICM for the poor only?
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? This, for my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold. Put it into a calculator all you want.
La differenza, guarda. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco bello. Sono contento per te.
There was two shorter stacks. I wouldn't be surprised if you put that into a calculator and it said the ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's against
il quarto posto.
a certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
I was thinking.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Pitiieri is dominating.
Either have nothing or queen is good sometimes.
5, 6,
8, 7, 4.
6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings. The kings of Leon. It is the tree of hearts.
Bravo, sei un grande. Doppia, si chiama questo. Doppia.
Dolci di fila, certo.
It's fair game for poker, you know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more options, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Pitiieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The pocket rockets. Small 3-bet incoming. 265.
Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele?
So viele Hände. Mit deiner Stake so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hört
ases.
mich, wenn gerätst du eine
Does go all in.
Platz.
Does get called. Blom gets the bad news. Pitiieri up out of his seat when it should be Isildur the one standing up.
Ich verstehe, aber
There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Pitiieri, a 4-1 favorite. to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
Che sei nervoso di questo?
Un po', sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Speriamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10,
parlare.
5 is
hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is a
nervoso.
6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Cover you?
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso.
Of course, massive thanks to all the moderators and everyone else helping throughout the week in any way, shape or form, even if it was making us laugh. Fox and limping here and Pitiieri with a monster. He's got the ladies in the big blind. Bumps it up 4x. Foxen will call.
Oh dear.
Oh wow. Disaster here for Foxen. There's no way he's not going to lose a chunk of chips with top pair here on the flop. It's heads up after all. So hard to make a hand. Does bet 900k. Foxen might be having thoughts of raising here.
2.1.
That's what I was thinking.
Does go for the raise. And lads, this could be curtains here for Foxen. This would be very tough for him to get away from top pair with a decent kicker once he's raised to 2.1 million here on a 10-6-3 flop.
4 million.
The click back.
Clicks it back. This looks incredibly strong. There's not a lot of bluffs in Pitiieri's range that are just going to click it back that quick there to 4 million, Alan, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can get behind that. There might be some like ace-5 of clubs here or something like that maybe that possibly could do this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what kind of hand would do this, if like a flush draw wise.
Does run it.
Could have two overs in a flush draw, but the best case scenario is something like ace-5 of clubs. Foxen has gone all in. Pitiieri has called, of course, 16 million in this pot. And if Pitiieri can hold with his ladies, which he will 88% of the time, the Italian has become your GG Millions champion. Foxen really up against it after that flop. Not much he can do once he's raised.
No, basta. GG, ho giocato ormai. Se quello che viene, viene.
2 outs in the deck for Foxen. Turn is not one of them. It's the 7 of hearts. Alessandro Pitiieri is 1 card away from that bracelet.
Siamo pari, forse. Siamo pari, tipo.
Just 5% equity for Foxen as we hit the river. It's another 7. Alessandro Pitiieri from Italy has done it. He's defeated the phenom that is Alex Foxen. Foxen will win €223,900 for his efforts. Congratulations and commiserations, GG. But all eyes on the champion, Alessandro Pitiieri has done it, winning over €335,000 for his efforts. Incredible stuff.
To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14.5 hours of jet, you know, is...
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace-king. Foxen, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is a very big cooler situation here for Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi, quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxen out of the way. The trap was set to precision, although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti due jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack pure non è facile. Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in 7th place.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining players guaranteed at least €65,000.
You in the money?
Yeah.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah, some of this table talk reminds me of some Irish players for sure.
Yeah.
And of course,
I getcha.
Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo. In Harry Potter, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless, mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650. You know, 650. 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for Leon.
I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cor mi serve, 5 di cor per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore, con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie, che devo fare io? Una, no, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8.
Vai.
An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cor. No,
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh.
Oh wow, it is the 5
Oh,
of hearts.
five of hearts.
Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di corri. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato
Oh,
io.
wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di corri. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. Okay. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in
understood what you
Surzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
I'm all in.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here because
much
he's
is it?
basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind, almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's gone to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half his stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually
What's
would
attack
have
do
hated
here?
Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big
What
blinds
happened to
extra
this
because
big man?
attack has made it 3x
Fold
on
the
the
big
button.
Pass is lost.
I'm glad you
What
fold.
happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish?
In a hunt.
What happened to the fish?
Yeah,
The
big
big fish.
Nice.
What
The
happened
big
to
fish.
fold?
He made the fall. Unbelievable. How can you make this fall?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just erase me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just go out. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you
All
that.
right, listen, give him 3 sixes, please. 6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against
Six,
ace 6.
No, 6.
9,
Oh,
5,
nine,
5
nine.
is the
Okay,
flop.
Pick. Okay, pick.
Chicas,
Pick,
vamos.
pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a
Okay.
spade.
Respeto.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up,
That's enough for
Tom.
me.
18%.
Better than nil.
Perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place. Fifth place.
Okay, just had to check that. So, 7th code question here, people.
I said to the guy, relax.
Okay, for the
don't do
7th
it.
code.
And he didn't
One
listen.
word
And
answer,
he played
only
six.
available on
He
Twitch.
sees one ace
And the question
he already all
is,
in.
what is it called
two
when a
aces
player
and I'm all
bets
in.
to
It's
protect their
alone big
hand by
blind.
not allowing free cards?
Okay,
What
I
is
see
it
that.
called
This
when a
is all
player
mine.
bets
This
to
is
protect
mine.
their hand by
Okay,
not
yeah,
allowing
okay,
free
Okay,
cards?
listen, this is all my money anyway.
Yeah.
So can I pile it up and don't count on me?
All right, Barney
You
Nuts,
have
you're gonna win
5
that one, bro.
seconds Until you decide, and I
Barney
make
Nuts is gonna
my
win that one.
decision
Protection
really
bet is
fast,
correct.
Really fast.
So well done,
really
Barney.
fast. Oh, it's him. Okay.
Well done, Barney. My good man. Just give me a second here, and I'll send it over to you.
It's
Where are these
unbelievable.
codes?
It's just unbelievable.
4, 5,
guy
6,
unbelievable.
7.
What he makes. I'm all
I'll
in.
just message you there,
All in,
Barney.
Everything.
If there's an issue with the code, bro, I'll just note it down and I'll get it sorted ASAP, alright? So we should be good now, Dan, my good mate.
Alan, I need to get back to this. This is
Sorry,
all popping off.
oh wow.
We have a 3-bet from attack with the ace-4 suited. Foxen, the original opener. Min raising with the kings of kings. Leon waking up with the ladies. And he probably thinks he's in great shape here, begging for a call. Little does he know, Foxen has the second nuts, second pre-flop nuts.
You know, you have two options. You have no other options. You have two options. All in or nothing. It's now or never. Она меня попугивала, а я ее.
5 million. 5 million.
5 million is the raise.
What happened?
All in. The fella, all in the other fella. Kings for Foxen and Leon with the ladies. We might be about to lose Leon. Loose Leon is all in and way behind. Actually, sick cooler here, four-handed, the way things have been playing out. Sick for Foxen to pick up kings when Leon has the ladies. 6.3 million in this pot.
I said that before. He can
It is
the
ace
only
7-6.
guy who can double me up is this Signore Alex Foxen.
At ace. Secondo me bocca destra, vediamo.
Were
Well,
you calling?
it's not looking good.
Calling 4-bet?
Well, I cannot.
Two ladies can save Leon or he will bow out in fourth place.
Especially when the queen is coming.
River is the 7 of diamonds. It did not arrive.
Finito. La commedia è finita.
Very good game there. Nice playing.
Good luck.
Hell nah, but you got no confidence like me. Really wanna run around and chase me. I'm not no Travis, baby, not no chase me. I work too hard, can you fucking pay me? I did so much, you did.
Alrighty, folks, and we are back after our table redraw. 16 players remaining, and this is what our feature table looks like at the moment. So we have a new player, Ralph, who is the chip leader at the moment. Marina in second, Bart in third, and then we have Matteo in fourth, Morat in fifth, Jackie in sixth, Bleshku in seventh, and then Kamal, who we have a viewer, if I'm not mistaken, from YouTube supporting Mr. Kamal Soinmez. Again, I'm probably butchering that, lads, so I'm just going to roll with the first names to make my life a hell of a lot easier. So hopefully you guys had a good break. As I said, we started with roughly 22, 23 players today. We are down to the last 16 at the moment, and we just got back from a 20-minute break for the table redraw. And blinds are still currently 100, 200k with a big blind ante of 200k as well. So yeah, for you guys that don't know me, my name is Alan Finn. For anyone new tuning in or just coming back from the break, I am covering for Mr. Dan Ranton, who was on a hiatus in Dublin for the Irish Open that was happening the last 10 to 14 days, if I'm not mistaken. So he was up there over the weekend playing the main event. Unfortunately, he did not run deep or anything like that. So he obviously had it booked off for me to cover if he did. But as I said, unfortunately, he did not. But that's a story for another day. We are back to action in this situation for the German Poker Masters. €250 buy-in, 60k up top, if I am not mistaken, alongside a WSOP main event ticket for day 1A. Top 5 finishers will get one of those. So yeah, Plenty of new faces on this feature table, people. So let me get my bearings in that regard. We're just under 2 hours into the stream. I can imagine this is going to be going for at least 6 to 7 hours, depending how the action flows over the next 2 to 3 hours. But yeah, a lot up top, lads, for a small buy-in. Well, I mean, it's definitely not the biggest buy-in in the world, but the guarantee is pretty sick. And they did manage to get over 2,000 runners, as you guys can see in the top right corner. Average stack is around 6.3 million or so. And we see Jackie coming in for a raise with the ace-queen offsuit. Just fold around to Marina, who has 5-2 offsuit. Not a whole lot she's going to be doing with that hand. Does get out of the way. Jackie takes down the first pot of our feature table after the redraw. All around to Matteo here with the king 6 off. You see Ralph here now, table chip leader, not by much, but technically chip leader nonetheless. Does open the 10-2 suited on the button. It's probably going to be a pot that he ends up taking down with this hand. It's a slightly bigger raise first in, 2.6x. So I don't think Jackie's going to be defending the queen 3 off there. It's a nice hand there for Ralph. Might be saying that name wrong as well. No, it's Ralph. There's a pretty good site, people, if you're ever in this situation, to help with some pronunciation of names. So I always try and do that when I get the information of who is going to be on the feature table, thankfully. Matteo here now under the gun +1. With the ace-9 off, decides to fold. Marina gets out of the way with the queen 4. Jackie in the small blind with the 7 Dewey. Decides to raise. He's going to run into Murat's ace-jack suited here. Never a good sign when you open jack or 7-2 offsuit and the guy immediately looks at your stack. Possibly going to get some bad news here. That looks like a 3-bet to 1.5. If only the 7 deuce game was on, eh? Obviously not a thing in tournaments, lads. at least from my experience. He does show the ace jack. Give himself a bit of credit, but he's not doing it light. I wonder why Jackie didn't show the 7 deuce off, eh? Probably a good reason for that, no? See Matteo opening the ace-3 suited here under the gun. Marina here now, cold calling in the cutoff with 6-5 suited. Kamal with the 8-4 off, might be a little bit too wide here. Off this stack size, I know he's very, very short, but still, I think this is a little bit too weak to defend multi-way. I do think we can fold here. I'd probably call like 8-4 suited here, but 8-4 off is just so bad. And he does elect to fold. We go heads up here, Matteo versus Marina. Let's see a flop. A little bit for both. Equity's running very, very close here. Matteo coming out for a c-bet, and Marina is obviously going to call 1 to see how it develops. I just noticed she has a camel. I mean, it's not a card protector technically, but a camel beside her stack. I'm assuming it's hers. It could be Jackie's as well, but see Matteo picking up the pair of 3s here. Might elect for him now to slow down, given he has some showdown value. But a good possibility that Marina is going to stab small here, or stab in general. That looks around 800k, I guess. Yeah, on the money myself. Give myself a pat in the back. Johan is saying new chips in play. The pink are 500k. Perfect, mate. Good to know. Good to know. You get the check call from Matteo, and he does river the flush, but Marina is after picking up 2 pair. This could get dicey, because I would not blame Marina if Matteo decides to check here, which he really should. I'm not a fan of this, because if he does bet this river, it's going to be very goddamn obvious what he has. He either has a 4, or he improved to the flush on the river. And he does donk for 1 million. And Marina is obviously going to call this pretty quickly, I would say. Or maybe not, I don't know. You really don't beat much here. And in fairness, Matteo's body language when he improved on the river, there was like a small movement in body, and then decides to donk on a 4 to a straight, flush complete in river. Like, is he really going to play like 9x this way, or pocket 7s, pocket 8s, or just a worse hand in general? Probably not. Because even if you had like 7s plus here, jacks plus, whatever, I don't think he's going to take this line on the river. But yeah, I mean, it's a very unfortunate river for Marina there. I'd be very curious if Marina would have value bet that river. Would have been very interesting. Marina would have bet that river if Matteo did check. I guess we'll never know. But either way, here are the chip counts. Not a whole lot has changed since the last update. Ralph and Bart, the two head honchos, first and second. Matteo and Marina in third and fourth. Moraz and Jackie, fifth and sixth. And Beshq and Kamal, seventh and eighth. Kamal, very, very short at this point. Very, very short. And probably needs to get some form of a double up ASAP, or he's going to be feeling the pinch for a long period of time until he just has to get it in eventually. Johan says he has a sign in front of his head that says, I have a flush. Yeah, I can get behind that, bro. I can get behind that too. Definitely don't expect to see a worse hand there that often. And as I said, there was that kind of body language, you know, before he bet and stuff like that. You know, it's just unfortunate because I think if Marina had one pair there, she would fold. If she had, like, I don't know, 9-8 or something like that, you know, but given she had two pair, I don't think you're allowed to fold there. But as I said, if the guy is never value betting worse and basically never bluffing, then what do we really beat there, you know? Hard to find the fold in that situation, don't get me wrong. But as I said, when you piece together the puzzle, there's a strong possibility that you can definitely try and find it. But as I said, I do not blame her for calling there. We do have the cold call here from Murat with the pocket jacks, which is interesting, versus Ralph's raise first in. Matteo come along for the ride then in the big blind. Jack high flop would be awful. The monotone flop isn't exactly ideal either when you have pocket jacks without a club. Ralph, on the other hand, does have the nut flush draw, and Matteo does have a combo draw here as well with the flush draw and the gut shot. You see the C bet from Ralph, which is obviously fine with this hand. Falls around to Matteo in the big blind. Probably going to be forced to call one. But probably not really anything else after that. He does turn the straight. That's a very, very nice card for Matteo. Now, this is the spot for Raf where he might consider checking back here, which is definitely something you should consider doing with his hands, especially when you're in position to check back to realize equity. Again, I'm not saying you need to do it all the time, but at least considering it. And he does get called pretty quickly here, so he needs to be careful at this point. And he does get there with the flush. Now, in fairness to Matteo, he has to understand that Ralph bet flop, bet turn, and is going to bet the river here again. So, like, is the 10 of clubs ever good here? Personally, I genuinely think not. And he does fold. He does fold. I mean, I wouldn't be too annoyed over that, bro. Like, not a lot you can do outside of what you did. I get the frustration in terms of the run out, but, you know, you are against a hand that had a decent amount of equity. That was going to get there every now and again, with all due respect. But yeah. It's interesting to see that perception from Matteo there. I think most would have just been like, you know, whatever, kind of a unfortunate run out and just kind of brush it off. But the reaction afterwards was definitely something you don't see too often. See Bart opening the King Jack offsuit here under the gun. Kamal with the pocket threes here might just decide to run this. Again, he obviously has little to no fold equity here, given his stack size, but don't think you're going to pick up many better hands than pocket threes here in this situation off this stack size. We just have to run this here. does fold, which I'm a little bit surprised to see. I got 3 big blinds there, lads. I know there was a raise from early position, but maybe he's waiting until the big blind to try and pick up that extra couple of hands, that he might pick up something better. But when you're that short, lads, I don't think you can wait around too long, with all due respect. With all due respect. Back to the action here. We got Marina opening the Jack 10 off under the gun +1. She's not afraid to get in the mix, in fairness to her. We've seen her involved in a good few of the hands out of the 27 so far on this coverage of the German Poker Days final day. Or should I say German Poker Masters final day. Just fall around to Bart, and he does defend the Jack 8 suited. Not a whole lot going on for either player here, but Marina having a little bit more backdoor equity with the Jack of Diamonds and stuff like that. One would imagine she's going to c-bet this. And that's the end of that hand, lads. We go on to the next one, as I like to say. ADC on YouTube is asking, where's the incredibly skilled alopecia man? Lol. I'm not sure who you're referencing there, man. Hopefully you can inform me with the specifics. Because I have an idea who you're on about, but I don't want to say names. Unless I know for sure. So we get a raise here from, or sorry, just a limp from Bart, and Raf checks back the big blind. Raf does have the 5 of hearts in his hand here, so if Bart does decide to take a stab here, or a bet, Raf will be calling at least one. And Johan informing me on the Twitch chat that the pay jump to 2.8, 2.9k has been reached. This is very, very true, my good man. Everyone already plus 10 buy-ins from their original buy-in of the 250. I'm not sure if this was a rebuy or anything like that. That information I don't know. But it seems to be that there is going to be a player moved from the feature table. I think that's actually Marina, if I'm not mistaken, unless she's the opposite end of the table. No, Marina is getting moved to the outer table. So it was fun having her here. Hopefully we'll see her on the final table as well. And FYI, it was her camel. It was her camel. I'm not sure what you call it. Maybe a teddy. It's too big to be a car protector. Camille, after waiting for the hand, he finally has picked up the Mamacitas. And now, lads, if he's not going to run it with this, I don't know what the hell he's going to be waiting for. He does push in the monster stack of 2 big blinds. Chip in a chair, people. Let's see if he gets that much needed double up. You see Raf here picking up this ace-8 here. This is basically a min-raise where Raf might be just tempted to defend in that example. And Jackie does pick up the ace-queen suited. I mean, definitely want to be re-ISOing here and just get Raf out of the way, I would assume. He does rejam to ISO Kamal. Or Kamal, I should say. So I imagine Ralph is going to get out of the way here with the ace-8. Obviously his range is going to be very, very capped when he just cold calls the 2 big blind all in from Kamal. So Jackie can be pretty happy that once he rejams here, he's probably not going to get called that often, if ever. He gets out of the way. So Jackie needs an ace here, or Kamal should be getting a double up. Obviously, he can hit some hearts / straight cards. We'll see how it develops. Kamal in decent shape here. I mean, I said decent shape. It's 2/3 of the time he's going to win. 1/3 of the time he's going to lose. That's not unbelievable by any means. It is not unbelievable by any means for Kamal. Here comes the flop. It's a safe one so far with Kamal's queens. Jackie needs an ace or running, well, I can't even say running queens, but an ace and an ace only. 6% of the time it is going to happen, my good people. Let's see if he gets there. That's 6%. He does not. So Kamal does double up, but I've also just noticed that the blinds have also gone up. So definitely needed that double up. Otherwise, he would have been in really bad shape because the big blind is coming around to him fairly swiftly again. So even though he got the double up this time, he's going to need to find another one relatively swiftly after this one. But either way, nice to get the double up regardless. So yeah, he's going to be in the big blind next hand again. So yeah. We've got Kamal here now with the ace-6 offsuit UTG. Yes, he's around 6 big blinds here. I don't think it's hard, man. An ace here under the gun, 7-handed. It's close. Ace-6 suited, no problem. Ace-5 off, probably no problem. Ace-6. It's a close one. Does elect to get out of the way, which I don't mind. I don't mind. Baichku. Again, I'm trying to make sure that that's anyway close to that pronunciation. But either way, he is all in with the king-queen off. Bart here on the cut-off with the ace-9. Probably too big of an all-in here, where there's still 3 players behind with the ace-9, and he does elect to get out of the way. Ralph, on the other hand, going to be following the same path. Just going to be folding here. Same thing with Jackie. And I don't think Maras is going to be defending the Jack-10 off either. So Baichku is going to be picking up the blinds and antes here, I would assume. Morat does get out of the way, shows the hand as well. I wonder, can anyone help with the pronunciation of the Polish player that I'm trying to figure out? I think I'm around the money, in fairness, in terms of pronunciation. But I don't think it's an actual official German or Polish name, is it? I don't think so. Or at least I have not saw a name like that before, / heard that name. But I'm going to roll with Boichku. And if I'm wrong, please someone tell me. And break it down word for word how to pronounce it. Got Jackie here now on the dealer with the 10-9 offsuit. Morak gets all the way in the small blind. Kamal, I should say. I mean, it's a spot again that you just don't have that much fold equity. And we did see him fold trees in a previous example from a raise first in from under the gun. But I think in this situation, it might be a little bit different because of Jackie just opening on the button. As I said, the only downside is here you don't have that much fold equity. He does fold, man. I'm not sure about that one. I think if he was a little bit deeper, it's going to be fine to 3-bet jam, but maybe that's still a 3-bet jam there, lads. I think against Jackie, it's definitely still a 3-bet jam. But as I said, the major downside is you just don't have that much fold equity. Stratos is in the house, mate. Sorry, I had to refresh the Twitch chat there, so welcome on in, my good man. He's just saying, I'm just catching up on that, bro. He's like, hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all doing well in your part of the world. Likewise, my G. And Johan is saying, thanks, Stratos. So we're going to have a cheese fondant with our youngest son. Nice to have the communicators or the people that have built up a relationship, lads. It's really nice to see. For the commentator, I just give a hint. He did not play at this table, and he played on the camera table at the day 2. That's my boy. Nice. Okay, so Pieter is saying Boychu is just his nickname. You can spell this BYQ. Yeah, so it's kind of on the money in fairness, Pieter. In fairness, man. BYQ. IQ. Let's roll with that, man. As I said, I knew it wasn't an official name. But yeah, it's not like I'm well versed on Polish first names and stuff like that, man. There's a lot of Irish names that, you know, if they were on the graphics for a player that was on a feature table that was Irish, I would assume you guys would probably have a similar experience in terms of pronunciation for some of them. Quiva being one of them, Siobhan being another one, Tig is another one. And there's probably a good few more after that, but that's the only ones I can think of off the top of my head. But yeah, I'll just go with the boy Q, as I was saying, Pieter. I'm probably butchering your name as well, bro, on YouTube. We get the raise here from Bart with the queen 10 suited. And he's going to fold around to Boichku in the big blind. He does, oh sorry, in the small, oh no, it's in the big blind, yeah. My apologies. It does elect to fold. So let's not forget, lads, there's 14 players remaining. Average stack is around 7 milli. And for €250 buy-in, my good people, you are playing for 60k up top, alongside a WSOP main event ticket for the top 5 finishers as well. It's always going to be fun to commentate on the ticket bubble. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Back to the action here. We've got Ralph, who's opening the 7-8 suited UTG. Jackie feeling spicy, but not spicy enough. Gets out of the way. Kamal, not a whole lot going on here with this as well. Just going to be getting out of the way. And Ralph does take that down there, thankfully. See Matteo coming in for a raise with the ace-8 off in the cutoff. Rav defending in the big blind with the queen-jack off. Eska is saying beach Q is the pronunciation. Okay, I'll do my best to keep that in mind. Do my best. You'll get a check call here from Ralph with the 2 overs and a gut shot, which he does end up improving to on the turn. I imagine this is going to go check, check. Surprise, surprise. Not the first time I'm going to be wrong, and definitely not the last time. I think this is also far too thin from Matteo to bet this on the turn, because a lot of the time you're not going to get called by many worse hands here, lads. Although maybe with the ace, it might be okay, because you can still get called by worse ace-x, or sorry, 8x. But yeah, definitely going to go check, check on the turn now, on the river. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit too thin on the turn there, bro. But you know, at the same time, I don't hate it with the kicker that you had. I think that's probably the only exception there with the ace-8 to potentially bet that again on the turn. Maybe you could stretch it with king-8. That's about it, though. I think the rest of it, you just want to be checking back a lot with that 8x. Murat gets all the way. I do recognize Murat from previous streams as well. I'm nearly sure. Next week, the German Poker Day Mystery Bounty at Kings. After that, the combined EPF and Dutch Classics at Kings. €299 buy-in, 1 million guaranteed. I will play this tournament at Kings. That sounds sick, man. Yeah, I've always, and I'm sure you'd can relate to this as well, Johan, that the guarantees that Kings throw up, lads, is just fantastic. You know, if I was a live player or even an MTT player, I think I'd be traveling a little bit more often to these sort of events. Like €250 buy-in tournament, massive guarantee up top, you know. In this example, I mean. Yeah, I'm just looking at the schedule here as well, Johan. It's like you have a 300k guarantee for the German Poker Day, a 1 million guarantee for the EPF as well. Dutch Classics, or the Dutch Poker Tour is like 300k. Yeah, so it's like always like 100, 200, 500 Massive guarantees, man. And the buy-ins are probably relatively decent as well, I'd assume. But yeah, Jackie contemplating life here with 10-5 offsuit. Stratos is saying, hope to get you see you at the final table. Be nice, nice story to tell, wouldn't it? Very, very nice story to tell. He does elect a call with 10-5 off, which I am not a fan of, even though it's like 4 big blinds or 3 big blinds or so. Maybe it's still fine, but maybe you just still want to let this go, lads. I'm not sure about this one. Okay, no 5 there for Jackie. Kamal in pretty good shape. Oh, a good shot. Always a sweat. Always a sweat, lads. Never plain sailing, is it? You just hold, thankfully. Kamal does get that much needed double up, and now he's around that 10 big blinds, lads. 9 to 10. He's still breathing. He's still breathing. Got to give him credit. Folded the 2s. In an example, folded the 3s when he was very, very short as well. Found the queens, and now found the ace-10. I managed to double up with both of them hands, so... Personally, myself, I would have gone broke in the pocket 2s and pocket 3s hand. But Kamal knows better than I, and that's why Kamal is down to the last 14, and I'm sitting in my room in Ireland doing this commentary crack. Someone has to do it, I guess. On to the next hand we go. Hand number 37, and we're just over 2.5 hours into the final day coverage of this German Poker Masters Easter edition. As I said at the start of the stream, I hope you guys have had a good week. You've had a good weekend, given that it was Easter. Didn't do a whole lot myself, I'm not going to lie. I had 3 drinks yesterday. Might have had a pizza last night, just saying. Sundays are usually my day off, so went to watch a football match in my local area, and then went for a few drinks afterwards, as you do. Very common in Ireland to do that, FYI. So yeah, that was my plan, or my day yesterday. Got back around 8 PM, and I was in bed by 10. I'm getting too old for this crack, lads. Anyways, button versus big blind here. We got Ralph with the 7-8 off. Murat defending in the big blind, and Ralph starting off with a bet here. He's going to meet some resistance from Murat, who calls relatively quickly with the pair of jacks. 4 diamonds on the turn here. Flush draw for both. Does go check, check. And Murat is going to win this hand, unless something spicy happens here on the river by Raf, which I can't imagine is going to be the case. Does get out of the way, and Murat does take that pot down. Well played, mate. Well played, mate. So here we have the chip counts. Again, not much has changed except the blind structure. So Ralph and Bart, the 2 head boys. Ralph obviously having a decent chip advantage over Bart. And you have Murat and Matteo in 3rd and 4th. And then 5th, 6th and 7th is Jackie, Kamal and Boichku. Or BQ. Or ByQ. I'm just going to go with ByQ. It's just easier. But either way. Sub 10 big blinds for the 2 shorter stacks. But as As I said, Kamal was a lot shorter than BQ. And you get 2 double ups, much needed double ups. And Bart does pick up the... I mean, it's definitely not people's favourite hand in poker, but it is a premium nonetheless. And that is pocket jacks. The pocket jocks. Jackie with the Jack 6 off here. Would make a great meme if Jackie picked up jacks, wouldn't it? Yeah, so it falls around to Kamal in the big blind. And, I mean, this is still going to be okay to defend versus a min raise, but we've seen Kamal in terms of pre-flop stuff here that he maybe doesn't like to defend too wide. Obviously, his stack was a lot shorter in that time frame, to be fair, but we have saw that tendency of him to maybe not defend as wide as he should. But I do think versus that min raise, he maybe should at least consider defending. But off that stack size, maybe it gets a little bit closer, but I still think it's fine. I still think it's fine. All around to Ralph here in the hijack. Fall around to Kamal in the small blind, who's going to be getting out of the way with the 9-7 offsuit. Matteo as well. Probably not going to be defending this hand, I would assume. Shows the king for whatever reason. Sandro saying great commentaries. I do appreciate that feedback, sir. This is not my full-time gig by any means, but as I mentioned already, I am just covering for Dan, who is normally in the booth. And also FYI as well, guys, I do stream on Twitch and YouTube once a week. I'm also a content creator heavily on a weekly basis as well. Usually putting out 2 to 3 videos on average a week alongside streaming. So if you guys are interested, be sure to check out Alan F Poker on Twitch, YouTube, and basically all other social media platforms. We have an all-in here from BQ though. After Jackie getting a little bit out of line here, raising with Jack 2 off. Can't imagine Jackie is going to be calling here. Although stranger things have happened, but maybe not this strange, with all due respect. I'll be totally honest with you lads, I never understood this. This long decision with a hand that you're just basically never going to call. Unless the graphics are wrong here, which I assume is not the case, by the way. He does fold, eventually. Eventually. Obviously a very, very standard 3-bet jam there from ByQ. On to the next hand we go, my good people. On to the next hand we go. Ral picking up the ace-3 suited and booted. See Jackie with the King-Jack offsuit here under the gun +1. We do get the all-in from Jackie. Raf is not going to be calling this, obviously. As I said, Raf, I imagine, is going to be getting out of the way here too. He's going to think about it, but as I said, probably just going to be going in the bin. Oops, my bad. Cheers for that, Jay. Or Johan. I keep saying Jay Wiz. Giving us an old shout out in the chat, my good man. Do appreciate it. Back to the action here, nonetheless. So they get a raise from Maras and a defend from Ralph in the big blind. A little bit of top pair action for Ralph. Not a whole lot going on for Maras, unfortunately. Does go check, check. 5 of spades in the turn. See Ralph reaching for chips. That looks around 600k, 700k. Marat does elect to fold on the turn, which I think is the correct play. And he shows the queen of diamonds. Or he picks the queen of diamonds, I should say. 50-50 chance there, obviously. See Marat now with the ace-10 off. Does come in for a raise. Goes around to Bart on the button with the ace-jack off. Contemplating what to do. Marat doing some speech play there against Bart. He's going to get the bad news after Marat said that. Fires out the 3-bet. Marat maybe should have said nothing there. Just saying. He does get out of the way. Marat asking him to show. The only words that will be coming out of my mouth is that you'll see it on the stream, huh? Blinds are still the 125 and 250k with the 250k big blind ante. Let's fold around to Bart here with the 8-6 off and the cutoff. He does elect to get out of the way. Ralph does the same thing alongside that. And Jackie just open shoves the 18 big blinds. Marat's obviously not going to call this time. Very, very big open shove in fairness. He's very splashy, Jackie, isn't he? Pros and cons to that, obviously. Pros and cons. See Matteo picking up this ace-10 off here. Comes in for a raise. Still have 14 players remaining, lads. There will be a break. Jewis, he says he's about to run into a better hand. Kamal here now with the 6-5 suited. Again, just going to be getting out of the way. Or maybe I spoke too soon. He's contemplating it. He does elect to make the right decision, in my opinion. It's close though in that situation, given he was in the big blind, and yeah, I mean, maybe it might have been okay to defend. I didn't actually see the raise first in size in there. What was it, like 2.1? My Jackie plays with fire. I got that impression, Sandro, in fairness, mate. Very much so. See Bart picking up the ace-6 suited. Probably going to be coming in for a raise. Jackie picking up king-queen suited, decides to cold call. Marat then on the button with the 9-8 suited. Probably going to be tempted to cold call here as well, but decides not to. Kamal going to be getting out of the way as well. See if Matteo picks up a playable hand here, and he does. So we are going to be going multi-way here, I would assume. I don't think Matteo is going to be folding this hand in this situation. As I said, we are going 3-way to this flop, lads. Let's see what it brings. Well, there's a piece for everyone there. Good shot and a backdoor flush draw for Jackie. Top pair, backdoor flush draw for Bart. And then bottom 2 pair for Matteo. So this could definitely get a little bit on the spicy side, if I do say so myself. See Bart coming out with a C-bet, 625k. Jackie's going to be forced to call one here. Does call. And in this situation with Matteo's hand, it's just a mandatory raise here. Does just ship it. It's a pretty big all-in here, to be fair, as well. I mean, if you get called here, you're probably only getting called by better, I would assume, because it's a rainbow texture, and if Matteo had Queen Jack or Jack 9, do you really think he just ships over this? Probably not. I think he's just going to call and try and get there. So this is looking very, very strong here from Matteo. Now, the other side of that coin is, does he ever play like ace-10 or ace-8 this way, in terms of just like ripping for 21 more big blinds? And I don't think he's going to do that. So it's a bit of a weird one that if he has draws, he might just want to call and try and get there. And then when he has like top of range here, does he ever want to just jam? But either way, It's a very, very big jam by Matteo here in this example. Obviously, Jackie's just going to be a very easy fold here. He does get out of the way, which is expected. I'm not sure what's the correct play there, to be honest. I mean, again, raising the vast majority of the time there, I would say. But as I said, that all in there now was just a very, very big raise. As I said, if you get called there after you check raise top or bottom two pair, you're probably not in great shape. Like, I'm not even sure about ace king or ace queen there. Is that supposed to be a call versus that all in? You know? It's probably not meant to be, you know? Like, if I forget who had ace six of diamonds there, but like, he has to still worry about Jackie behind, who just called. So like, I don't think he can call off ace king, ace queen there because he has to worry about Jackie, who just called behind him as well, you know? So you could argue that Jackie was still technically, I'm not going to say technically, but potentially still uncapped. They get a raise here from Ralph, nonetheless. Does get through. Does get through. Camille questioning whether he wants to run this with this hand. I severely doubt he will, and he does elect to fold. And Matteo folds on the button as well. And Bart gets a walk of the big blind, which is never a bad complaint with that hand. See Murat here picking up the ace-queen offsuit, going to be coming in for a raise. He does elect to do so. Makes it 3x raise, which is on the bigger side. I mean, outside of the norm, we'll say. Falls around to Ralph in the big blind. And versus the 3x in this positions, lads, I think we just maybe want to consider folding this, but Does elect to defend. This one's definitely close versus Marat's race first in sizing, in my opinion, anyways. But he does outflop Mr. Marat with the ace queen, and it goes check check very quickly on the flop. Check on the turn from Ralph, and check again from Marat. I think Marat's hand now is very, very face up to what he has. But still going to be a spot where Ralph isn't going to value bet this river, and it just goes check check. Marat a little bit annoyed that Ralph shows the 7. But yeah, I mean, not a lot more he could do there, in fairness. Marat here now with the king 5 suited under the gun. We did have an elimination on an outer table by the looks of it, lads. We are now down to 13 players. There's obviously going to be a seat redraw when we are down to the final 9. There's still a couple of eliminations to happen before we are in that situation. See Matteo coming in for a raise here. Fold around to Jackie in the big blind, and he's not going to be defending the ace 2, and Matteo does take that down. There indeed is a page on Mr. Johan. You have a dealer change, and we also have the updated chip count. So you can see Ralph in a very dominating chip lead at the moment with 73 big blinds. Bart and Matteo in 2nd and 3rd. Murat and Jackie in 4th and 5th. And then ByQ and Kamal, the 2 shortest stacks on this feature table at the moment. Blinds still 125k, 250k with a running big blind ante of 250k also. You're talking over 600k in dead money, lads, before any cards are dealt. So plenty to fight for. Matteo picking up back-to-back ace queen. Offsuit variation in the last hand and the suited one this time. 600k is the, or sorry, 525k is the raise. ByQ with this hand might be tempted to 3-bet jam here against Matteo. Close spot. Again, if this is in later formations, I think this would be a very easy rejam, but he decides to run us in this example, and he's obviously going to get snapped off by Matteo, who's going to be in relatively decent shape against ByQ's ace 10. As I said, lads, even though he has ace X dominated here, ace 10 still has 34% equity. These hands just always make me feel not ideal based on them equities. But either way, Matteo is a favourite here. And we go to a all-in situation. Ace Queen versus Ace 10. Flop is 8-4-2 rainbow. So ByQ needs a 10 and a 10 only. We will be losing ByQ in 13th place. We do unfortunately lose this player, ByQ. At least I won't have to worry about butchering his name going forward. But either way, decent run for ByQ. Nets himself 3.3k. Not a bad ROI for a €250 buy-in tournament. Out of 2,000 players as well, FYI. Just over 2,000 players. 2005, I think, yeah. Matteo picking up the 10-8 suited here. Elects to fold. Bart gets out of the way. Ralph gets out of the way. Jackie going to get out of the way. Murat, on the other hand, is not going to be getting out of the way. This is a spot where he should be jamming very, very wide against Kamal's very, very short stack. That looks like a call. No, it's a raise, excuse me. I mean, it's basically an all-in here against Kamal's hand. Like, you know, it's not like he's going to call here and leave himself 0.3 of a big blind behind or something silly like that, you know. It's basically a commit and raise. And he does decide to run it with the 9-6 suited. And he's gotten the bad news. We could have back-to-back eliminations here, lads, unless Mr. Kamal decides to get relatively lucky in this example. Not in great shape against Murat's kings. Needs clubs, sixes, nines. A lot of help. Let's see if it comes. I mean, there is some backdoor equity with gut shots, but running sixes, running nines is about it, and that is it on the turn. Murat finishes off Kamal, and like that, Kamal nets himself 3.3k, similar to our previous elimination, and like that, there will be a small pay jump for the next elimination, going from 3.3k to 3.85, thereabouts. So 2 more eliminations, lads, and we will have our final table. I'm not sure what the chip stacks look like on the outer tables, but we are currently 5-handed here, if I'm not mistaken. Or I can't count. Probably a mix of both. Probably a mix of both, but yeah. Outer table is 6-handed. This table seems to be 5-handed. So short-handed play, I much enjoy more than 8-9-handed, to be honest with you. All right, let's get out of the way there with the Jack 4. Wow, you steal my remark. My apologies, Johan. My apologies. I won't say anything for any other pay jump, okay? My apologies, bro. Imagine the one time I do say it. The one time I do say it, you're on me. You're on me. Gentle reminder, Johan. Who's the boss? Yeah. Who's the head mod? We got Raf here coming in for the raise with the King Queen suited. Goes around to Matteo in the small blind with the 7-5 offsuit, just going to be folding. And Bart probably going to be folding the 6-4 off as well. On to the next hand we go, my good people. Now, so basically the 2 shortest stacks just got eliminated there, lads, back to back. As I said, by Q was sitting around 9 big blinds, and then obviously Kamal was sitting around that 3 to 4 big blind range. So we did lose them 2 players back to back, who were the 2 shortest stacks on this feature table. I don't have any information on chip counts on the outer table, so I can't comment if there is many other shorter stacks in the field. But regardless of that, lads, we will be playing down to 9 players, and then there will be a redraw, and then after that we will be playing down to a wiener. Matteo here now with the Queen 8 suited. He does come in for a raise, but Bart is probably not going to be letting him get away with that. He will be more than likely 3-betting. Does look like he's at least chopping out a call, but he's reaching for a fair handful of chips. They do not look like calling ones. They look like 3-betting ones. And 3-bet it is. He does 3-bet to 2.1 million. Now, I imagine Matteo is just going to be folding here in this example, which does happen. On to the next hand we go, my good people. On to the next hand we go. See Matteo picking up Mamacitas. He just come in for a raise, obviously. Not a whole lot going on behind. And then Jackie in the big blind, who is a little bit on the shorter side, as we can see. Bear in mind, lads, when we're playing 5-handed here, you're going to be in the blinds a decent amount of the time. So you're going to have to try and steal/defend as much as you possibly can, again within reason. And I did see the blinds have gone up to 150k, 300k with a 300 big blind ante as well. Johan is saying, I will prepare dinner now. Enjoy the stream. Likewise, my man. Enjoy your meal. Hopefully I don't have to wait too much longer for this to go down to the final 9 where I can make something to eat myself, but don't really have a choice in that, bro. But either way, enjoy your food. Appreciate the accommodation as well, Johan, with the payouts and stuff like that, my man. Now we do have Matteo opening the ace-10 suited here, and Bart waking up with the big schlick. So these guys are playing slightly more than the tournament average in terms of chip count. So you can see that in the top right corner, guys, of 9.1 million is the average stack. Bart does 3-bet. See if Matteo wants to defend versus 3-bet. One would imagine he's going to. Murat, again, not really anything he can do with this hand, just going to be folding. Back round to Matteo here. Does elect to call. I mean, not a whole lot going on for either player here, but Matteo does have some backdoor flush equity. Wonder what he's contemplating here. He does check. Pretty bad board for Bart here. Bart contemplating what to do here. Probably going to check it back, I guess, but maybe he might bet here every now and again. Does elect to do so this time, which I don't mind. You definitely want to bet this hand every now and again. I don't know how often you should bet it, but there's still a lot of, like, you know, 9-10, Jack 10, Queen Jack, stuff like that we need to deny equity to. Although if we get check called on this board here, we're probably never getting check called by worse. That's the thing. Maybe there might be some Ace Jack, Ace Queen that needs to call here. It's not the, well, it is around a 1/3 bet, I guess. Something like that, yeah. Global Golden Horse is asking, have we outer table info? Unfortunately not, bro. Unfortunately not. Only information we have for that is the graphic in the top right corner for the total players left in the field. So, unfortunately, we don't have that information, as I said. Would be nice to have the info, by the way. Just saying. Either way, Matteo with a bit of the decision here. And Matteo does fold. Bart's going to be pretty happy with that result, by the way. Yeah, guys, we've over 100 people watching on Twitch and over 200 people on YouTube. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Jackie, probably the shortest stack on this table at the moment. He's contemplating coming in for a raise here on the button with the 10-9 offsuit. Does elect to get out of the way. Murat, oh no, we had Garrett just as well he did, because Murat's after waking up with a monster. A monster. I'm not really a fan of this as well. Like, you know, this hand in this situation is just unbelievable. That limping is good. Shoving all in my opinion, is not good. I would rather raise a normal size there or limp with that hand. And how I make that decision between one and the other is going to be solely based on my perception of who's in the big blind. Like, there's just other parts of your range that you want to do that with, open shove for 18 big blinds, and I just don't think Ace King suited is going to be one of those, personally.
Okay. Let's play. Now I will defend.
See Ralph here now with the pocket eights, aka the snowmen. Golden Horse, I answered your question, bro, but you clearly didn't hear me. I said we don't have outer table info, bro. I said the only information we have is what's in the top right corner of the graphics, which shows the field. Outside of that, I just don't have any information, unfortunately, bro. We do see Ralph taking that down there.
You always open when I have crash hands in big blind.
See Murad here now with the king queen off in the cutoff. Going to be coming in for a raise.
You will see the hand in TV. Kamal, ich muss dein Fieber messen. Aber gute Hand habe ich gehabt. Ich habe gedacht, irgendwas stimmt aber nicht genau.
Oh, we got a big one here, lads. We got a big mofo here. We got the 3-bet from Ralph, and this is music to Bart's ear with the aces on the button. Absolute music to his ear here. Big pot coming here, lads. It's the second time we've saw aces versus queens, by the way. He does elect a 4-bet, and Raf doesn't waste any time with the 5-bet all in. If I'm not mistaken, or maybe he's just counting this out. I thought he said all in there. Is that just a call? Interesting. Or is it a 5-bet? That looks like a call. All right, lads, we go to a flop. We go to a flop. Oh no, wait, I misread this. It is a 5-bet. And it is an all-in and a call. What a monster pot, lads. I misread that. Apologies. I thought Raf called, but 28 million chip pot here, lads. Monster pot. The biggest pot of the tournament so far here. And Bart is praying to the poker gods here that his aces hold in this example. Obviously a very unfortunate spot here for Ralph. But Bart in a massive favourite here. And he's doing all right so far. Needs to dodge running straight cards or a queen. He's doing all right so far. Needs to dodge a queen here, and Bart is going to be a massive chip leader, and he does manage to do so. What a hand to pick up against the table chip leader, Ralph, who was unfortunate to be on the wrong end of that with that hand. Huge pot, 28 million. Nearly 100 big blinds of a pot, lads. Huge. Huge at this point. Massive, massive pot. Congrats to Bart. Unfortunate for Ralph. The guys are asking on the YouTube chat, I need player info, not quantity. Quantity I can see on screen. As I said, bro, I don't have any information, unfortunately, on the outer tables. Only what I have here. So yeah, we can see there with Bart, 94 big blinds now at this point. Matteo and Murat in second and third. And then Ralph, who unfortunately lost that massive pot with queens. Still has 16 big blinds and plenty of maneuverability. And then Jackie, who is our short stack with 7 big blinds here, probably needs to make some moves sooner rather than later. Again, lads, I just don't have any information for Georgie or the alopecia man, unfortunately, so I apologize for that. Does someone have the payouts, please? I can give you what we have on Twitch here, bro. They haven't been updated, but it's something like this, my man. Oh, there's too many characters there now. Hold on a second here now. I'll try and send you that information on YouTube. So that's the payouts at the moment, PH, on YouTube. I hope you can see that. Yeah, and then the top 5 finishers then also get a Day 1A WSOP main event ticket also. So that's what we're looking at there. Hopefully you can see that a Nightbot didn't spam me. But yeah, that's what the payouts look like at the moment, PH, on YouTube. Stevla's asking why they overplay always their queens. I mean, it's going to be pretty goddamn difficult, bro, to get away from queens in that situation. Small blind versus button, in my opinion. Although, I don't expect people to be 4-bet bluffing as much as they should, or potentially as much as they should. We do get the all-in from Ralph for another 15 big blinds or so on top. Decides to 3-bet all in here versus Bart's raise, and Murat in the big blind. Not going to be calling 7s, obviously. I don't think Bart is going to be calling the ace-9 suited either. When starts the World Series main event, 10.3k December? I think it's a little bit earlier than that Golden Horse. I think it's usually around October, November, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe even a little bit earlier than that. I can probably check that, actually. Yeah, try and find that for you. Yeah, so it's October Golden Horse is when it is. October, if I'm not mistaken here, let me check. Yeah, so from the 16th of October, bro, till the 28th of October is the length of time it's on, from what I can see. Oh, that's the World Series of Poker circuit, actually. I mean, World Series of Poker Europe. Just give me a moment here, bro. Trying to find this information here. Yeah, so it's from the 18th of the 9th to the 9th of the 10th. So it's around this mid-September to the first week of October is what it is. And I apologize, lads. We are actually having an all-in here in this situation. I was too busy filtering out something else. So Bart ended up calling Ralph's all-in here. And Ralph does double up here. I'm not really a big fan of that call by Bart. I'm not really a fan of that call. It's a pretty big squeeze, pretty big 3-bet all in. Maybe ace-9 might be in there. Well, as I like to say, lads, it's going to be very dependent on who's 3-bet jamming, like what happened there. Golden Horse is saying, need to play this event for the first life, change money. I know, man. Everyone has that similar perspective. But it would be nice to even cash in it, no? Be nice to cash in it if you free rolled into it or won a ticket, no? That would be the sweet spot. So Bart after doubling up Ralph there now, where he was, you know, whatever, 16 big blinds or so. How many euro was it last year for first place? I actually don't know off the top of my head, man. I don't know. I think it was like 1.3 million from what I can see here, bro. 1.3 million euro. Yeah, no, 1.3, not 3. 1.3 million. I think your man won, and the winner was trying to think. Yeah, 1.3 million for first, anyways. Last year, which is a nice little payday, obviously. All right, back to the action here. I'll try not get sidetracked again with all them wonderful questions from chat. So it goes check on the flop here. Raf with pocket sixes and Murat with ace-9 off. He does decide to probe this turn. And Raf wastes no time in calling. Goes check, and Raf like right back in this again, lads. It's like he never got cooler there 2 hands ago. You get a dealer change, and here are the updated chip counts. So like literally, Raf was in 4th place 2 hands ago, lads, 3 hands ago maybe. And now he's right back up there. As I said, it's like he literally didn't lose that all-in or got coolered with the queens against aces previously. So yeah, still plenty to play for. As I said, Jackie is still our short stack at the moment. You get the all-in from Jackie with the pocket 9s here, 3-betting over Ralph's open with the 7-8 suited. Ralph might actually just be tempted to call this because he's getting a relatively good price, and I actually think this is not going to be performing too badly against Jackie's all-in range here, or 3-bet all-in range. And he does end up calling here. So we'll see how this develops, lads. Just unfortunate that Jackie has pocket 9s in this example. It's not always going to be the case, obviously. But he's not out of the woods yet, as I like to say. Dealer's just waiting on the go-ahead. Okay, he's got to go ahead there now. Some backdoors for Ralph, but other than that, clutching at straws here in terms of potential get there. And that's all she wrote on the turn, lads. Jackie is going to get a much-needed double up. Sandro still in the chat, supporting Jackie. Still in it, bro. Golden Horse is asking, final table 9 or 8 max. It is 9-handed, my good man. So as I said, 2 more eliminations, and we will be down to the FT. So we will. On to the next hand we go. Bourbon, please, saying 4:05 in the morning, Tuesday morning here. I need sleep. It is currently 5 p.m. here in Ireland. So yeah, bit of a slight difference, Bourbon. You're probably based in Australia or down south there, man, no? Or should I say, I know you're a woman, but you mentioned you were. But if you're 12 hours ahead, you're probably Australia, New Zealand, maybe somewhere in Asia, not too sure. Oh, I love this tune in the background, lads. All right, so we get a bet here from Ralph with the 7-6 suited, and Bart is just going to get out of the way.
Did you have something?
Hopschwitz. Assuming that's something got to do with Switzerland. Them days of me staying up all hours playing poker are long behind me.
How much did you play? How much?
Just not able to function the next day. So we need 2 killer coolers from the dealer snappily, something like that, bro. Yeah, at least at that point, then Golden Horse will have all the information on the table because it'll be the final 9. It'll be the final 9, so we won't have to be asking questions about what's going on the outer tables. So we're about 3 hours, 41 minutes into the stream so far, lads. It's a great tune in the background. Can't beat Snow Patrol. Can't beat a bit of Snow Patrol. Facts. We get the raise here from Matteo and a very swift all-in from Signor Jackie Barossa from Switzerland. Maybe in future will be both table TV like a Triton. Yeah, he does fold pretty quickly, Matteo. Yeah, the Triton series, man. Obviously the TV coverage is obviously fantastic in terms of production. You got to give credit where credit is due as well with Kings, man. They don't skimp on that either. I know, as I said, not having the outer table info, it's not ideal, but I was in Rosvedov for the WSOP I think it was 2-3 years ago, at least 2 years ago, maybe 3, probably no more than 3. And just to experience the venue in Kings, man, is just very, very unique. It's an amazing poker room. Caters for everyone. But yeah, very, very nice location. And poker going 24/7, man. Would highly recommend experiencing it at some stage in your life, if at all possible. Especially if you're an avid poker fan, which by the sounds of it you are. All right, we got Jackie on the button here with the Queen 8 offsuit. He does take it down. Jackie's on a roll, boys. Jackie is on a roll. No stopping Jackie now. All the way to the Swiss Alps. The man knows no bounds, no ceilings. All right, we got Matteo here with the Jack 10 offsuit in the small blind. Does elect to limp, and Bart wakes up with the King Jack offsuit. He's going to be ISOing over the limp, and Matteo is going to be limp calling, one would imagine. Which does happen. We get the flop of Queen High here, rainbow. Backdoors for both players. He does take it down. Happy days for Bart. Got Jackie here now under the gun with the Ace-6 offsuit. Keep in mind, we are five-handed here, lads. Not going to say this is a premium in this position, but it's definitely not bad. But he does elect to fold. Does elect to fold. Morat on the other hand with 14 big blinds. Looks like he's coming in for a raise or a call by the looks of it. 300k. Bart with a decision in the small blind here with the King Queen of Hearts. Again, we all know he's going to be raising here. Just depends on what size he decides to go with. He's been definitely picking up some hands, to be fair to him, in these situations. Ralph in the big blind. Oh, yeah, he's going to be contemplating here calling, and he does select a call, and that's going to price out Murat, which is interesting. But definitely a nice hand to call here from Ralph, in my opinion. And there is some connectivity going on here, lads. So we have a pair of sevens with a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and then we have Bart with obviously the flush draw and the 2 overs. And again, backdoor straight draw to go alongside that. So neither player going to be going anywhere on the flop, just more so what the turn card brings. Starts with a bet of 1.45 million, which is just below 5 big blinds or so of a bet, and a pretty quick call by Ralph. And now Bart does improve to the second notes. I'd really like him to check this hand sometimes. See what he does though. Reaching for chips again. Pink chip is 500k, I believe so. Golden horse, yeah. We just continue betting for around 2.2 million, 2.5, yeah, 2.8. What? Raf just shoves the turn, lads. Shoves the turn dead. Why? Oh man, don't know what that was about, lads. I mean, there's card distribution and then there's somebody doing something that they shouldn't be doing. There's a big, big difference, but a very, very nice pot to Bart. And, you know, with all due respect to Ralph, that was a very, very questionable play. A very, very questionable play. So just like that, lads, we are down to 10 players. And there's going to be a player brought over from the outer tables just to balance the 10 players remaining. It wouldn't be fair for these guys to stay battling four-handed when there's 6 players on an outer table. So I would assume that they are going to bring someone over from the outer table. Or maybe I'm wrong, I'm not too sure. But I'm assuming they will. One more, Mr. Dealer. One more indeed. I mean, even that wasn't the dealer's fault, to be fair. But either way, Bart just laughing with what he has in terms of total chips here. Matteo and Jackie in second and third, and then Murat in fourth place at the moment. So, as I said, Bart laughing in terms of the amount of chips he has at this point in the tournament. And if he stays getting players to do what Ralph did in the previous hand, he's only going to get richer and richer. But either way, in a very, very good position right now with 113 big blinds. See how this develops here, lads. I'm not sure if people are just going to wait until maybe someone is going to get moved over. Could be waiting for, yeah, so that's our new player joining the table here now. So I believe this new player is Benjamin, who was on the feature table before the redraw for the final 16. As I said, I do recognize Benjamin's name from the feature table previously. Yeah, that's what they ended up doing, Golden Horse, to be fair, bro. They ended up doing that. They had to bring one over there. He couldn't leave four-handed there. So yeah, we have 2 tables of 5, lads. One more elimination, and we will be down to the final 9. which is going to be fun. Fun on the bun, as they like to say. So we have Bart raising the Jack 10 offsuit, and Benjamin, as I said, I'm not sure if he was on the feature table, but I'm nearly sure there was a Benjamin on the previous one. I'm nearly sure. But either way, we have him on the table right meow. On to the next hand we go, my good people. All right, got Matteo here with the King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. We'll fold around to Benjamin in the small blind with the Queen 5 off. Again, he's just going to be getting out of the way. Just going to be getting out of the way. Goes around to Jackie in the big blind with 9-7 off. Decides to defend. Not a whole lot going on for either player here. Not a whole lot. He does get the fold on the flop. Matteo's not going to be complaining about that. All right, we got Matteo picking up the big slick here. Pretty strong hand in a 5-handed game. Kubas, right meow. I know, mate. I do have a tendency to say that every now and again instead of saying now. I think that's, I don't know if you ever saw that movie, man. Oh, God. It's really, really old movie. I can't think of it, but there was, it was basically like the state police troopers in the US, man. The movie that was about that. And I think one of the clips in the movie, he has that reference of saying meow instead of now. So that's where I got that from. I cannot think of the name. Ah, Super Troopers. Super Troopers, that's the name of it. Super Troopers is the name of it. Anyways, back to the action here because I'm getting sidetracked again. We get a cold call from Benjamin on the button here versus Matteo's open. And Jackie comes along as well with the ace-9 suited, which I think is all very, very standard so far. With a top pair action for Benjamin. Hope to see you soon in Rosvedov on the EFP or EPF. I won't be making that, bro, to be honest with you. Takes a very specific reason for me to travel for live events because I'm mostly just an online player, to be honest. But Matteo does c-bet on this board here with the 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw, and Benjamin with top pair is obviously not going anywhere. We got some more supporters for Matteo as well. Attack. Welcome on in, sir. We go to a turn card, and it is some two-pair action for Benjamin, but Matteo does pick up the gut shot alongside the 2 overs, but obviously the 2 overs are not live. Matteo does check. Obviously Benjamin is going to stab here now once check 2 on the turn. Bit of an annoying spot here now for Matteo. 1.65 million, so yeah. Around half pot bet by the looks of it, or so. It doesn't feel great to check call this OOP, does it? But he's not too willing to let go of this. Versus the range that Benjamin's going to be betting here on the turn, man. I don't think Ace-King is performing that well against it. Again, I know we can see the cards and stuff like that, but what bluffs does Benjamin have here? Like 4-5, maybe some Ace-4, Ace-5, or something like that. Yeah, and he does elect to fold, which I'm happy enough with, to be fair. I just don't think we're getting the right price against Benjamin's range there to check call, or do anything else outside of that. So I think folding there is going to be the correct play. So well played, Bart. Well played, mate. All right, we fold around to Jackie on the button here with the 9-8 suited. Definitely going to be coming in for a raise. Ooh, Murat with the kings now in this situation. What a dream spot against Matteo's King-Jack suited. I mean, again, obviously a standard call here, blind v blind. Murat's probably going to be shoving a lot worse than obviously kings, where King-Jack is going to be performing well enough to call here against that range. Just, again, very unfortunate that Matteo ran into this in this situation. But he has spades. I'm telling you, boys, never easy in poker. Never just comes 2-2-2. That's the end of the hand. Always a chance. Always a chance. And even more of a chance now. Well, obviously equity's decreased now, but still has a jack alongside any spade. And it's a king. He does hold. Big hold there for Murat. And now Matteo, again, not on life support by any means, but definitely on the shorter side now, around 10 big blinds. 11 big blinds, I should say. So yeah, Murat gets a much needed double up, but it was squeaky bum time in that example, to be fair, lads. But he does hold. We get to see more of Murat. Happy days. Back to the action we go, lads. Back to the action we go. All right, we got Jackie here now with the ace-2 offsuit. Does elect to fold. Matteo does fold the small blind, and Bart gets a walk, which again he's not going to be complaining about. Yeah, it's probably a little bit close, I'd say, Sandro, but it's probably still going to be okay. Obviously, you still have to worry about the guy on the button, which is obviously a big concern. Yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, like when you see kings against king jack, you're just like saying, "Oh, maybe he could have avoided that." But you know, it's not always going to be pocket kings in that situation. You know, there's going to be like a lot of under pairs to the king jack. But I think what you mentioned about the guy on the button, although it is Jackie as well, and Jackie's going to be open and wide enough there to maybe not worry too much about what his range looks like after Murat 3-bets all in. I still think it might be okay to call the king jack, but I 100% get where you're coming from. In terms of what you mentioned about, king jack suited in the big blind call when D raised and small blind all in. It's going to be close. And maybe you don't need to take them spots, man, is another way to look at that. If you believe you have an edge in other parts of the game or in MTTs, you maybe don't need to, as I said, overinvest in them spots and just avoid the variance. But, he went for it, didn't work out, on to the next hand. And he's still in it, to be fair, as you can see. But Bart, obviously, main head honcho on this table. And then you have Benjamin and Murat in second and third. And then Jackie and Matteo are again, I'm not going to say shortest. Well, they're technically the shortest stacks, but they're not short, if you get what I mean. Still 10 and 15 big blinds, more than enough maneuverability for a few orbits. But as I said, lads, we are five-handed, so you're going to be in the blinds frequently enough where you might have to take a stand at some point. But it doesn't have to be now, is what I mean. But that's an interesting question, all right, Sandro? Alrighty, we do get a fold from the small blind there. As a chip leader on the table, I'm with you. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And there's a big difference between breathe and room, man. And like preserving your stack as best as you can in terms of like until you get to the final five, because at the final five there's going to be that WSOP main event ticket for the top 5 players. So as I said, you definitely want to make the FT and then try and maneuver as best as you possibly can and get as close to that ticket and try and avoid this kind of, because that is ICM in that situation as well. So that needs to be taken into account. But we get Jackie with the all in here regardless. But I can't imagine Murat is going to be defending in this situation. But yeah, like, even though we're not on the FT, the top 5 people that get the ticket, lads, has to be taken into consideration even now. It has to be taken into consideration probably at the last 2 tables, But the closer we get to that ticket bubble, lads, the more important it is to be very, very aware about different stack sizes and, maneuverability and just making the best approach you can. So, as I said, maybe that King Jack suited based on everything we just spoke about, Sandro. Maybe it is a fold, bro. Maybe it is. In hindsight. But hindsight is great. Hindsight is great after you lose half your stack, We do get the raise here from Benjamin with the pocket sixes. And Matteo might be tempted to defend this, but he is very, very short or on the shorter side. He does elect to do so. On go the shades. Not a whole lot going on for either player here. I think if Benjamin just bets this hand, he's going to be taking it down. And I'll be taking it down, that's it. If he decides to do so, which, again, I'd be surprised if he doesn't. And a pretty quick fold there by Matteo. I do believe there's going to be a break relatively soon as well, lads. It's more so for just, I think it's every 2 to 3 hours there's a break, if there isn't a redraw or anything like that, you know. I think we're probably coming close enough to that point, but I will let you guys know when I know for sure myself. I do see Murrah picking up kings again. This is actually the 3rd or 4th time he's picked up kings, by the way. He just decides to open shove, which, again, I'm not a big fan of, because you just don't want to be open shoving 22 big blinds here with this hand, lads. You're just like losing a ton of value against. You just get people to fold nearly their entire range there when you have a very, very strong hand. So like just raise normal there. Go for your 2.1, your 2.2. There's no need to open ship 22 big blinds. I think the only benefit of potentially doing that if he had the small blind and big blind covered. But that wasn't the case. The big blind is literally the chip leader of the tournament, I would assume. And you're just shoving 22 big blinds into that. So I'd much prefer just a small raise there. Maybe get Matteo to 3-bet jam, or potentially in the big blind to 3-bet bluff against you or something like that. But either way, life goes on, as they say. So we get the all in here by Jackie. Looks like he's going to be getting through here unless Benjamin picks up something, and he does not. Jan is asking about chips. So the pink chips are 500k, bro. The grey ones are 100, and I believe the blues are 50k. Kings all in with 25 big blinds is really bad, yeah. As I said, I'm not a fan of it either, bro. Not a fan of it either. I kind of explained why I'm not a fan of it, by the way, as well. But yeah, I do think we're going to go on a 10 to 15 minute break after this hand, lads. As I said, it usually happens around the 2 to 3 hour time frame if there hasn't been a redraw or anything like that. Dimension is Allo. Allo, sir. Dimension 7. We got Bart now with the 10-9 off on the button. The blue ones could be 25, man, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure. It's one or the other. They're either 25k or 50k. It's one or the other, mate. And yeah, you can see here, lads, there is going to be a short break for 14 minutes. So, as I said, we will come back in that time frame. So don't go too far. Grab a coffee, grab some food, based on where you are. And I'll catch you guys in a bit, all right?
Okay. You can see the bracelet in the bottom right corner of your screen.
I was gonna say it must be an old movie.
What do you mean?
That's what they're playing for.
Just
Me
because you
not
don't know.
seeing it, me not knowing it.
I think it's 2000.
Okay.
Raise them. 3 plus 6 plus.
Nicholas has a very real hand here. Type of hand that you could go either way.
He's gonna go. He's gonna go upstairs with it, though. That's the way he's gonna go.
I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow.
This is wildly unfortunate for Lena. They are deep enough that if Orpin picks a smaller size, which I imagine he will, Lena will feel very compelled to peel. C3 cards.
Did he just
Yeah.
call?
No, I believe he raised to 100,000.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So it is somewhat small sizing.
Yes. Well, he's in position. He doesn't have a full starting stack. He's representing a very strong range of hands. Now, of course, Orpin can have some bluffs as well. Maybe some suited aces, something like that. But the type of hand he's saying that he has is ace, king, maybe jacks are better, something like that. Tens are better.
Oh, us that wouldn't mind jacks or tens. Kings, though, not so much. Let's see if Lena wants to put 60,000 in there. There's 154,000 in there, so he's getting about 2.5 to 1. But he's got to play the hand out of position.
This is one of those spots where you don't feel particularly good about your hand when your opponent puts in the 4-bet, but you still have a very, very high quality suited connector type of hand. So if you do see the flop and you're behind, a lot of good things can happen. And look at this price he's getting. It's only 60,000 more. It's not like he has to put in a tremendously significant portion of his stack or anything.
Hand 40. I've got some fireworks. I saw one heart, and I got a little bit excited for Lena, but the next two cards did not cooperate.
That was a real letdown of a window card, wasn't it?
Well, not if you're Orpin. Orpin's very happy with that flop.
Yes. Orpin knows Lena will just call out of the small blind versus a raise with stuff like pocket 2s, pocket 3s, even potentially pocket 8s sometimes. And if that's the case, Orpin has nothing to be worried about. You know, every now and then his opponent's trapping with pocket aces, but if that's the case, he was going broke either way.
Tiny bet, just 40,000 in the 210. What do you do in these situations where you're getting a good price, your opponent hasn't bet much, but it kind of feels like death by 1,000 paper cuts? You're just going to take 40,000 here for it, and I keep getting the right price to call because, oh, well, it's so cheap.
Well, if you're me, I personally don't like giving my opponents the pleasure of those paper cuts, so I tend to fold early on if I've noticed a trend of them doing that when they have it. For
If you're Lena,
this is grounds for a check raise.
Yeah.
And I want to pretend like my strategy is better, but time has shown that Lena is the guy with the better strategy almost every single time.
Yeah, it's so easy in poker to be results-oriented and look at this particular spot and go, well, what is he doing? But how often does his opponent just not have a hand?
Yeah. Even if your opponent has something like ace-king, ace-queen of spades, for example, they're in a really tough spot right away.
Yeah. Well, there's 534,000 in the pot, and both players with less than that.
Yeah, so Lena's decided it's time to wave the white flag here.
He can still check raise again.
You never know.
Never know with him.
I wouldn't put it outside of the spectrum of possibilities when it comes to Lena. I wouldn't expect it, but when you watch some of the best players in the world, you learn to expect the unexpected a little bit.
Oh, wow. The 5 on the river, which would complete the wheel if either player had an ace in their hand.
Yup. And so this is scary for both players, right? Because both players have a ton of aces in their range. But if you're Lena, this might be one of the worst hands that you have in general. So maybe you want to bluff this one. I'm, of course, wrong, and he decides to check.
Well, Orpin checked back the turn. It's going to go check, check.
Orpin had the check back face, didn't he?
You had the turn.
One time then, please.
A lot with each other.
I'd have to guess so.
I mean,
I don't
you,
know.
You said that she played, what, 15 million hands?
Yeah, but those were at cash.
Good point.
Yeah, so I don't know. Lena's kind of known as the end boss of the
Right.
tournament streets. I don't know how much cash is playing. Whereas Chrissy was playing mostly cash. I know that she shifted her game over and mostly plays online tournaments now, but
Yeah, the 4 he said. I have 4. 4.
Big fold.
Big fold.
So Foxen raising under the gun.
If you know, you know.
The big blind defends. Oh, hello.
This is his favorite game.
Hello.
look at this flop.
Favorite game.
Yeah.
Just planting.
Now, Foxen does have a 10 of clubs in her hand.
She does. Also,
My
these
hand is
monotone
very
flops are
bad for
ones that you want to be very careful, in your approach. Certainly have to respect
do
the
power
fact that
jump.
both players have a large number of flushes.
Call. Oops.
Talk just finds the raise. Oh, I'm sorry. He found the call. This is very tricky by him. Unfortunately for him,
To see.
I think it's quite likely that Chrissy checks back the turn. She has the type of hand that puts in a little bit of money and unimproved would like to just see showdown. So if he knew that, he would prefer to have check raised, but
This is his game within the game, you know?
And she does check it back, as you predicted. And
oh, wow.
yeah. Wow. It's a funny game, this is.
Attack finds the check too.
Wow. This is
is-
so cool.
This is going to make him the maximum. If he came with a big bet, she might just call, just in case he has the flush.
Well, the question is, does she pay off the check raise?
I'd have to, with the
Maybe
with the
you
10
have
of clubs, I'd
some
have to
jack.
imagine so.
King Jack.
She might even, given the fact that she checked back that, is this a...
She just went more than pot.
What was the
She went
Oh.
75 into 43.
Okay, now maybe she finds a fold versus the check raise. Not saying she does, but it's a possibility.
Call up.
Is he just calling?
Well, look, yeah, I was going to say, does he ever just call this, though?
I mean, the way he's talking, he must just be calling. Wow.
I think she lost less by betting more.
Yeah, absolutely she did. If she bet 40,000, he was going to make it 200.
And then she's just hating it.
Yeah.
Checks back the 7-7 deuce, 2-spade board.
Yeah.
And then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school, like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and have the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blinds. Foxen picks up a legit hand, and attack is kind of early on was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with 5s, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket 10s.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket 10s is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just...
I mean, what do you do at the turns of? What do you do turns of 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, 'cause to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like a tax hand is it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, you know, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10s, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so that's why I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? Man, she just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He
and
does
that really
call.
Sucks. He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. This is I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and she
my
hits the
God.
king.
This is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there. The ace-king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace-king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace-queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace-king can beat some stuff, like ace-queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace-king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us, because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
Alrighty, folks, and welcome on back to the German Poker Masters final day. We have 10 players remaining at the moment, lads. We're still waiting for an elimination to be down to our final 9 and our final table coverage. So here we have the chip counts. Bart still leading the way with 86 big blinds. Benjamin in second, Murat in third, Jackie in fourth, and Matteo in fifth. So Jackie and Matteo have been lingering around the shorter stacks for, I mean, not for a decent period of time, but definitely not for a short amount in this example. So, you know, Matteo for sure needs a lot more help than Jackie, but more or less in the same boat, or give or take. So we'll see how it develops. But as I said, one more elimination and we will be down to our final 9. Here we have it. We are 5-handed on 2 tables, lads. As I said, when there is an elimination next, there will be, as I said, the final 9. So stick around. Stick around. All right, we got Matteo here, who is our short stack, who is already all in from the get-go, and Benjamin probably will be looking this up with the pocket 8s. probably going to be looking this up. It's could this happen so swiftly, lads, where we just get back from a dinner break and possibly have to do a table redraw for the final 9 if Benjamin calls here and holds. He does elect to rejam. He's going to get Murat out of the way there with 17 big blinds. And just like that, lads, we could be already getting down to the final 9 here if the pocket 8s do manage to hold. You can see one of Matteo's outs being folded there by Murat. But it's a flip, lads. 8's being a slightly bigger favourite because of potential cards being folded already. Usually this is just like a 52-48 or something like that, you know. But either way, Benjamin still has some cards to dodge. Let's see if he does. Here comes the flop. It's pretty solid so far. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 overs for Matteo here, so he's definitely not out of the woods yet, Benjamin. And again, a lot of outs on this river here. Any ace, any spade, any jack. So we shall see. Here comes the river. And he does hold with the pocket 8s. And we do lose Matteo Materazzi in 10th place. And I believe he nets himself probably around 5 or 6k if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just under 4k. Just under 4k. Just under 4k. So just like that, lads, we've had an elimination just coming back after the dinner break, and there is going to be a redraw again for the final 9. So we are going to be going on another break, lads, for roughly 15, 16, maybe 17 minutes. So I know I said this before, be sure to stick around. We will be back when this timer gets to 0. So I'll catch you guys then for the final 9 of the German Poker Masters.
The World Series of Poker Europe has one more stop this year. Vegas, a huge hit as always. Here we are in Rosvadov. Next stop, the Bahamas. In December.
I have to imagine those are very different climates.
No, Rosvadov and the Bahamas are almost exactly the same. It's weird.
Yeah?
Yes. What? Western Czech Republic?
You got to worry about a lot of bull sharks in Rosvadov.
Rosvadov is such a quiet little town.
I'd like to visit one day.
You should. It should. It's like it almost feels like it's taken out of, like the town in Beauty and the Beast. Like it's a small little quiet little quaint town, and then you've got this beautiful, resort casino right in the middle of it. Orpin 3-betting, Foxen calling, and Orpin has hit a pair of queens, backdoor spade draw. Foxen, no hearts out there to speak of, does have a gut shot.
Yeah, depending on the price, that may be enough to keep her around. She would love to have diamonds or 1 spade in her hand, of course.
Sorry, how much? 20.
Chris is going nowhere. This is just a great price to hit her gut shot, potentially win a huge pot, or maybe some doors open up to find a bluff later on in the hand.
158,000 in the pot right now. You can see the players' country represented next to their name. Orpin representing Turkey, Foxen, the United States.
Orpin finding the check here, opening the doors for Chrissy.
Opening the door to what? To bluff?
Yeah, but
and lose more money?
She
Lose
would
more chips?
need, well, possibly win a lot of chips, but she would need to find a turn and river bet.
I think she said 90.
Yeah, this is starting to set up something big.
I mean, there was a raise, a 3-bet, and a call. And when you've got second pair, it's a little concerning.
Yep.
He also does block his opponent from having spade draw.
He does, and that's something that's going through his mind right now. I don't know if that will affect his river decision, because missed nut flush draw isn't the type of hand that Chrissy would be looking to bluff with. I don't think that would be her leading candidate. It would be something more like the Jack 10 suited type of hands. Oh, that's a really bad card for Chrissy. I don't know if she'll be bluffing this one.
Yeah. And I think it's fairly certain to say that Orpin's not going to fold, no matter what she does.
No, I don't think he will be. However, she may think he has something occasionally like pocket jacks or like a king 10 suited. It's just too risky.
340.
Wow.
She goes for it.
I'm a little surprised that she finds the bluff here, but not in the other hand.
She goes for it. And Orpin has not folded, has not called yet, but I cannot imagine a world.
Yeah, I didn't know what was happening, but I assume he's giving it a little tank before he puts her all in, just so as to not make it so obvious that he has it.
I mean, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Is that all then?
what a gut punch.
Yeah, that's...
What a gut punch when you're going for the big bluff on the river and you get raised all in, and you can't even call for your last 55,000.
That's really, truly brutal for Chrissy. I got home that night. Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. How's that with second pair? I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just 'cause
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, the straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. you feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of sevens.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5 the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Marina, the quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. What a fun feature table. Mustafov's picked up 10s.
Ooh, and Orpin with the Ace King. This is going to be a clash. Orpin just calls here. This is tricky. I like this. Unfortunately for him, it will allow his opponents to get in there with some speculative hands.
Another call. Action on Foxen. Foxen, by the way,
Heads up, yeah?
busted twice yesterday in the 25K GG Millions to her husband.
No.
So I don't want to be at that dinner table.
Both times?
Well, I mean, she might have busted more than that, but I'm saying she busted twice to him.
Wow.
Yeah. So look at this flop here. Hisu with top and bottom. Orpin with top pair, top kicker. This was a raise, no 3-bet, and we see it 5 ways.
I can't imagine we aren't going to see some level of fireworks here. Mustafov coming in with the bet. I did not think he would be the man to kick it off, but here we are. Orpin playing some pot control. This is a 5-way pot, which means it is considerably more likely that one of his opponents has him beat than in a normal heads-up or 3-way scenario.
You wouldn't think there's a ton of 2-pair combinations your opponents would have, but yet Hisu's got the king 3 of spades.
Yeah, maybe you'd expect Chrissy to have the king 3 of spades, not so much the button. But there's still the pocket 4s, the pocket 3s type of hands. And then there's also that factor of you never know.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, king 3 suited, king 4 suited, even 4-3 suited hands that players might play to 1 raise. The 10s get out of the way. And now it's back over to Orpin, who's between a rock and a hard place.
I would say so, but Orpin's just always kind of making faces.
Yeah. And they ask me questions.
And you don't know what's running through his head. It looks like he's unhappy about the situation, but then again, he was unhappy earlier and checked back pocket king, so I don't know.
100%.
By the way, if there was a world where Hisu did not raise, we would have had a set of 10s on the turn.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You know, when the 10 hit the table, in my mind, that was an important card, but I couldn't figure out why.
Why? Well, it's not an important card anymore.
It could have been.
All right. Mustafov is sitting there going, ah.
If Mustafov had just checked, and then, well, maybe Orpin bets, and then Hisu still raises.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mustafov ever sees the turn.
Yeah, maybe not. But there is a potential run out somewhere in there. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find that parallel universe where Mustafov saw the turn.
Everyone goes separate. You go separate, I go. After here, direct or direct? You? I go home and
Oh, and there's a call. So a bet and a call. It's just so intriguing to me when you watch poker because it's like, you know, the difference between Jesus winning a really nice pot here and getting devastated and possibly losing, you know, 50% of his stack is his opponent not being stubborn and sticking around for one card.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. And yes, it's a multi-way pot. Yes, there's an overcard, but it's not that difficult to get stubborn and stick around with pocket tens.
No,
it really isn't.
I see it every day at the card room. Wow. Let's see, checked it back.
I'm a bit shocked by this one, Tuckman.
Are you surprised that he bet large in the turn after raising the flop, and then he decided to check back the river? One day, Jesse, one day.
Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful.
That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
And Ben shoots his hand into a muck, and I'm like, Ben, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
You got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was going to guess ace-2.
Yeah, no, it's ace-6, and then like Ben is like, no, that's not my cards, that's not my cards. I mean, like, I didn't like run around too much on it, just like, I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like, also I know he usually doesn't muck.
There's a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone. And it's somewhat rare.
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like...
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time. Because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have... towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace-jack-4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen-jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So. These are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked. Divorce bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There's so many potential bluffs. Devora's stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow, look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4. That's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Divorce River's the absolute stone cold nuts.
I mean, when you
Divorce
talk
only
about
has
coolers,
413 behind.
This is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell.
Alrighty, folks, and we are back for our final table of the German Poker Masters. Hope you guys enjoyed that break. And here is what the chip counts look like. So we got Bart and Benjamin, who are the head honchos on this table, with Bart with a commanding lead compared to Benjamin. And then you have Marina in third, Georgie, who was a couple of people asking about him on the YouTube chat. He is still in. Then we have Murat, who was on the feature table before, and I missed the last couple, lads. So we have Kuizi, Jackie, Raptor, and Nezu. So Kuizi and Nezu are the two guys that I don't recognize from previous coverage of the German Poker Masters, from today at least. I can't comment on who was playing on day 2 on the feature coverage or feature table, but we're down to the final 9. Down to the final 9. It is Golden Horse that was asking about Mr. Georgie. He's still in it, my man. As I said, bro, you're better off waiting until you get down to the final 9 before you worry about who's going on the outer table and whatnot. But, you know, he's there. He's still in with a chance. And I'm going to ask you guys to do some picks. Who's ever interested? Whoever is interested. I'm probably going to go with... I was very impressed with Marina, to be fair, before she got moved to an outer table in today's coverage. Can't really comment on anyone else. Obviously, whenever I do this, actually, we have it all in here, lads. Let me get back to this because we could have an elimination from the get-go here. Neju shoving the ace-king here in the cutoff, but it's going to get through. So nice hand to him. Gets a little chip up, if you want to put it that way. But I'm going to go with Marina, lads. Putting that out there now, because I've seen her play throughout the coverage of today, for example, and I was pretty impressed. I was pretty impressed with the from what I saw. And if I had to pick a top 2 to win this outright, it's probably going to be one of the top 2 lads, in fairness, lads. I know I'm picking the top 3 people that are in the chip lead here, but it's definitely going to be between Bart and Benjamin, but probably more so Bart. Probably more so Bart. So I'm going to go with Marina for my pick to win this outright. And then whatever else happens after that, I'm just mentioning Bart because I was pretty impressed with how he played as well. And speaking of Bart, picks up the King Kongers. See how this develops, as I like to say. Is there going to be some action with this hand? Must be an amazing feeling, by the way, to pick up kings when you're the chip leader. And, you know, you can probably get away with murder in terms of opening a little bit on the wider end, given you are the chip leader. But it's a way nicer feeling when you've got pocket kings. You have Benjamin in the cutoff here. Looks like a cold call. Looks like a cold call. Kuizi. Looks like he's going to be getting out of the way. And he does. We've got Raptor with the 10-3 suited. Not going to be doing much with that. He does get out of the way. Jackie Barossa. Very negative body language there. Slight shake of the head. Does get out of the way. Doesn't decide to come multi-way with that hand. So we'll see how this develops, my good people. An old King 4-4 flop wouldn't be too bad, would it? Well, I got one of them. I got one of them. I mean, if Bart obviously c-bets here, it's just going to be the end of the hand, but he decides to check, which... It's like he knows. It's like he knows. Benjamin does check back. Interesting check by Bart again. I can get behind it though. But Benjamin has to be sus as well here. Yeah, you're not going to get any value here, Bart, unfortunately. not going to get any value here, good sir. The blinds are going up to 200, 400k as well, lads, in case you didn't realise that. 400k big blind ante as well. But yeah, going to be very, very difficult to take a call here. You'll have to bet like 800k, a milli. That is not looking like that. That is looking very, very big. Round pot. An immediate fold by Mr. Benjamin. But yeah, bit unfortunate there to flop top set, but not a lot you can do there. I like the flop check and I like the turn check. But I also think from Bart's perspective that the ace is going to be very, very good for his range, that he probably should start betting. Not to worry. On to the next hand we go. On to the next hand we go. But yeah, bear in mind, lads, top 5 places will get a 10.3k WSOP main event that is happening towards the end of September and the first week in October. Obviously, it's going to be held in Rosvedov again. We'll all get a day 1A ticket, which is really, really nice, lads. Really, really nice incentive for a €250 buy-in. That if you do manage to reach the final table and finish in the top 5, that you basically get an extra 10k. And I know there was a lot of people, I don't know how many exactly, but there was a lot of guys that would have got multiple tickets as well last year. A lot of guys that did that. I'm not sure what that process looks like in terms of can you cash them in if you have one already. But I'm not too sure. But I know there was definitely multiple ticket winners throughout last year. Dan would know better than I, to be fair. We do get the all-in from Kuizi after 15 big blind stack. We'll see what players behind might pick up something. And it's going to be on the big blind, Georgie, who is not going to be calling 15 big blinds with the good old 9 high like a boss. He does elect to fold. Kuizi does take that down. Now, obviously, there's going to be a bunch of ICM lads to take into account here because of that ticket bubble. So, it's not like you shouldn't be taken into account already, but the closer we get to that 5th place, the tighter you're going to see a lot of players get and not be as risk tolerant, I suppose, if you want to phrase it that way, close to that ticket bubble. I think I remember doing a stream before where similar situation, top 5 got a ticket, and I think it was 3.5 hours of play on the ticket bubble before it burst. So, you know, cross that bridge when we come to it, obviously. But I would like to think, / hope, / pray that it doesn't take that long this time. But even if it does, not a lot I can do about it. Focus on the things you can control, lads. Focus on the things you can control. Alright, folds around to Kuizi again with the 8-7 offsuit. I imagine he's just going to be folding. Folding. As will Raptor. Jackie, on the other hand, is going to be shipping it. He's going to be shipping it. See, can he get it through here? And it will get through because Marina is not going to be calling it off with the good old 8 high this time. So she is not. So nice hand to Senor Jacques as he chips up a wee bit. On to the next hand we go. So we're just more or less 5 hours into the coverage of this final day, lads. As I mentioned already, this is the FT for anyone new tuning in. 5 hours of play before this. Now we're finally down to the final 9. We got Neju here contemplating what to do with the king-queen. Definitely close here off 11 big blinds. I wouldn't mind a fold given it is a 9 max situation. But I suppose the beauty of it is you're going to get Benjamin to fold pocket 8s here in this situation because he has to worry about 7 players behind. And they're still obviously uncapped. So as I said, I don't think Benjamin can call this pocket 8s here in this situation. And again, like that, he has to factor in his stack here. That calling this off here and losing is going to be a third of the stack. You know, and as I said, there is a possibility of somebody waking up behind as well with a premium. So I think if Benjamin was maybe on the button, maybe on the cutoff, he could maybe consider calling this. But again, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think I'd be calling pocket 8s here personally, with 7 players behind versus an under the gun shove here for 11. I'm not saying you should never do it, but you got to be careful with players behind. As I said, this is literally first open, first call. So there's 7 players behind that he needs to get through here. So I think it's a bit of a risky call here personally. I don't know what you guys think. Thankfully, nobody wakes up with anything behind unless Murat wakes up with something. And that is not going to be the case there. So we are going to be flipping it, lads. Could be losing our first player on this final table. Could be down to 8 already. As I like to say, we'll see how it develops, my amigos. Neju needs some picture cards. Ideally a king or a queen. Ideally. He does not want to see a snowman. That would be bad. That would be bad. Off we go, boys. Ooh. Don't know what to make of that. I'm kind of happy. Not so happy. Never good when they stand up early. Never good when they stand up early. And he does hold with the pocket 8s, and we lose our first player off the final table, and it is Mr. Neju. And I believe he nets himself, what is it? Let me just check here. So he gets around 4.6k, lads, for a €250 buy-in. So nearly 20 buy-ins for his work, which is not bad, obviously. Not bad at all. Obviously, he would have liked to have ran deeper. But yeah, I think that's close with the king-queen under the gun, lads. I'm not going to lie. As I said, like 11 big blinds there with the ICM in place with the ticket. I think we can strongly consider folding that. And as I said, personally, I think I would have folded the 8s in that situation also. Some interesting plays we're seeing. Some interesting plays we are seeing. I fall around to Signor Georgie. Golden Horse is saying nice hand, but more strong players there would be push 8s, not call. I mean, again, like that, man, if you shove and somebody wakes up with a hand behind, you're kind of screwed. If you just call like he did and someone back raises, then you can just fold. That's the other side of that, in my opinion. if I had aces or kings there, man, I wouldn't be. I would just call like he did with the pocket eights, just in case somebody might reopen behind to re-ISO. You know. And the thing is, he had a decent sized stack as well, Golden Horse. So he had like 39 big blinds to start the hand. So if he had like, I don't know, 20 big blinds and the guy opened, shoved 11, I can get behind re-shoving. Given that he had 39 big blinds, man, I'm not really a fan of 3-betting all in. And I think just calling, and if somebody back raises behind, then we can just fold pocket eights in that situation, in my opinion anyways. We do get an ISO here from Bart, and Murat decides to just fold the ace-3. Again, like that, I think that's a good spot to open jam the ace-3. See Murat getting richer. Rich get richer, as they say. Now we see Kuizi picking up a pretty looking King Jacques Schutrich. Just come in for a raise. Just come in for a raise. See Jackie picking up the Jack 10 here, gets out of the way. Georgie is going to be getting out of the way as well. Going to be getting out of the way. 90 hands in already, lads, huh? 90 hands in. I'd be surprised if we don't at least get to 150 hands today before this is potentially finished. Just saying. Might even be more. Might be another 5 hours before this is finished. And if it is, so be it. We get the fold from Benjamin. So we do. Now, I've never seen kings dealt so often in 90 hands, lads. But I think this is the fifth, definitely fourth, if not fifth time kings have been dealt. Obviously, it's great for the players that get them. Maybe not so great for somebody else that gets a worse hand behind, you know? Raptor is on the shorter side as well, to be fair, and he does decide to open Ripple, which I think is completely fine. I think min raising off this stack size just looks exactly like what it is. So I think just open jamming like he did is important. Or just a correct play, whatever way you want to phrase it. See if he gets any action behind. No action so far, and I don't think Kuizi is going to be defending the ace-6 off, and unfortunately Raptor does not get action, but still not the worst result to take down the blinds and antes and give yourself at least another orbit or two. So here you have it, folks. We had a pretty swift elimination there from Neju, who got 4.6k for his troubles, but not much has changed since. Bart still head honcho, Benjamin and Marina in second and third, Georgie and Kuizi in fourth and fifth, Murat and Jackie in sixth and seventh, and then finally Senor Raptor, who is the short stack on this table. Still loads to play for, lads. As I said, Bart is in the lead at the moment, but we are playing no limit hold'em, and that can change in one hand very, very easily. Very, very easily. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the coverage here. If you guys are watching on Twitch or you are watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a subscribe / follow on Twitch, depending on where you are watching. It's the payouts there for Tobias on YouTube. But yeah, next elimination, lads, someone will get 5.8k in this situation. Obviously, the money gets bigger and bigger, but everyone on this table would love to get the WSOP main event ticket, or WSOP main event ticket. Ooh, Queasy is going to get himself into a world of hurt here now, because Raptor is after waking up with the very strong pocket tens, and it's going to be an immediate call. And Queasy is going to be in pretty bad shape here, lads, unfortunately. Not sure if there's any fans for the guy from Macedonia. But he's not in great shape right now, unfortunately. But again, not out of the woods yet, but Raptor is in great shape. So as always, we'll see how it develops. Yeah, I agree, Real Rusty. I agree, bro. It is a little bit on the wider side. And he's basically dead on that flop, lads. Runner, straight cards is the only way to get out of this. Or runner, ace, king. And that is basically that on the turn. Yeah, I probably prefer a limp myself there, Rusty, for the reasons you mentioned. As I said, there is a pretty big tournament ticket for top 5 here, alongside the hay jumps, as we all know. So, yeah. Obviously, he falls king 10 plus 2 and gets kings under the gun, exactly. Variance, Rusty, eh? Variance. But yeah, bit unfortunate there for Queasy. I mean, I don't think it's like... I don't think it's a mistake, Rusty, but yeah, it's probably a little bit on the wider side. Like, that might just be the potential cutoff there. You know, I think 9-7 is okay. I think 9-6 is just in that borderline of, you know, limp call, or, you know, whatever the case may be. Obviously not limp call against an open shove for 10 big blinds, but, you know, it's kind of whatever. Like, you know, if you get called by ace high there, you're going to still have decent equity with like 9-6 suited, as crazy as that sounds, but that's that is poker at the end of the day, lads. No matter what hand you have, you still have a certain percentage to win. Sometimes very big and sometimes very small, obviously, like what we saw there. 10's a 4-1 favourite against 9-6 suited. We do have the raise here from Marina, my pick to win it out. Murat off 14 big blinds here, contemplating 3-bet jamming. A little bit annoying because we are talking about very tight formations here as well, so he might decide to let this one slide. But elects to call. Again, I think that's probably the worst option off this stack size. I'd rather just fold or just 3-bet all in, personally. Again, if there were 15, 20 big blinds, I could probably get behind it, but I think this 10 to 12 doesn't feel too overly appealing. Jackie, on the other hand, is going to do a very swift all-in with the Osquan Sutad. Definitely going to get out of, Marina's definitely going to get out of the way. And this is the problem that Murat has set himself up for. Now, I don't mind doing this if he had like pocket 10s, pocket jacks, or some premium like that. But most of the time, it's probably not going to be the case. Now, I don't know how wide Jackie's going to do this. I think ace queen is very, very standard. And I think majority of people would do what he did. But there's definitely an argument if you have like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, ace 10 suited and stuff like that to just 3-bet squeeze here to all in. And you're going to get a decent amount of folds regardless. So either way, just speaking my mind there, people. Nice hand to Senor Jackie Barossa. He's the Swiss man. Why Marina's flag white? What a country. I think she is Ukrainian, man, from what I've saw previously. So there might be a graphic error with that. But I'm pretty sure she is Ukrainian from previous coverage from earlier on. I mean, if I had to guess from what I remember. But I'm fairly sure she's Ukrainian. Sandro still in the chat, rooting on Mr. Barossa. Swiss boys like to back each other up, yeah? Fair play. Fair play. You're a good friend, Sandro. Or she's from Belarus. Okay, good to know. I'm nearly sure it was a Ukrainian flag before that, man, but either way, I don't think it matters too much. I saw it yesterday. And no joke, man, I thought it was Ukrainian today. So maybe, I mean, one of them was probably right, I guess, no? But yeah, doesn't bother me too much where somebody is from or what flag is represented on their username. I'm more so here to commentate on how they're playing versus where they're from, you know? All right, we got Bart coming in for a raise here with the Jack 10 suited. Yeah, you're right. It is Belarus, Kubus. I could just see it here from some of the posts from yesterday. Yes, you are right. It is Belarus. You are right, Mr. Kubus01. Anyways, falls around to Mr. Georgie from Georgia. Contemplating whether to defend, but she's a tight player. She had a few moves in her there, Kubus, to be fair to her. From what I saw, as I said from the coverage earlier, I didn't watch any of day 2 yesterday, man, because I just, just wasn't available, put it that way. But yeah, I did see her do a few things that I was interested. Like maybe it is on the tighter side, but it's solid. I think it's solid, man. Now, bear in mind, I've only seen 90 hands of poker, lads. 90 hands is not going to define someone's style, especially after 5 hours of coverage, you know. Rusty is just blown away by what he saw so far. Just call, so weird. He folds ace 10. What? Welcome to the King's Twitch channel, Mr. Rusty. Although I know you're a regular tuner, a regular viewer, I should say. I recognize that name from before, man. Anyways, Kuizi here. Kuizi with the 7-5 off and the hijack. Fairly certain he's going to be folding. Just counting the old chips first. I take that back, lads. Is a little bit on the wilder side. If you thought 9-6 was questionable, Rusty, you're going to love this one. You are going to love this one, sir. Yeah, good. She's definitely playing good, man. You know, as I said. Live poker now is a lot different to online in terms of getting an overview of somebody's play. So, as I said, it's very hard to judge someone. Look at this. Georgie is going to pick up the Mamacitas. And I don't understand what Kuizi has done here. Like, he's literally completely just, I'm not going to say torching it, but he's definitely digging a hole for himself that didn't need to be dug in the first place. Whatever about the 9-6 suited hand. The 7-5 suited is... there's just so many better hands you can do this with, man. I'd rather do this with like ace 7 offsuit. than 7-5 offsuit, you know, or even ace-5 offsuit. I mean, it looks very strong, but he keeps running into it. I mean, just because he keeps running into it doesn't justify the play, Rusty, no? No, but that's the thing, like, it is just ICM suicide, mate. Some of his outs are dead now. Like, I get what he's trying to do, but, you know, there's just better hands you can do this with. Better hands are going to block to avoid a 3-bet, as I said, like king 5 offsuit, ace 5 offsuit, I'd rather do this with. Like 7-5 I would get behind, but even then I still wouldn't do it because of the ICM. Bear in mind, lads, I am not an expert on ICM, but I have some general awareness. And even at then, it's not unbelievably good. He does end up folding. Like, it's just, you're at this point in the tournament now that you just don't want to do anything silly. And, like, you know, again, I get what he's maybe trying to do there, but there's just so many other better combos you can do it with than 7-5 offsuit, you know. Like, I wouldn't mind if he did that on the button, you know, but in the hijack off that stack size, not a big fan. Bear in mind, lads, I am not an MTT player. I only play cash online. 500 and 1k. Or 500 and L and some 1k and L, I should say. Now we do get the all-in from Kuizi at this point. Again, like this doesn't need to happen. Like, you still have 7 big blinds here in an 8 max format. You know, you pay your blinds, you still have another 6 or 7 hands. You can definitely wait for a better spot. I kind of get the impression that he's like, he doesn't even really want to be here, which is not really fair to say, but definitely some very questionable plays from Kuizi. Like, as I said, the 9-6 suited I didn't mind as much blind v blind, but this and the 7-5, I really don't think it's necessary. We do get called by Murat, and we're in very, very bad shape. I think Kuizi knows that as well. Sandro saying 7-5 off is the nuts. I'm sure you and Kuizi will get on very well, Sandro. Anyways, he's actually not in the worst shape here as well, lads. 63-37. It's not all that bad, to be fair. Needs help either way. There is some chops available here. So he needs a 9 to chop it. I think that's basically it. Oh yeah, 2 as well. 2 as well was possible. But yeah, we do lose Kuizi. And just like that, lads, there's been 2 eliminations. 2 very swift eliminations at that. Just like that, we were down to 7, lads. So, as you can see there, 7 players remaining, lads. Chip count average is around the 14.3 milli mark, and we are looking at 200, 400 blinds at the moment. I do think they will be going up roughly in around 30 to 40 minutes or so, give or take. Probably looking at 250, 500 with a 500 big blind ante. Or maybe 300, 600 actually, with a 600k ante. Something along those lines. But yeah, we are getting closer to that ticket bubble, my good people. And I need to check those chip counts as well, just so I can see. Doom, 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 doom. So we got about 140 people watching on Twitch, lads, and then another 267 on YouTube. So you're talking around 400 people watching this final table of the German Poker Masters. Playing for 60k up top alongside the WSOP main event ticket. So 60k up top plus another 10k ticket, 70k more or less for €250 buy-in. Ain't many places around the world, lads, that are offering that on a regular basis. And bear in mind, these series are usually week in, week out. Sometimes 1 week events, sometimes weekend events. Unbelievable guarantees, lads. Even if we're looking at the schedule now for, I suppose, the next couple of events over the next couple of weekends, you're basically looking at a 300 guarantee, which will be basically next weekend, if I'm not mistaken, for the GPD, which is the German Poker Day. And then you're looking at the EPF, which is a 1 million guaranteed. And then Dutch Poker Tour is a 300k guaranteed. So unbelievable value, lads. Unbelievable value. EPF is definitely a big one. Definitely a big one. A 1 million guaranteed. But anyways, back to this action here. Bart limped in pre-flop, got checked back from Benjamin. Benjamin flops middle pair. And obviously Bart with the open ender does decide to start with a bet, and Benjamin calls. The king on the turn. I imagine Bart is probably going to stay betting here. These are the two biggest stacks, I believe, as well. Nearly sure. He just continue betting here for 1.2 million, which is around half pot. Wouldn't be surprised if Benjamin looks up one more here. Just don't think he can be folding any third pair in this line here, blind v blind. Ranges are very, very wide and stuff like that. And Bart not looking the most comfiest. A Bourbon, please. Still here, but getting tired. Well, if it's probably 5 a.m. plus where you are, Bourbon, maybe it is time to get some sleep. But I would always incentivize you stick around and see how this develops. But you did mention it's early hours where you are. It's not getting any earlier, I should say. Yeah, bear in mind it's like 7 p.m. here in Ireland, Bourbon. So Bart has a decision here with a 9 high. I mean, I'm sure we can all agree if he checks here, he's never going to win. Question is, if he bets here, is it believable? And he does check. Benjamin's going to snap check back here, and Bart is going to be, unfortunately, notified that he probably would have got a fold on the river there. I mean, he's not always going to have Queen 8 there, obviously. But as I said, given it was a limped pot, there might have been justification for following through on that river as well, you know. But he decided not to. Like, again, these are the two deepest stacks, lads. Probably not a situation, again, like I keep repeating about the ticket bubble or just the ticket up top and all that stuff, that the two biggest stacks really probably don't want to be duking it out, in fairness, you know. There's absolutely no need to right now until that ticket is burst. And then whatever after that, things can escalate and all that jazz, you know. But either way, hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. covering for Dan Ronton today. And he was on a hiatus for the Irish Open in Dublin. Bourbon, please, is saying, try 6 a.m. here on an appointment at 9:45. Well, you ain't going to bed if you got an appointment in 3 hours. If I had an appointment in 3 hours, I would not be going to bed because I'd be fairly confident I wouldn't be waking up for the appointment. Because what, you get like an hour and a half sleep max, if even. Takes you like half an hour to fall asleep. That's going to be like 6:30. Maybe get an hour sleep, 7:30. Maybe 8 a.m., give or take. An hour and a half, 2 hours, meh. I wouldn't say it's worth it, Bourbon. You kind of signed the contract for staying up until 6 a.m. Just saying. Anyways, back to this action here. We have an open from Bart, and Benjamin Cole calls in the small blind with pocket twos, which I think is completely fine. Especially this deep. We go to a flop. Fair fight, 50-50. That is a jack for Senor Bart. Bourbon says, going to have a strong coffee, we'll sleep later. When all else in life fails, a cup of coffee will sort you. Although, I used to be very bad in my earlier days for drinking coffee. I don't tend to drink it after the afternoon anymore, personally. I wouldn't have a cup of coffee now. Usually I'm awake at 7:30 a.m. and the last cup of coffee I have that day is probably around 2 p.m., 1 to 2 p.m. I do my best not to have any caffeine after that. But if I was in your shoes, Bourbon, I would make the exception. Because I don't know what the hell else would get me through the day other than a coffee. And not really an Americano or anything like that. You're probably talking at least a double espresso. Alright, falls around to Bart here. He's definitely putting the accelerator, or putting the foot to the floor here with the raising. Be interesting to see his VPIP, by the way. Don't think that's a thing, but it'll be interesting to have that feature in future. Fall around to Raptor in the small blind. I can imagine he's going to be getting out of the way. And Jackie decides to not defend the ace-3 as well. Like, this is definitely something Bart needs to continue doing because he is going to get away with murder by doing it. And the thing is, if somebody does fire back when he is raising and whatever else, you can be fairly confident that somebody's going to have it. So you can just stay pushing and pushing and pushing until that happens. But to be honest with you, lads, it's not going to happen that often. As I said, there's literally a 10k bubble here alongside pay jumps in these situations. So like, as I said, the next player eliminated will get like 8.2k. The next person eliminated in 6th then will get about 10.8k. And then from 5th onwards, you're basically getting a 10k addition because of the ticket. So, as I said, Bart really needs to continue what he's doing. But I've no doubt he will stay doing that for obvious reasons. We got Murat here coming in for a raise with the pocket sixes. And this is what I mean, like Bart can probably consider at least 3-betting this, but decides not to do it. But, I mean, just as well he didn't, eh? We'd have got some bad news from Benjamin. But even that sort of spot there now against Murat, it might not be bad to consider 3-betting that because you can just put so much pressure on him. But either way, Benjamin wakes up with the tens. is asking for a count of Mr. Murat. He's going to be coming in for a 3-bet here. I'd imagine something around 2.2, 2.3 maybe. Does look around that. 2.5 even, seems fine. Another great tune in the background, lads. Amazing. Amazing tune. Mr. Jackie considering something erratic. And I would de-incentivize you do that, my good man. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth going for that 4-bet jam. Or maybe he's just tanking. Again, for whatever reason. He does elect to get out of the way. As will Georgie. As will Georgie. Bourbon, please. Back soon. Time for toast and coffee. Do enjoy. Do enjoy. Make sure the coffee is strong enough as well, Bourbon. But you're going to need it. You're going to need it big time. Murat does decide to call. Or that's a mistake, yeah. I was going to say the graphics are inaccurate there because I'm nearly sure I saw him fold the cards there. And that's fine. Benjamin does take that down with the pocket tens. Yeah, in fairness to Bart and Benjamin, they do seem like competent players. Let's put it that way. Let's put it that way. But either way, chip counts, my good people. So again, top 3 players, not really changed much, and you can probably argue the same thing with the 4 players below that. But either way, Georgie in 4th, Raptor in 5th, Murat in 6th, and Jackie in 7th. All right, and as I said, Bart, Benjamin, and Marina still in the top 3 spots. That has not changed since we started this FT. We've got 2 eliminations. Mr. Neju and Kuizi. We have not had any elimination since that, but bear in mind that that second elimination was roughly 45 minutes ago or so. We are 7-handed from an original 9. Obviously top 5, just to reiterate, do get a WSOP E main event day 1A ticket, which is nice. Very nice. Alright, Jackie on the button here, probably going to be folding. Well, lads, this is not the first time I've been proven wrong. I think this is a little bit on the questionable side with this hand. But it is going to get through. I think, again, that's a little bit too wide, lads, no? 3-2 suited. Jackie's a bit of a wild card. I would say if Jackie managed to get a stack, he'd be dangerous. I get that impression. So bear in mind, right, I said Marina to win this outright. And then second alternative would have been Bart, who's obviously the chip leader. Of course, I'm going to pick the chip leader, obviously. But if I had to pick a wild card, I would definitely say Jackie. 100% say Jackie. Is what I think. But bear in mind that is completely off intuition, hunch, again, whatever way you want to call it. with the Queen 7 off. Bart obviously opening the King 7 suited. Looks like it's going to get through. Like, this is what I mean. Like, it's just like, it's 3 to 5 big blinds every time he takes that down. Or 3 to 4 big blinds, whatever. Like, it's huge every time. Benny versus Jackie, heads up. You'd take that, wouldn't you, Sandro? I'd take that too, because that's 2 of my picks. It's going to be difficult to see what might happen to Benjamin. If, all the way, you said Benjamin, in fairness, Benny. I thought you said Bart, bro. Yeah, I'd say definitely in the top 3 should be either Bart or Benjamin. But as I said, I picked my wild card for Jackie. I picked Jackie for my wild card, I should say. English is not my first language, lads. In case you didn't realise, no? Lol. My pick is Raptor. He is from Czech. I don't know how many other Czech players are left here, man. I know Raptor is. There might be one more. I just don't remember all the flags off the top of my head, but I think Raptor is the only Czech player left, to be fair, bro. You don't really have much of a choice. There's another Czech player, maybe. You could pick someone else, but given Raptor is the only Czech player, you're a little bit handcuffed, but... I think there's still plenty of wiggle room here off like 15 big blinds, you know? Like, it's not like you're screwed or anything like that. And as I said, the tournament average here is like 14 million as well. So it's a bit of a pain in the ass for Bart here, having Benny to his left here, by the way. Because if this was a short stack here, he could just put the pressure on and, you know, just kind of get away with it, like. But you can't do that against someone who's literally second in chips. You just have to be a little bit more cautious, you know. And you just don't want to collide with this guy, man. You just don't. Especially when there's shorter stacks around and the bubble hasn't burst. It'd just be really, really silly. And I've no doubt that both these players strongly realise that as well. Alright. A little bit of something for both. Benny not with a whole lot going on at the same time. Just a naked gut shot. Bart coming out for a Betsky. It's around half pot or slightly bigger. 600, no, more or less. Half pot. Benny does elect to defend, which is obviously very standard. Bart does check the turn here, and Benjamin elects to stab once that happens. And Bart ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Be interested to see if Benjamin fires this river. It's an absolute break. It doesn't change nothing. I mean, it's mandatory bluff here. I mean, I know deep down Benjamin doesn't want to do it, and he doesn't do it, lads. Be interested to see if he would have got called, you know. Would have been interesting to see if he would have got called there. All right, got Murat here in the cutoff. Bart here now with the ace-10. So again, this is a good example of a spot where he definitely considered 3-betting to put a lot of pressure on Murat. I mean, you could argue cold calling might be okay as well. But, as I said, given the dynamic of the ICM in play, and you can put a lot of pressure on Murat here, maybe 3-betting is a higher EV play. I mean, if you 3-bet this and get 4-bet jammed on, you obviously just fold immediately. It looks like he is counting out a 3-bet. It looks about, or maybe it's a call, is it? Seems like 2. It's a very, it's like a min 3-bet, man. That's such a sick play. It's such a sick play. I love it. It's literally a min click. And Murat decides to defend it too. I mean, he probably obviously can't fold much of his range here against this 3-bet sizing. So we'll see how this develops, my good people. See what the flop brings here. Just flop middle pair here. I mean, dim graphics are obviously inaccurate here because Benjamin is not in the hand, and they are being corrected here as I speak. I assume it still is ace-10 versus ace-8, but we'll see when the graphics reappear. We're in the dark here, lads, ourselves. It's like we're on the feature table or the final table, you know? It looks like more or less an all-in from Murat here with the ace-8. Obviously, it's just going to be a fold from Bart. He shows an ace. I don't know what the benefit of that was. Murat has a tendency of showing his cards, lads, for anyone new watching. And those cards were correct in terms of the pre-flop. See Murat there now, chipping up a decent amount. Obviously Bart still more than healthy with his stack. All right, we got Marina coming in for a raise here with the King 10 off. Just take it down. On to the next hand we go, people. Sandro says Murat is the weakest player in my opinion. Yeah, I can probably get behind that as well, bro. If I had to pick someone like that, you know, compared to the other guys on the table, man, he's obviously for sure more of a recreational than anyone else. And, you know, as I said, you've been tuned in for more or less all the streams, Sandro. You've seen him, you know, shove 22 big blinds with kings and show the hand and, you know, stuff like that. And, you know, that's always going to give you an impression of, like you said, somewhat of a weaker player. But, you know, the guy is on a final table, 60k up top, man. He must be doing something right, I guess, to get to this point, you know. But I do agree. He probably is one of the weaker players, with all due respect. But that's not to say that he can't still win this outright, you know. Literally everyone on this final table that is remaining has an opportunity to win 60k. And there ain't many situations you can be able to say that, lads. All right, so we have Bart opening the 9-7 suited here and getting defended by Georgie in the big blind. One would imagine he's going to start with a bet here with this hand. One would imagine. I'll go check, actually. Interesting. Very nice turn card for Georgie in terms of equity. Pretty decent combo draw here. Contemplating to bet or not. Still contemplating. He does elect to bet, and a pretty quick fold from Bart. Bart had a double gutter there as well, to be fair. Or am I not mistaken there? He just had a gut shot. Apparently I'm getting paid to do this, lads. Apparently. Anyways. Hawk goes to Georgie. Haven't seen much of him, but what we have saw, it's been fairly solid. It has been fairly solid. All right, we got Bart here again, flicking in those chips for a raise. Man knows no bounds. Gets Raptor to fold. Jackie's going to be getting out of the way as well. As will Georgie. Marina, on the other hand, will not be getting out of the way. Ladies for the lady at the table. Contemplating the 3-bet size, and I assume. I can't imagine he's going to be cold calling. I would assume. I would assume. He does fire out a 3-bet, and that looks about 3.5 milli. Obviously, Bart is going to be getting out of the way. Blinds did go up this hand, or maybe the hand previously, lads, but they are gone up to 250k, or 500k. 500k big blind ante. I think the next big blind structure, or the next blind structure, I should say, is going to be 300k, 600k. And obviously, Bart does get out of the way there in that situation. Stevla95 on Twitch is saying, Jackie, best player there. I've been picked as my wild card, bro. I have Marina to win it outright. And I have Bart as a second call, if you want to put it that way. And then my wild card is Jackie. I strongly believe if Jackie ran up a stack, he'd do some pretty interesting shit, I'd say. Pardon my French. Pardon my French. We got some Queen 8 suited for Bart, and it is Queen X versus Queen X here. Obviously Murat with a stronger kicker than Bart's. Probably going to go C-bet call, check, maybe check, river, depending how it runs out. And Bourbon is back. Tell me about your coffee, Bourbon, eh? How many tablespoons did you use? Have you a coffee machine? Did you make an Americano, latte, chai? Holy hell. Murat just check folds the flop, lads. I swear to God, anytime I try and predict something that happens in a hand, literally the polar opposite happens. Because I don't think he should fold there, especially versus Bart, man, who's opening the vast majority of hands. No? Definitely got to call one there with King Queen. But as I said, Bart is just printing with this pre-flop dynamic of raising a lot and just c-betting a lot because, like I've said many times, lads, it is just putting pressure on the shorter stacks, which just can't really afford to do anything silly because the tickets up top for the top 5. As you can see in the top right corner, lads, there is 7 players remaining, so 2 more eliminations for this ticket. And you probably don't want to be one of those 2 players before the 5, or the next 2 eliminations, I should say. From a very tired Kiwi lady, please hit that thumbs up button. Thank you. You'll be okay. What part of New Zealand are you actually living? Because I have a brother in Christchurch, actually, Bourbon. I've been meaning to go out to visit him, but it's a long-ass journey from Ireland to New Zealand. I also have a sister in Australia as well. I do have family that end of the world, but we do get a more or less an effective all-in from Raptor. Just leaving himself 0.1, 0.2 of a big blind behind just in case. Nope, I only drink coffee-free caffeine just to make it a little bit stronger and black. Well, that completely defeats the purpose of coffee. The point is, I'm not saying, like, some people obviously just enjoy the taste of coffee, and that's fine. But decaf coffee, I never really understood the logic behind it. Not going to lie. Not going to lie. Wellington, okay. Not sure how far or close that is to Christchurch. But fuck, New Zealand is massive. Or maybe it's Australia that's bigger, I'm not too sure. But they're probably both pretty big in fairness. I know Australia is massive. That much I know. I'm assuming New Zealand isn't exactly small either. We do have Jackie contemplating and call. He does elect to get out of the way. He does elect to get out of the way. And Marina going to be doing the same thing. Bart does fold as well. So he does. Another person might have called off King Jack there as well, by the way. And I think that fold with the King Jack, for again to reiterate the reasons of the ticket and all that stuff, I think that's a pretty decent fold by Bart. New Zealand is tiny. We only have 2 islands, north and south. I mean, in Ireland we only have 1 island, so having 2 islands is a bit of a brag. I'm just saying, you know. There actually isn't many countries that can say they have 2 islands, no? Most cities in Europe, Central Europe, don't have 2 islands. You know? I'm not sure what the population is of New Zealand. Maybe it's similar population to Ireland. Ireland has like 4 to 5 million, last I heard. King Jack suited is a call, I guess. He had over 70 big blinds. Yeah, I mean, I can get behind it too. I can get behind it too, man. That's why I kind of said some people would call there, some might not. But I think the justification for folding isn't the worst thing in the world either, you know. I suppose with that dynamic, Kubas, you just don't want to double up the short stacks either, you know. But I do agree, off 70 big blinds, it's probably not going to be a mistake to call. But I also don't think it's a mistake to fold. 5.63 million people living here. Nice. Similar to Ireland, so. Similar to Ireland. I think a lot of the landscape over there, Bourbon, is very similar to Ireland as well. So I've seen some countryside photos. That's where my mum was originally from, for example. I've seen photos of landscape in New Zealand that are very, very similar to where she grew up. But it does look beautiful, by the way. It does look beautiful, some of the photos that I saw. But yeah, he's been not inviting me over to, but like, you know, just kind of asked me to come over and experience a different country and whatnot. But I'm not really too overly interested because I don't need to. A lot of people that travel that end of the world tend to end up working there. I am a professional poker player at the end of the day, so I can really kind of do that anywhere. But yeah, we do have the all-in here from Jackie, and Benjamin contemplating, defending, or should I say calling it off with the pocket threes. It's probably a fold in fairness, lads, if I had to pick it. Mr. Tom in the chat, it's a close-ish call in those high ICM spots, but as a chip lead, you want to keep the shorty so you can keep applying pressure against the mid-stacks. That's what I was thinking as well, bro, to be honest with you. Just don't really want to double those guys up. But as I said, I couldn't fault the call. I definitely cannot fault the fold as well, personally. But we do see Jackie getting that through. Bourbon says, I'm not allowed caffeine as I have a brain tumour. Well, with all due respect, that makes a lot of sense, and hopefully you recover from that, Bourbon. Maybe a bourbon can't hurt to numb the pain. Excuse the pun. But that makes a lot of sense. I would assume a lot of people that don't actually have caffeine probably have a justification as to why they don't, you know. As for me, as I said, I like to enjoy a cuppa in the morning. And usually when I do a workout, I have a pre-workout situation as well where I just mix it with some water. And there's like 2 to 250 milligrams of caffeine in it. I think like an adult is supposed to have something like 400 milligrams a day, and that's the higher end of it. So I probably definitely have something close to that. Something like that. But yeah, hopefully you get recovery from that bourbon. Can't imagine what that experience is like. Speedy recovery, as they say. Try a hazelnut caffeine-free coffee. It's really yummy. I'm not going to lie, right? There was a girl I used to be seeing, and she was crazy about the syrups. So you have your almond, your hazelnut, whatever, caramel, man. But the almond one was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, sometimes you can get the sugar-free ones, but, like, they're just full of sweeteners. And I'm fairly good for not having a lot of processed sugar. But if I was in a coffee shop, for sure, I would get some of that hazelnut syrup, man. Or hazelnut almond or something like that. It's gorgeous. So I can relate on that one, bourbon, put it that way. Doesn't matter if that's caffeine-free or full of caffeine. I know for a fact I would still enjoy it because hazelnut or almond or honey and almond is another one. It's very, very nice. Very, very enjoyable. Very, very much so. Yeah, they're all really nice, yeah. Very, very much so. I usually just have black coffee, but I have tried them flavoured syrups or whatever way you want to phrase it, and I don't remember not enjoying it, put it that way. But anyways, we are with the updated chip counts. So Bart and Benjamin still leading the way, and Marina still in third. We got Georgie in fourth, Murat in fifth, Jackie in sixth, and Raptor in seventh, who has our short stack. So as I've said, each time this graphic has come up, lads, these just have not changed. These stack sizes, I don't think, have changed much, if ever. And as I said, you can see on the right side, the top 5 players will get a 10-point 3K WSOP main event ticket to go alongside the prize money that they will get. So as I said, we are just over 6 hours into coverage here of this German Poker Masters event, final day, final 7 players. We're obviously going to play down to a winner. Whether that takes until the next 5 or 6 hours, we will do so. I ain't going anywhere, and nor should you guys and gals. A couple of people have been watching since the start of the stream. 6 hours of coverage. Got to give credit where credit is due. Hopefully you can all stick around to watch how this unfolds, or at least until the ticket bubble. Still at 7, lads. Still at 7 players. But we do have Jackie moving all in on the button for 16 big blinds. It's obviously one of the benefits of doing this, because if Jackie just had the size to raise here, I would assume Georgie would have 3-bet jammed. But now at this point, it feels less appealing, I would say. He does get out of the way. It's the difference of open shoving. Oh, but we're going to get Marina, who's going to be not folding in this situation. Impossible. I mean, I wouldn't say impossible, but very unlikely. Hey, I will have to leave around 9 a.m., so don't hate me. Pleasure, our bourbon, it's been an absolute pleasure regardless. Given the circumstances, I think you've given us more than enough of your time. But either way, back to this hand where we are going to be all in here, I would assume. think it's impossible to fold ace-king here. There might be some ace-10 that we might want to start folding because of ICM, but I think ace-king is just too good here. It's just too good. And she is a 70% favourite in this exact spot. So we shall see how it pans out. But Jackie needs some help here. Marina needs to hold. Let's see what the flop brings, my good people. Let's see what the flop brings. I got a bad feeling about this, just saying. Oh, God. No! Ace or a king for Marina, or Jackie is going to get a double up here. That is a 3 of spades. Not great for my pick here. Signore Marina looking for an ace or a king. And that is not an ace or a king. And Jackie gets a massive, massive double up. And Marina not on life support by any means, but needs to tread treacherous waters at this point. Sandro fairly chuffed in the chat. Good luck, Jackie. The luck was on his side there. Massive double up for Jackie. So my pick, as I said, is not on life support, but my wildcard pick is doing all right. Jackie Barossa, the Swiss man, doing Swiss tangs. Nice hand, Jackie. Unfortunate, Marina. Still in it. Definitely not out. Don't you dare start thinking that. Get the ticket. Get the ticket at least. And then contemplate life after that. As I said, lads and gals, 2 people are not going to get this 10k ticket. I would not like to battle for the guts of 3 to 4 days. Get down to the final 6 or 7. After beating 2005 players to miss out on the tournament ticket. But we got the American Airways from Senior Raptor. Let's see how he wants to play them. Is he going to open shove? Is he going to min raise? Stick around to find out. Stick around to find out. He does get it through, unfortunately. I mean, it's not after you say when you shove all in that you want to get called, but obviously in that situation, you do. All right, got Raptor again with the King 4 suited. Kubas is saying he could limp aces. I mean, for sure, there is many a possibility that he could have done differently, man. I honestly think min raising off that stack size Kubas as well wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I probably would rather min raise than limp, because I think limping looks way too strong there. But we do have Marina shoving the King Queen off here on the button. We'll see if she gets called. Murat is definitely not going to be calling, that's for sure. And she only has to worry about Bart behind then after that. And pretty looking blackjack hand. Outside of that, meh. She's get it through. Stay chipping away there, Marina. You have my vote of confidence. You got my vote of confidence. All right, back on Raptor here again with the Jack 10 off. See, Georgie, very, very quiet. For a good reason, obviously. Murat folded the ace-2 suited on the button, which is questionable. Same situation with Benjamin being on Bart's left here is just a bit of an unfortunate table draw. Because each time this has happened, it's actually happened a few times where it has been folded around to Bart in the small blind, and it's always been the same situation where he's forced to do a lot of limping. Let's see if he's going to do it this time, or is he going to go for a raise? That looks like raising chips, my good people. Going to work this time. Delighted with that, picking it up at 3 high, getting a dominated hand to fold. Georgie in under the gun +1. Obviously going to be getting out of the way. Murat with the ace queen open shoving for 15. Going to be folded around to Raptor in the big blind, and he might be tempted to call this. Maybe not so much against Murat. Close spot, this one, lads, no? What do we think? Murat just shoves kings or higher. I mean, ace queen is close enough to that sort of range, isn't it, Sandro? He does fold. I think if that was against someone else, and he shows the ace queen as well, which is going to be a great thing for Raptor to see. I mean, it's still probably not a call with the ICM, and probably less of a call, arguably, against Murat. I think he's going to be probably shoving a little bit tighter than he should. I mean, you still should be relatively tight for the dynamic that's in it with the ICM and whatnot, but yeah. Sandro says insta fold. I think it is. As I said, I think that's a fold in general. But I think against Murat is going to be more of a fold. Oh, we got Bart picking up the ace queen this time. And shows again, I know. I mean, to be fair, him showing once was enough. But, ooh. Again, I like, look, I know this is a bit of, not a pre-flop cooler, but obviously it's going to be 3-bet call in this situation. But this is the spot that I was telling you guys about, that these two just don't need to collide. That is a 3-bet from Benjamin. Raptor obviously going to get out of the way, and so will Jackie. Jackie does eventually fold, and Bart, let's see what he wants to do here. I mean, I would assume he's at least calling here. Now, other things might be going through his head here as well. That if I 4-bet jam here, am I going to force Benjamin to fold most, if not all, of his range? Is going to be interesting. But again, these two just don't need to collide. Like, these two do not need to collide unless it is after the ticket bubble, in my opinion. Before that, it should never happen. But in this situation, again, I'm never like raise fold in this hand. This just has to be at least a call, if not a pure call. And you can nearly see by Bart's face as well. He doesn't even want this to happen. All right, he does have the ace of spades, to be fair, so he probably has to check call one and whatnot. It's obviously going to be a c-bet in here. $2 million bet, which is around 25% or so, or yeah, 25-30%, give or take. As I said, he has to check call one here with this hand. Well, he has to check call the vast majority of ace queen here, to be fair. And yeah, it's probably just going to be the end of the hand here, unless Benjamin gets tricky and checks back. But on a double flush draw board here, I don't think it's going to be a thing. Especially when you completely unblock the spades and hearts with this combo of kings as well. You just don't really want to be checking it back. But again, what the hell do I know? What the hell do I know? Again, I don't think it's a mistake checking this back on the turn, but I think I would mostly bet this hand. Mostly. And I'm not a fan of betting this hand here because it has enough showdown value here, in my opinion. You're not going to win much, but you will win sometimes. And I just think this hand is too good to turn into a bluff here, lads. So, like, this is the first time I think Bart has made a mistake here. Again, obviously Benjamin is just going to call here pretty swiftly. I mean, again, I don't think you ever want to raise this hand. Because there probably isn't many worse hands they're going to call if you do so. So, apparently, that check back on the turn made him more money than it would have made me. But that's not to say that what Bart did on the river was the correct play. But I think that's a pretty big mistake by Bart to do that. Like, ace queen in that situation, lads, has enough showdown value just to check down. If he has like king queen suited or king jack suited or something like that, I'd bluff that before I bluff ace queen. You know? A lot of the time with them strong ace highs, even in that line, more so on that board than anything else, it's going to be okay just to check that down. But I just don't see the merit of betting the river there. Like, are you betting for value? Are you turning it into a bluff? As I said, I don't really see the merits. Murat, on the other hand, picking up ace queen again. He does come in for a raise this time. We don't see the all-in, which is the first time I've probably seen him do this with a hand like this. Off this stack size anyways. I just fold around to Georgie, who is obviously just going to be folding here. He does elect to do so. And he shows it again. And he shows it again. I don't think there hasn't been a hand he hasn't shown. I think there was one hand where he only showed one card after he took down the pot. Go figure. All right, got Raptor here with the jacks. Oh, sorry, Jack 7. I misread that. I was like, holy shit, did he actually fold jacks there? No, it was Jack 7. Jeez. Oh, that was a WTF moment there, lads. Kubus says he's giving away too much info. I think that ship has sailed many, many hands ago, Kubus. It's not like he open shoves ace queen, shows it, and then open shoves 7-8 suited and shows it, you know? It's always been like kings, ace king, ace queen, ace 10 suited, and stuff like that, you know? I got Marina calling here for the big blind with the pocket fives, which is obviously completely fine. Looking for a 5. That is a 5, lads. And that is pair plus draw for Jackie as well. There's pair plus draw for Jackie as well. Not a whole lot going on for Bart. I imagine Bart is just going to check here. Again, spoke too soon. Now, I assume Jackie is just going to call here, and obviously Marina is just going to shove all in at this point. Yeah, she's like, what, six big blinds or so behind? Something like that. Bottom set here. A lot of draws available. A lot of strong ace-X in both players' range. So, yeah. I think just shipping it in here, Marina, is going to be the play, and she does elect to do so. Well played. Obviously, Bart is getting out of the way, and Jackie is going to be forced to call here. It's not that much more to call, to be fair, and he does elect to do so. And he's not in the worst shape here, but he would like to see, I don't know, just like ace-jack suited or ace-10 or something like that, and not the bottom set, but either way, he has outs. He has outs. We'll see how this develops. Hold, Marina, hold! Well, that's a sweet, sweet turn card. I mean, look, I get the idea of not wanting to celebrate early, but if an ace comes to the river there or a 7, I take that on the chin, because it was not like a 3% possibility. But I get where she's coming from. And to be fair, I think that reaction is actually credible. It's good, like. I actually forgot that she could actually lose to an ace or a 7 at that point. I just thought it was locked up on the turn, which, to be fair, percentages-wise, it more or less was. But there was still a possibility. And those 3 to 5% does happen 3 to 5% of the time, you know. But either way, double up for my pick. And a slight loss from my wild card. Don't feel too upset there, Sandro, with Mr. Jackie losing the pot, you know. Hopefully you can forgive him. All right, got Benjamin here. King, Queen. I'd say Benjamin and Bart are very, very similar now with the stack sizes. Sandro said, no problem. No problem, mate. I got Marina here with the King Queen off in the small blind versus Benjamin's raise first in. Likes to get out of the way, which is fine. I think cold calling there wouldn't be bad either, but she decides on the latter. Marut gets out of the way then, or Marat, excuse me. I just fall around to Marina here on the button. Does get a walk for Bart versus Marut or Marat's fold in the small blind. We got Raptor here now with the pocket eights. He's probably just going to leave himself the whatever sub one big blind in terms of raise first in size in here, I would assume. Or is he contemplating folding pocket eights here? Contemplating it. He does elect to fold, lads. Which is probably probably okay. I'm not too sure. That one's definitely very, very close as well. You're going to see that stuff, lads. Given this dynamic of the ICM and the ticket bubble and all that jazz, you're going to see stuff like that. And trust me, I've seen way, way worse. I'm not saying the play was bad. I'm just saying like how extreme you have to be in terms of like tightness, especially with like eights under the gun there, you know. I saw see you. Is that Alana here? I hope you're well, my friend. I'm doing all right, mate. Can't say I recognize the name, but the fact that you recognize myself, I do appreciate that. Care to tell me more about who you are? Not too much, but enough for me to remember who you are in general. But it is me. It is me, my good man. And Bird, it is not. It is Alan, covering for Dan, as he's off on a hiatus this weekend, or last weekend, for Easter for the Irish Open. He was up there. Didn't do too well, or didn't run deep this time. I think last year he did. I think he made day 3 last year. Maybe it was the year before that. I can't remember. But I am on comms duty as an alternative, Mr. Bird. I hope you're doing well also, my G. We're just over 6.5 hours into coverage today, my people. We still have not burst this ticket bubble. And I can imagine it might be another wee bit before that may or may not happen, unless we see some coolers pre-flop. Tonic is saying show the payouts. If you do exclamation mark payouts, you'll figure them out, Mr. Tony Gay Osto. I see you, so you says, just another chat pro that enjoys the commentary. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. Compliment, I guess. Yes, Bart. It is me, sir. It is me. I thought Dan had you all informed that I was going to be on comms today. Or so he said. More so to the stream last week. We do get Raptor shoving it all in here versus the limp from Benjamin, and it is going to get through. Is going to get through, peeps. I think we are going to have a break here soon enough as well, lads, but not for another 5 or 10 minutes, I guess. But again, we have the chip counts here, and to be fair, the only thing that I noticed differently is Jackie has gone from 7th to 4th. The rest has literally not changed. Benjamin maybe got a little bit close. Or sorry, actually, Benjamin overtook Bart in that Kings versus Ace Queen hand. But outside of that, it's more or less the same in terms of the chip stacks and chip counts. And as you can see on the right-hand side, lads, the top 5 will get a 10k WSOP main event ticket. Also, nice little touch alongside the prize money they will make. So if you finish like 5th, lads, which is a min for the ticket, is basically like 10.8k. And obviously 10.3k on top of that, you're basically getting a 21k score, give or take, for a €250 buy-in tournament, which is pretty sick value when you think about it. Obviously very, very difficult to make it to the top 5, but if you do, it's a pretty good little add-on with the ticket. And Kings always do this, to be fair to them. You know, they always throw up 5 to 10 tickets, sometimes 3, sometimes 5, sometimes 10. I think it more so just depends on the guarantee, the structure, the weekend that's in it, stuff like that. But as I said earlier on the stream, lads, there is series running every week and weekend in Kings. And, you know, they always accommodate the extra tickets on top, which is really, really nice. Very, very nice. Jackie does end up folding versus Bart's raise from the cutoff. All right, Marina, just checking out who's behind with the dial. Bronson. She'll fold. All right, we got Benjamin here with the King Queen offsuit. You see Raptor picking up the big schlick here. I imagine this is going to go 3-bet all in and a fold by Benjamin. If I had to guess. Again, it wouldn't be the first time that I have guessed and been wrong. But in this situation, I'd be very surprised if anything else happens than what I predicted. Kubas is asking, where are you from, my friend? I'm from Ireland, my man. The west of Ireland. And we do get that all in here. Well, effective. Leaving himself that 25k behind. Just in case somebody might wake up with something in the blinds. And he can 3-bet fold. Well, he's probably never 3-bet folding, to be fair, but if there is some all in here behind, he could consider it. He does eventually fold. And there's not a lot Georgie can do here given the action pre-flop. He is just going to have to fold this ace-jack. It's probably going to be the end of the hand here. Bourbon is saying my great-great-grandmother was from Galway. Never met her though. Yeah. That's where I'm from. I live in the countryside of Galway. I used to live in the city for in my early 20s, probably from 20 to 25, 26. Then when I went full-time with poker, I moved home in 2019, and I believe I was 26, 27 that time. Just to cut back on finances and try and build a role. Thankfully, that has happened since that time frame in 2019. But probably only over the last 1 to 2 years, the progress has been a lot more linear. I've been playing poker for a long time, lads. I'm named after her. Oh, that's nice. What's the name, Bourbon, just out of curiosity? I mean, it's probably something like very stereotypical, like Mary, or something like that. But pray tell, what's the name? Just out of curiosity. Is it a real Irish name or something in the latter? I'm not really sure if this is this clear of a decision here for Georgie. But again, maybe they're just doing this tanking to just, you know, let the tournament clock run down more and stuff like that. But he does get it through with the ace-king. How old are you now? I am 31. 31 since October last year. Obviously 32 this year. My maths are mathin'. Which I hope at this stage in my life that they are. But I am no definite in terms of me being good at maths, FYI. But if I can't figure out how old I am, I think I'm the issue. Ah yeah, Colleen Mary. That's definitely... Colleen is definitely straight up Irish, for sure. And if you hear certain Irish people say that name, depending on what part of the country they're from, it's going to sound different in each section. North, south, east and west. Like in most countries, we all have our own distinct accents from different parts of the country. October, nice. When what? My birthday was in October, Kubis, is what I meant. Why the check with the decision so long? Draw to ATM says. Not too sure, bro. I reckon it's something got to do with the tournament clock, just to maybe line down people a little bit more swiftly. But we do get the all-in from Jackie here with a 10-5 off, which is, again, Marina does pick up the ace-king here, similar to the spot where Jackie shoved queen-9 off. And now he's going wider than he did before. Just expecting folds. And Marina, similar to before, she ain't going to be folding ace-king here, which, again, is the exact same spot that she was in. Urban says, wow, you're a young pup. I am indeed. I'm not going to say age is just a number, but I am a strong believer in that. Anyways, back to the hand here. Somehow we have ace-king versus 10-5 offsuit. Oh, the 14th, Kubis. 14th of October. 14th of October, mate. But anyways, oh God, a 5 in the window. Oh, man. Poor Marina. Twice this has happened against Jackie, which is very, very unfortunate for this lady. I mean, we got some chop outs here. We've got an ace or a king to win it, or a diamond. I take a diamond, personally. I take a diamond. Now, bear in mind, I'm a greedy mofo, and I would take a king or an ace as well. Just saying. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that, lads. That was a sick run-up, by the way. Marina is delighted with that. Delighted. Now, as I said, I was greedy, asking for an ace or a king, but I would take a diamond all goddamn day. All goddamn day. And I do believe we are going on a break, people. So I am going to get something to drink. And we'll be back in 13 minutes or so. So, as always, do not go far. I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Right? Oh, yeah? Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
fan. You got the 9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No. If you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
good
wow.
Play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's
snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thank you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens.
Yeah? Why you happy?
Because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says, if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, oh, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Ooh, and this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
Yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
Yeah, that was a wild one.
There's 24 bigs.
1-3 behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, you know, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, ci chiami così.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward?
It's perfect.
Slightly.
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But
to talk like
I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
40.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raise through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise for Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this
I
spot?
don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up, or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well,
river.
I was going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close.
All right, guys, and welcome on back to the final table of the German Poker Masters. Alrighty, so we still have 7 players remaining, lads and ladies, and we are obviously waiting for this table, our final table ticket bubble to burst, and that's obviously going to happen after the 5th or 6th elimination, I should say. Benjamin still leading the way, Bart slowly behind, Marina and Jackie in 3rd and 4th, Murat and Raptor in 5th and 6th, and then finally Georgie, who's our short stack on this final table at the moment. All players are locking up 8.2k, and yeah, still a lot to play for, lads. 60k up top, and the usual stuff. We'll see how long it develops, or how long it takes for this bubble to burst, but yeah. Catching up on some of the Twitch chat from that hand that went down. ICM, or Fu Internet says, ICM independent suicide, suicide model. Justice, getting reward for the 10-5 off will be mean, for sure. As I said, I was a little bit greedy on the turn, asking for a king an ace or a king on the river, but hold the phone. We do have Raptor picking up the aces against Mr. Bart's pocket sixes. I mean, cold calling might be a thing here. With all due respect, lads, do not ask me about certain ranges in an ICM spot like this, with all this money up top, ticket involved, and what this range might look like here in the hijack versus UTG. Not a Scooby. Just being honest. Jackie, on the other hand, picks up the Jacks. Jackie picking up Jacks. Couldn't write it. Could not write it. Someone's going broke here, lads. That's all I'm saying. What a first hand back after our break. Bird is saying clash incoming. Guaranteed, sir. Guaranteed. Hope you guys did manage to make it back for the restart after the break. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on this spicy hand. ECW King, happy Easter, Kings reps. Appreciate that, mate. I hope you're doing well. Not sure what Mr. Jackie is thinking about here with the Jacks. I mean, Raptor is going to hear the beautiful words of all in, depending on how you spell it. 70 bananas up top. Let's go. It's a lot of bananas, bro, isn't it? Endless amount of bananas. Pretty unfortunate spot for Jackie to pick up this hand, in fairness. Welcome on back in, Bourbon. It must be time for your appointment yet, no? It must be coming very, 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 very close to it. He does eventually... He just calls? What? I mean, again, this is well above my pay grade, lads. This is well above my pay grade to comment on the call. My very, very honest opinion. Well above my pay. Holy crap! Murad picks up queens. What a hand! What a first hand to come back to, lads. Holy Jeevus. This is Queens, Alan. Queen! What a sick, sick, sick hand, lads. What the hell is Murad going to do here now? Now, bear in mind, if Murad actually shoves all in here, knowing what we know from Murad from previous hands, like, this is going to be extremely strong. And he just... Is that a call? He just calls as well. What is going on, lads? What is going on in this hand? No way. This is supposed to end up this way. Can some ICM genius tell me if this is ever a thing? Because surely to God, it cannot be. There's always a surprise around the corner of Kings, as some forgotten commentator would say. Yeah. Yeah, I know who you're on about, EC, yeah? Lads, what is this hand? No, Bart. Bart, don't do it, bro. Okay, just called. I was going to say, Jesus Christ, why would you consider doing anything else outside it? There is a new chip as well, lads, and the blinds have gone up to 300, 600k with a 600 big blind ante. And the jack hits on the flop for Jackie. And it's going to be an all-in from Bart. Probably going to be an all-in from Raptor. Oh, he snap folds the aces. No way. I mean, against Murad is probably a good fold, no? This hand should not have went this way, lads. Lads, this should have went out such a different way. Such a different way this hand should have played out, no? Surely. What a ridiculous hand. And they say online poker is rigged, lads, eh? Queen and a queen only for Murad, or we are going to be losing him in 6th place. What a pre-flop cooler, lads, seriously. The fact that ace has got away from this is unbelievable. And the queen does improve on the river. And Murad is eliminated, lads. What a flop for Jackie. What a flop for Jackie. A 2-outer when you probably couldn't ask for a better time for a 2-outer, but holy hell, lads. What happened here? Well, I pity the people that didn't make it back for that hand after the dinner break, or after the break in general. That one's going to make a clip, or a short, or a reel, whatever way you want to phrase it. But that was probably the hand of the stream, lads, if I had to pick one. And poker stars run out, yeah. Online poker is rigged, lads. You show that one hand example to somebody that has that perspective, you can guarantee that they will change it. Either way. Eliminated by Murad, or Murad has been eliminated, I should say. Excuse me. Yeah, the snap throw from the pocket ace was nice, man, but as I said, I see you saw, or you saw see you. I can't even say it. I saw see you. You? Murad has been very, very tight, man. Murat has been very, very tight. He's always been showing his hands, and you know when he shoves all in for like 15 big blinds, it's always like ace queen, ace king, pocket kings, stuff like that, man. So when Murat open jams that Jack 10-9 flop after cold calling a 3-bet, I think that's a very, very good fold by Raptor. I mean, maybe it's like a pretty obvious fold given the action pre-flop and given the all-in on the flop, or the donk all-in from Murat. But yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what Jackson's supposed to do that there in that ICM spot. Like, same thing with queens. Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's supposed to happen there pre-flop, lads. We get the all-in from Raptor here directly after him having aces. ISO works, been in and out, so I haven't been paying attention, so thank you. They better put that on YouTube. You can guarantee they'll put it on YouTube, ECW King. In fairness to Kings, they are good for pumping out the content. With all due respect. Raptor does get that one through. I got Jackie here with the nines. Does get it through. Need things to calm down a little bit after that hand, lads. Great first hand after the break, 100% bourbon. 100%. 1-0-0. We have Georgie here with the Jack 10 offsuit. Marina just asking to see the big blinds stacked there. do have Benjamin picking up the aces this time. Getting it on the button as well. See if Raptor wants to enter with the Jack 8 suited, but I can't imagine he's going to be. So unless Jackie wakes up with something in the big blind. Well, Jackie picking up the Jacks here, lads. Don't know how this is going to unfold, but there's going to be money going in the middle, whether that's pre-flop or post. Let's see how this develops, because Jackie is obviously going to be 3-betting. Benjamin is obviously going to be 4-betting. And we'll just see how it develops after that, lads. I love when this happens, lads, when it's just like back-to-back hands where stuff starts going down, you know. And he just calls, lads. What is this about? I mean, I know there's shorter stacks and we are in a bubble, so I suppose it makes sense. But this still should be a 3-bet pre-flop, given it's Benjamin opening on the button here, who's the chip leader, you know? Sandro, this game is rigged. All right, we do get the C-bet here from Benjamin. Again, Jackie is obviously going to have to call one here. Damn, now I want to cancel my appointment. Don't do that. Poker ain't going anywhere, Bourbon. The 5 of diamonds on the turn. Just go check. I mean, this probably should have went a totally different direction than what it did do, in my honest opinion. Let's see if Jackie wants to go for a bet. The whole line makes no sense. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, Tom. If you stay watching this stream more often than not, you're always going to have a hand you're going to remember. Put it that way. That's the politest way to put it. But yeah, you're seeing some wild ones so far. We do get the bet from Jackie either way, and I really hope Benjamin finds a raise here. I really hope he finds a raise. Because whatever about Jackie just cold calling this pre-flop, it's kind of whatever, but I do not want to see a call here from Benjamin. That does look like a raise. I feel like this will blow up. I feel like Jackie has that in him. That's the thing. Now, bear in mind, this pot should be still so much bigger than what it is, lads. It should be so much bigger than what it actually is. Jackie's looking curious, lads. Yeah, D-Negs will be proud, mate. Small ball poker. I haven't heard that one in a while. That does look like a call, and he's going to be wrong, but I'll tell you one thing. He's probably still happy to see aces there, even though he lost the pot. And Benjamin's going to see that and just say, what the hell, why aren't you 3-betting that pre? I would have won so much more. I mean, there's no need to show the jacks there, in my opinion. You just fold the hand and just make it look like you have a king or maybe some river 10x, like ace 10 or something like that. I'm not too sure. But yeah, what a start. What a restart. So yeah, this is what it looks like now, lads. Benjamin, not running away with it, but pulling away with the lead in first place. Bart in second, Jackie in third, Marina in fourth. And then Georgie and Raptor are our two shorter stacks. So yeah, next elimination, lads, will be the ticket bursted. That's even a word, burst. Oh yeah, as I said many times, hopefully we're not too far away from that being the case. We are just over 7 hours and 20 minutes into this coverage of the German Poker Masters here in King's Resort in Rosvedov. I am not there physically. I am based in Ireland. But nevertheless, I've been in charge of the comms for the last 7.5 hours, give or take. And it's been a hell of a lot of fun. Anyways, back to Senor Jackie in the small blind with the 9-3 offsuit. Me. Do. He does get the walk. I don't understand this game, Bart or Benjamin said there. I missed who he said it exactly, but this is some of the wild stuff you're going to see, lads, on this ticket bubble as well. You're going to see a combination of lads flatten hands they should 3-bet. You're going to see hands that people arguably should be playing and they're folding. More so referencing from the big blind, for example, stuff like that. It gets pretty wild. Because this is basically, in terms of the payouts, lads, it's... So you're going from like 10.8k to basically 24k. So it's like a 13, 14k pay jump for the next elimination for a €250 buy-in. So keep that in mind, obviously. We do get the effect of all in here from Raptor. Let's see if somebody picks up something behind. Georgie does pick up the ace 10 off 11 big blinds here, and again, like always, it is a close one. I think that's my phrase of the day. It's a close one. Like every spot in poker. Oh, what would you do here? It's close. Great help. But this spot is close. Going to be a much needed double up for Georgie here. Bear in mind that these guys are very similar stacked here. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. If he ever does watch back this coverage and he potentially sees, if he doesn't call here, that Raptor had the ace 8, that's the sort of shit that will keep you up at night. Just saying. Bourbon is saying, can we pause the game for 90 minutes, please? Georgie does decide to run it with the ace 10. He's going to be in relatively good shape against Raptor's ace 8, which is bad news bear for Raptor. But nearly a third of the time, give or take, he will outdraw Georgie's ace 10. But we shall see what happens. He needs help nonetheless. It's a big sweat here. As I said, a 14k pay jump in this situation. And there is some chop outs here, lads. Any 4? Don't know why the camera's zooming in on Marina when Georgie's in the hand. Just saying. Ace of clubs, or Georgie has in his hand here, so the 8 of clubs is not going to be live for Raptor. But as I said, there is some chop outs. Any queen, any 4. I think a king is good as well. Need some help. Big river card coming here, lads. And it is an ace. Oh, that's a dirty river. Well, sometimes in poker, lads, you gotta be more lucky than good. Class, or example A. Example A. Good God. Good God, what a river. What a river. Wow, indeed. What a river, lads. What a river. Them are the sort of hands now you won't forget. And that's going to make that story even sweeter if he decides to run deep in this or in the main event. That would be a nice story. Remember that 3-outer you hit to basically win you a ticket? I know I do. I know I do. But lads, seriously, what are these hands since we came back? What are these hands since we came back? If you're not following on Twitch, lads, or you're not subscribed on YouTube, be sure to make the effort to show support to this amazing production that is King's Resort and Casino in Rozvadov. A few clicks of a button, subscribe, follow, all the things that take minimal effort. The mouse is in your hand right now, or the phone is in your hand. Be sure to use your thumb, or I think it's your index finger, is it? Anyways. Let's fold around to Georgie here, who is on, without a doubt, life support. He does decide to ship it with the King-Queen. Marina might be tempted to flick in a call here with the Ace-6 just to try and burst this bubble. And I really imagine Benjamin is going to, or sorry, Bart is going to call as well. So we are going three-way. Georgie needing some paint. It's not ideal being against two other players here, but he has decent equity against their ranges. Spoke too soon. Bart is ahead with a pair of fives, and obviously these two are just going to check this down, given there is... Well, I take that back. I probably would have just checked that down, to be honest with you. But Bart does go for a one big blind bet, which I suppose makes sense as well. Just to get hands like this, what Marina has to get out of the way. And just isolate him against Georgie's range, but Marina is flicking in a call for 600k. King on the turn for Georgie, which is great. Just check, but a 5 on the river for Bart. It is going to be lights out for Georgie, and the ticket bubble is going to be burst. Finally. That's the hard part of the show done, lads. Seriously. Anything after this is a walk in the park. Bart does reopen the 5x, or the trips on the river. Marina gets out of the way, and Georgie thought he was good on the turn, which he was technically, but probabilities are probabilities, lads, and he got outdrawn on the river, and we do lose Georgie on the bubble, unfortunately. And it sucks, but c'est la vive, my good man. C'est la vive. Does get himself 10.8k, I believe, or 10.4k. 10.8k, something like that. Which is, again, it's still not bad, lads, for a €250 buy-in tournament. It's nothing to cry about or anything like that. Action, 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 people. Action, action, action. I would love for now everyone just get knocked out and I can have an early night. But somehow I don't think that that is going to be the case. Somehow. But either way, we have the guts of 183 on Twitch and 338 on YouTube. That's roughly over 500 people watching. The remaining 5 players duke it out for 60k up top. Everyone guaranteed the 10k main event ticket. And hopefully we see some stacks flying here. But as I said, there is still a lot of money up top here, lads and ladies. Next elimination will get 13.6k alongside the tournament ticket. And obviously 4 placed in is guaranteed 16.8k. What an amazing ROI on 250 euro buy-in, you know. Marina does decide to open ship 21 big blinds here. Does get it through. She'll be delighted with that. She will be very, very happy with that. Not going to complain. We have Marina picking up the ace-9 here this time. All right, got Bart picking up the ace-9 offsuit here. Looks like he is cutting out a raise, and that's like 1.2 million or so. 1.2 milli, and Raptor, after getting very, very lucky against Georgie, picks up kings. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again, lads. The amount of times kings has been dealt, to be fair, premiums have been dealt, has been relatively frequent. But kings in particular has been the most, again, from my perspective. Let's see how he wants to play this. He's obviously going to 3-bet here, lads. Something around 5 big blinds or so. Or is that a call? As we're seeing very, very, very unorthodox plays since we got back from the dinner break. Very unorthodox plays, which, by the way, I'm all for. But I think there's a time and a place for it, and maybe in this situation it may not be the case. Let's go check, check. 8 on the turn. I actually wouldn't mind checking kings here again, by the way. I would not mind it at all. It's not because I know his cards, by the way. It just feels like a good spot to check again. Does go for a bet either way of 2 milli, well, 1.2 milli. I'd say 2 big blinds. Bart with a decision here on the turn. With the ace-9 with the naked gut shot, 1 over. Does look like a call from Bart. I take that back. It's a min raise. In case you didn't realise, lads, I do wear glasses. But even then, even though I do, I struggle to see shit. Either way, min raise on the turn here from Bart. And obviously going to be a pretty standard call here. Now, if Bart is min raising this turn, surely he has a plan for the river to go very, very big. Or you could just hit a 3-outer and just outdraw pocket kings as well. Which is obviously a disaster. Disaster river for the kings. And he's going to get the bad news. Bird, I don't even know. I can't answer that. I can't answer that, mate. I don't know. I don't know. He apologizes. I mean, I just don't understand that hand, lads. But anyways, I'm here to commentate, not to comment, if that makes sense. Chip stacks between Benjamin and Bart are getting closer. Marina in third, Jackie in fifth Jackie in fourth, Marina in third. We are very, very similar stacks as well. And Raptor then, who has 13 big blinds, is the shorty. After getting outdrawn with the kings in the last hand before these graphics appeared. ECW King is saying, poker is war, for sure. For sure, for sure, for sure. But yeah, as I said, lads, there must have been something in the food or the water or something after the last break, because the stuff that has happened since that, we probably didn't see for 3 hours before that. And that's no exaggeration, by the way. Raptor here with the no baby pair. The threes. On the button here. Probably just going to be doing what he's been doing previously. And that is more or less open, raising all in. Leaving himself, give or take, half a big blind or maybe one big blind behind. And that's exactly what he's doing again. Jackie obviously going to get out of the way here. 7-7 it is. And whatever it is behind. 7-8. 7-8 or so. And Marina's going to get out of the way as well. What a nice situation to be in all the same, no? €250 tournament, play for 3 days, maybe longer depending. Get yourself down to the last 5. Guarantee yourself a ticket, and then whatever pocket change up top. Pretty nice situation to be in. Tom says, what am I looking at, damn? I don't know exactly, but it seems to be poker. Is there meant to be a question mark after that, Bird? It could be roulette as well. Great for the neutral. Great for the neutral, no? In terms of entertainment-wise. Unless you're rooting for someone. Bear in mind, my pick is still in it, and my wild card is still in it. And my pick was Marina. And my wild card was Mr. Jackie. And speaking of both of them, go figure. Tom says it looks more like bingo to me. I think I think they're in the wrong location, no? Stevla is asking what was happening. You probably missed the best 30 minutes to an hour since we got back from the last break, Stevla, in terms of action. Marina does decide to just open jam the ace-king suited, which, to be honest, I'm not a big fan of in this situation. Ace-king is nearly as good as, I don't know, a premium pocket pair here in terms of equity. So I'd much prefer a raise to, I don't know, 4.5 big blinds here or something like that. Maybe get Bart to do something silly, come over the top, snap him off, something like that, you know. And we saw Jackie do these things as well, of like, you know, open, jamming very wide. Maybe the idea with Jackie there might have been a limp jam. She does show the ace-king, which again, I don't see the merits of doing this. This is way too much information to be given away at this time in the tournament, you know. Now, in fairness to her, this is the only time she has done it. But, yeah, I thought Jackie would be jamming. I'm not surprised, by the way. I think he has like 20 plus big blinds, but needless to say, he's jammed 15 or 16 with 10-5 off and queen 9 off. So I don't think it matters if he has 15 or 22. But either way, he was lucky that he didn't do it that time, because he would have been duking it out with Marina again. Yeah, so we had around 22, 23, 24 big blinds last hand. So now we know that the 23, 24 big blind range, Jackie doesn't like to open jam, apparently. I think the average chip counts as well, lads, around that 20 million mark, give or take. Jackie coming in for a raise here with the ace-8 off, folds around to Benjamin with the pocket fives. One would imagine he's just going to be calling here, but he's going to ask how much Jackie has left behind. There's Benjamin contemplating 3-bet jamming here. Let's just set the call, which I think is normal. Bourbon says, okay, cancel my appointment. Said I wasn't feeling very well and that I've had no sleep. Changed to Thursday now, LOL. Sleep, not asleep. I'm not going to say you made the right choice, Jack or Bourbon, but happy to have you here nonetheless, I guess. Depends what the appointment was for, you know. But either way, we have you here now. Happy to have you here. Let's see how it unfolds. You see Jackie here flopping top pair. It's probably going to be the end of the hand. Can't imagine Jackie is going to, or sorry, Benjamin is going to be peeling on this flop. He does get out of the way. Does get out of the way. Do-do-do-do. All right, we got Jackie here with the 10-8 offsuit. Coming in for a raise. And go figure, lads. Kings again. I mean, if this wasn't the perfect advertisement for Kings Casino, I don't know what the hell it is. But either way, Bart picking up a very, very strong hand here against Jackie. A very, very strong hand, excuse me. It's obviously going to be 3-betting here. And, it's probably going to be the end of the hand, unfortunately, unless Jackie is feeling very, very out of line or something along that. Pretty decent sized 3-bet as well here. It's around, give or take, 3x or so. 2.7, 2.8. Bourbon says, blood test, they were fine with me putting it off. They just said, keep my fluids up and try to get some sleep. Yeah, definitely get some sleep anyways. That's a guarantee, Bourbon. No question about the sleep variable. Just be prioritising that, to be honest with you. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but sleep is a superpower. Sleep is a superpower. So it is. All right, got Marina here with the ace-9. Decides to get out of the way. Fold around to Raptor in the small blind. And Jackie does get out of the way after Raptor shoved it. And on to the next hand we go. Also betting this will be finished by 1 a.m. my time. It is currently 10 past 9 where I am in Ireland. So what do we think? Is this going to be finished in the next 3 hours? Sure hope so. I think it is usually around the 8 to 10 hour mark on average, these streams are. More so the final day than the latter, or than any other streams. But anyways, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Got Benjamin opening the pocket fours here, and Raptor sitting there with a pretty looking Jack-9 suited. Might be tempted to cold call here, but gets out of the way. Jackie, on the other hand, is definitely going to be playing this hand. And that is a 3-bet all Inski. We got Benjamin asking for a count. I don't think he's going to be calling this. I just think this is too big of a 3-bet jam to consider calling this off, unfortunately. He does get out of the way, which is to be expected.
Oh, he's simply better than me.
All right, we got Raptor here in the cutoff with the ace-9. ECW King says he usually speeds up after they make a deal. Yeah, well, that's a given. I haven't got word on that, ECW King, but usually that's a discussion for minimum 4 players, I guess. Arguably, maybe 3. Just depends on the environment and what everyone agrees on, obviously, and if it is a fair chop in terms of distribution. But yeah, obviously they introduced that. I'm not sure when exactly, ECW King, but yeah, Dan did mention that to me, that it is a thing. And I think even the last stream I did where I was covering Dan, there was a deal 3-way. But I remember doing the streams before, man, there was never any of that. The chops and stuff like that. But I think during the WSOP, there's none of that. They don't chop, I don't think. It's more so on these sort of events that they do allow them to do it. But as I said, that was never usually the case before. It was winner take all situation, which, to be fair, man, I kind of like that idea more. But I also understand if somebody wants to chop for X amount. But these are the updated chip counts, lads and ladies. So Benjamin and Bart, still 2 guys that literally have not left that top 2 spots as of so far. And you have Jackie and Marina in 3rd and 4th, who are around 27, 24 big blinds. And then finally, we have Raptor, who is on 18 big blinds at the moment. Everyone guaranteed the tournament ticket for the WSOP main event, which is obviously a massive, massive incentive. ECW King says, yeah, it was a no deal at Kings for a long time. It's still better than do offer or than do the offer. Yeah, I agree. No, as I said, man, like I think I do believe that if you're a person that is playing a buy-in like this, where I'm not going to say it's once in a lifetime that you can play for this change or play for this amount of money up top, is what I mean. So I can understand from somebody's perspective that you've never won that amount of money in your life, and there's a lot of things you can do with that money. And as I said, if it is a mutual agreement between everyone that's there, then I don't really see what the issue is. But, you know, sometimes it's going to be the case where 2 people agree and then one person doesn't, because that other person believes that they have a massive edge against the 2 remaining players. So I think if you have, or strongly believe that you have an edge, I think you should use that to your advantage. But if it's the other end of the spectrum, you know, where you don't think if you're an edge, or, you know, you're a bit of an underdog or something like that, yeah, you know, making a deal makes a lot of sense, to be fair, in that situation. So, you know, it's just very situational. I kind of feel a little bit disappointed when I hear it, but I've never been in a situation I've been playing for 80, 90k up top for €100 buy-in, €200 buy-in, $550 buy-in or something like that, you know? Or they're saying there were indeed several deals lately that changed the rule. Yeah, that's what I thought, man. I don't know exactly when they did it, but as I said, I know for a fact the last stream I did, there was a deal done, but I can't remember exactly how long ago that was either, to be honest. But yeah, I know during the WSOP they don't do it. They don't do it. But as I said, it was the case in Kings where that was pretty much a rule. But I know probably the last 6 months, man, that might have changed, I'd say. I just can't remember the last one I did for Dan. There's definitely been a couple of months. 3+ definitely, maybe 4. So we'll see. If I get word of that being a thing, I'll obviously let you guys know. But there is nothing of the sorts as of right now, and as I said, it's never usually the case when there's 5 players remaining that there is a deal. Like that's another thing as well, where I should just let me see this hand played out, but I assume it's just going to be a fold by Bart here, or maybe contemplating a 4-bet. But what I can't understand is when somebody deals when it's 6-handed or 7-handed or 8-handed or 9-handed. That's the part that makes me feel disappointed. As I said, if it's 3-handed, 4-handed, I can get behind it, but like chopping or dealing when it's 8, 9-handed, that's just, in my opinion, not good. Not good. So yeah, Bartholomew. Bart. Bart does fold. I don't even know how to pronounce that full name, lads. I'm just saying Bart. But yeah, I don't know how you guys feel about that as well. Valtin994, see you in 3 weeks, Dutch Poker Tour. I won't be playing it myself, but I can understand the appeal for a 300k guarantee tournament, Valet 10. Or when someone has 75% of the chips, then you should just gamble as the low stack. Yeah, well, that's the other thing as well, man, because you can run it up pretty goddamn, I'm not going to say pretty goddamn easily, but you can run it up. Like, how many times have you seen someone going from one big blind to 30, 40 big blinds, or, you know, sub 5, sub 10, and just running it up to be chip leader in like 2 or 3 hours? It's doable. And I think in that example, like you said, ECW King, it makes a lot of sense to do that. Because, I mean, it's somewhat of a free roll, I guess. But either way, Raptor with the Mamacitas in the small blind here. Just decides to limp. And Jackie falls for the trap with the ace-jack. I say he falls for the trap here. There isn't much he could do with what he did. I think it's a fairly standard play, but he does run into Raptor's queens. And Raptor has picked up a ridiculous amount of premiums, lads. But given his aces got cracked, let's see can his queens hold in this big hand. Big favours, 3-1. Let's see if the ace-jack can get there. Be pretty unfortunate for Raptor. Let's see what the poker gods have in store for this man here. I mean, more outs to dodge, technically. Doesn't want to see an ace or a jack. Be pretty goddamn unfortunate. And here we go to the turn cards. It is a 5. So an ace or a jack or Raptor will be getting. It's probably his deserved double up given the run that he's had. But yeah, it is a 9. And the queens do hold, thankfully. Bit of a cooler situation there for Jackie, but again, I don't think either player did anything wrong there. I really like the limp with the queens. And obviously the turbo jam by Jackie there was music to Raptor's ears. He's definitely deserved that to an extent. I'm not saying Jackie deserved to lose that one, but I think Raptor at least deserved some form of a double up in this situation. I mean, even if, like, Jackie just made that non-all-in sizing, same thing is going to happen. Raptor's just going to limp jam. He's going to call it off regardless. So, just again, distribution, variance. One player gets a better hand. Let the cards fall as they may after that. You have Bart coming in for a raise with the King-9 suited. Raptor contemplating what to do here. Getting a little bit frisky here with the ace-5 offsuit. Now all these stacks are relatively similar. These guys can start fighting back against Bart, who was obviously running them over, 2-3 eliminations before the ticket bubble. Now they're firing back. Now they are firing back. They are indeed firing back. Valtin is saying, first 3 places, make a deal, it's okay. Yeah, I'd be okay with that as well. I'd be okay. Dolores is saying 20 chips. 20 chips of what? 20 million? Anyways, Bart contemplating what to do with his hand. I assume he's going to fold. Especially with Jackie having a shorter stack here. As I said, there is about a... Let me just check the payouts here. Yeah, so it's basically around a 3k pay jump from 5th to 4th. So that's definitely a strong consideration with Jackie being the shorter stack at the table at the moment. So it is. We got Raptor here now with the ace-8 off. It's a pretty good hand to have in the cutoff here, 5-handed, FYI. F to the Y to the I. Does come in for a raise. Jackie gets out of the way. Marina's going to get out of the way also. I mean, seriously, the dealer either needs to get a raise for rigging the deck or give it a demotion for not shuffling the deck. I'll let you guys decide. Because I'm either losing my mind here with the amount of kings that have been dealt. But here we are, seeing kings again. Tell me I'm not losing my mind, lads, with the amount of kings that has been dealt in this 153-hand sample. Because there's been a few. It has been a few. Southside Ronnie, he's not shuffling good. The thing is, they have an automatic shuffler, so we can't even blame the dealer, lads. he's not even physically shuffling them. He might be cutting them after it's automatically shuffled in the machine. He's too good, yeah. The dealer knows, lads. The dealer knows. The dealer knows what's going on. I'm trolling, I know. I'm still sus. I'm still sus. Just goes to show how, I don't know, variance there is in a small sample, lads, no? He just wants to go home. That makes a lot of sense too, Southside Ronnie. Very much so. Anyways, we get the 3-bet here from Bart. This is back-to-back hands that these guys have been duking it out. Wonder, is that going to get into Raptor's head, possibly? I guess we'll wait and see. Definitely contemplating something. But... oh, no! No! This has gotten into his head, lads. He got absolutely owned. He got owned. And I mean, he still has like 30% equity here, but still. Oh no, indeed. This is a monster pot, lads, at this point. Yeah, Tom. Ace blocker, yeah. He does flop an 8, lads. It's a big, big pot here for Bart. He's a very, very big favourite, 3-1. He's to dodge an 8 or an ace or running straight cards for a chop. We will be losing Raptor, lads. An ace or an 8. Yeah, 100 big blind pot almost, yeah. Something like that. Very, very close to it. Raptor praying for an ace or an 8. And that is neither. And again, the biggest pot of the evening goes to Bart. Monster, monster pot there. And probably a pretty decent mistake there. I mean, I don't mind going for it, lads. You got to give credit where credit is due. It's just like timing-wise was not on the money there, unfortunately. But you got to give him heart. You got to give him the heart. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the jam there either. I mean, like, I think we can all agree that the jam was not the best play there, with all due respect. But you got to respect the heart. The man went for it. Got it very wrong. Yeah, that's the other thing, Southside Ronnie. But I reckon he tried to push that, given how short Jackie is as well. And he tried to leverage that ICM potentially. I mean, I'm trying to find excuses for his play. But I don't think that's going to be good enough. Yeah, I mean, bit of a torch there, lads, but as you can see, the chip counts right now. Bart is back in the lead. Benjamin in second. Marina in third. And Jackie, as I said already, is our short stack so far. Or should I say so far? He has been for the last hour or so. But yeah, he needs to potentially get something moving here. He needs to get something moving here. Tom says least ICM pressure on the short stack anyways. Range is very linear there. Yeah. At 40 big blinds, no need to tangle unless you got a premium. Yeah, I agree. Like, it was unnecessary. It was. And I'm sure when he's reflecting on that later on this evening, tonight, tomorrow, the rest of the week, I'm sure that'll play on his mind. That's what I've always noticed with live poker, lads. If I do something online, I tend to just forget about it pretty quickly because you're going to play another couple of thousand hands after that. But anytime I played live and I do something that I maybe know I shouldn't have done or regret or something like that, I tend to remember that hand for way goddamn longer. And as I said, like when I'm playing online daily, it's like 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 hands, you know, on average. Definitely 1,000 to 2,000 without a doubt. So when you're playing 20 hands an hour playing live, you're going to remember them hands a lot more, in my opinion anyways. Well, that's the part that makes me feel sick as well, Tom. It's simply because, you know, having ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited against like not aces, but like kings or queens, you're not in bad shape there. You're not in bad shape at all. Like, you still have like 30 to 35% equity on average. And, you know, that makes me feel sick. Yeah, the min 4-bet would have been nice. The 4-bet jam was a little bit excessive because the 4-bet to whatever, a normal size, like 2.1 or something like that, or maybe just a min click, that would have looked very, very strong as well. And probably would have netted the same fold equity as the 4-bet jam. Yeah, but you're often dominated by other ace-x. You can be. You can be. Obviously, you're playing against the range. If a guy's got ace-jack or ace-10 or ace-king or ace-queen, you're obviously not in great shape, but more so what I'm talking about is against like even ace-king, ace-queen, you still have like 30, 35% with the ace-5. Depends on the suits, if it's suited, offsuit and whatnot. But against the pocket pairs, you have decent equity, man, which always makes me feel sick. You get ace-5 suited to fold, though. That's true. Which you had dominated, eh? Maybe you should have just called instead. You need to get that to fold, yeah. Like, that's obviously a big thing in cash. Obviously, hold on a second. These players both turn to a pair here, kings. We'll talk about that after this hand. Valentine is saying that was a big mistake. I think we can all agree. We do get the bet here from Benjamin. And Bart. Yeah, I agree with that ECW King. I wouldn't go batshit crazy either. I mean, Bart is going to have to check call 1 here. I would assume. It is Tom, yeah. Yeah, like I reckon the fact that we're on about specific combos that we're going to get to fold is, as I said, maybe finding excuses to justify the play. But yeah, probably not justifiable at all. I do agree. The stack is very, very valuable. Why is he holding his head? He has a tendency to do this, in fairness, from what I've noticed. Now, bear in mind, I've been looking at this guy for the guts of 8 hours. So, I remember playing against Benjamin or Bart in future. Maybe more so Bart than Benjamin. yeah. Definitely a punt, mate. I think we can all agree with that. He's definitely holding, but he has a tendency to do that, Ronnie. He's a tendency to hold the head, and he's going for a check raise on the turn. Lads, I swear to God. Oh Jesus, don't get me started, Tom. What a turn raise here, lads. Don't jam Benjamin, please. I don't think you can jam here. Like, I swear to God, lads, there was definitely something in the food or there was something in the water since the last break. As we are seeing some wild stuff. Gladly no internet trolls are watching me when I punt off a chip lead. I think, as you said already, man, everyone has a punt in them. Everyone has a punt in them. Let's see what this river card brings, though. A deuce of clubs would be horrible. I mean, Bart probably is just going to check this back, man. Like, that raise on the turn, man, is just so thin. We ain't no trolls, we orcs. Does go check. Yeah, again, our Bart could have definitely lost a little bit less in that hand. Although in saying that, if he just calls the turn, Benjamin's probably going to bet the river again. He's probably going to be forced to call X amount as well. Maybe he can find a fold on the river there, arguably. But yeah, I think the turn raise is just way too thin. Way too thin. Yeah, you're going to get called by worse sometimes. But like, with that hand, with basically no kicker, I would assume call is the very standard play there. Anyways, plenty of hands to talk about, lads and ladies. Plenty of them. Jackie shoving again. In fairness to Jackie, man's got heart. I think man is very entertaining as well. Oh, I mean, this one I don't know either. Need to brush up on the old ICM spots. She's not calling, she don't know what to call. She's actually doing alright, Ronnie. She's actually doing alright. She actually hasn't done much wrong at all. I think there was maybe one spot where she probably made a mistake. But I'll be honest with you, I don't remember, but I remember mentioning it when it did happen. I just can't remember the specifics, but she does fold. Unless it's ace king, yeah. Yeah, as I said, I ain't, what's the word? I ain't an ICM genius, lads, by any means. Short stack play with money up top ain't my forte. I'll be totally honest with you. I'm not going to say it's above my pay grade, but realistically it more than likely is above my pay grade. It'll be a tough call with only 14 big blinds behind, yeah. 14 big blinds left. Yeah, lads, we're getting great action. We're getting great action. Only thing for players like her, if they don't pick up hands, they get blinded out. Look, as I said, I'm not going to be able to have a total breakdown of someone's game on 8 hours of coverage, you know? Guys like Jackie is how I play. Respect. I reckon Jackie's perception of poker, lads, is go big or go home, is what I assume his perception is. You're getting blinded out in cash games as well, just like me. Just like everyone, bro. The only good thing with cash games, the blinds don't go up, thankfully. But that doesn't mean you can't get blinded out. Alrighty. We got this blind v blind battle here with Bart and Benjamin again. We've seen this a couple of times. And Bart does lead out with top pair. Does get it through. Well, we won't know what Benjamin had. Four-handed, small blind versus big blind. Ram it in for 5.7 when you have one big blind in there already. And one big blind for the ante is still pretty close call with queen high. Yeah, like intuitively, I thought it was somewhat close. Southside Ronnie, come to Canada if you can afford 100, 200. You welcome. 4-card PLO. I was actually playing live PLO in Dublin 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I haven't the most experience playing Omaha, and I also don't have much experience playing live poker in general. And I was trying to record some content while playing the cash game there, and it was a round of each between Hold'em. But never mind, lads, I'll get back to that story in a moment. We got Jackie with the ace-king, and Benjamin did open shove the king-8 and gets snapped by Jackie. So he needs to avoid an 8 here, or it will be down to 3 players. It will be down to the 3 players. So we shall see. No 8 on that flop here. Jackie still in great shape. Doesn't even have backdoor clubs here. He does obviously have some backdoor equity here with the, well, not on that turn card. So an 8 and an 8 only. Or we will be seeing Jackie double up here. We're going to get another 8 on the river, lads. Oh my God, another 8 on the river. That's twice it happened to Jackie, man. Once against Raptor and now against Benjamin. And we lose Jackie in 4th place, lads, which is obviously a very, very unfortunate way to go out. Not once, but twice, man. You got to feel from him in that regard. You got to feel from him in that regard. But it's still a decent run. Still a decent run. And from what I can see here, he has netted himself around 16.8k, which, as always, is nothing to get upset about by any means for a €250 buy-in. And bear in mind, he did get a ticket as well. So that is basically a 28k payday for a €250 buy-in tournament. And now we have it, the final 3 players remaining in this Poker Masters, or German Poker Masters, excuse me. Bart and Benjamin, more or less level on chips. And Marina, who was my pick, is the shorty on 14 big blinds. So a bit of work for her to do. BB is saying on YouTube, great stream, guys. Take it down is 15 Guinness deep in Dublin. Well, I don't know about 15, but there's definitely a few in him, BB, if I had to guess. I don't know about now, but as I said, he was up there over the weekend. And yeah, probably invested some money in pints, man, alongside playing some tournaments, I guess. But yeah. Let's catch up on some of the chat here. Ronnie is saying, I was supposed to come to the Irish Open. I went to the WSOP Toronto. Should have came to Dublin. Toronto was shit. Yeah, I mean, I've not gone to the Irish Open either, man, before. I'm not going to lie. I've actually not gone there. And for me to travel to Dublin, bro, it takes like 2 hours. But I am for sure making it a top priority to travel there next year, without a doubt. ECW King is saying they should rename this event to Poker Stars Poker Masters. They're lucky that he didn't win his flips. He would have put these guys to the test for sure, for sure. Ready, lads and ladies. 3 players remaining. Each person is guaranteed. Let me just check here again. Each person is guaranteed. I don't do the payouts command. It's actually just easier. Nobody else is doing it. Okay, so everyone at the moment is guaranteed 23k plus the ticket. Plus the ticket. That is basically around a 34k payday for everyone here right now. For a €250 buy-in, Ronnie. Yeah, that's exactly it, mate. That is exactly it, my good sir. Let's see if Marina can bounce back. It's not going to be easy being 3-handed here, but 1 double up, and she is for sure right back in it. That's a decent score. It's a savage score, man, for a €250 buy-in. As I said, like a 60k up top plus the tournament ticket, which is 70k score for a 250 buy-in, man. Unbelievable. Again, obviously you have to get to this point to make that a possibility. There was just over 2,000 runners. Just over 2,000 runners. So obviously an absolute minefield to get to this point, but such is the life of a tournament player. You get a bet from Benjamin on the turn here, and Marina has to get out of the way. Has to get out of the way. I usually play cash games, and my biggest cash in the tournament was €165. I think I've only ever done well in one tournament board, Bart, and that was probably, oh man, 7 or 8 years ago, I'd say. And I'll give you a very good example to sum up how much I somewhat care about investing time into tournaments. That I remember PokerStars gave me $50 in tournament tickets, or tournament money, 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It's still in my PokerStars account right now. Still in my PokerStars account. Have not used it. A free $50, not touched. I love MTTs, lads. But somehow I'm sitting on a chair commentating for the last 8.5 hours on an MTT. Go figure. How much of a hypocrite am I? Well, yeah. Marina coming in for a raise here. It's the Osquan. Bart with the pretty looking Jack 10 suited here. I think all options except folds is on the table here. I think calling is fine. I think 3-bet, calling it off is fine. Stuff like that. Contemplating it. Contemplating it. No, Bart, I'm very surprised by that, man. Just take it down. Marina obviously not complaining about that. I think cold calling there with Jack 10 is fine as well, no? Seriously. I think folding that is, like Ronnie said, that's crazy. Jack 10 suited three-handed is like a goddamn premium. I mean, it is to me. It is to me. All right, you got Benjamin here with the ace-king and decides to open ship it. Ooh. I mean, it's probably a call in equilibrium / theory or whatever bullshit thing you want to fucking find an excuse to call here. Excuse my language again. But Marina does decide to call or fold. It is a premium, yeah. Definitely a premium. It's definitely not a goddamn weekend, that's for sure. ECW King language, Alan. Think of the children. I know, man. 18 plus stream, ECW, yeah? 18 plus. Everyone knows that word or has that in their vocabulary by 18, surely. I'll tell you one thing, man. When I am streaming, I think the F word is used every, not going to say every sentence, but probably on average every 4 to 5 sentences. And I'll tell you one thing, if I'm having a bad session, oof, F word is every second word. I should give him a timeout, yeah. I just go silent for a couple of minutes, Bert. What happened to the commentator? He was putting the bowl corner. He was given a timeout for saying something he shouldn't have said. Ooh, Marina picking up the Osses. Picking up the aces. Well, whatever about the Jack 10 suited, lads, three-handed, I think we can all agree that the aces is classified as a premium. This is the most fun final table in a while. As I said, man, since we got back from the last break, ECW King. Oh, look at this Jack 10 again. Look at this again. And now Bart is going to say, right, I folded it the last time. This time I'm going to run it. Or at least call. Oh, Fair No Draw is saying aces are mid. Bang average, mate. Bang average. And he falls again. No way. Lads, come on. Come on now. Like, you have the likes of Benjamin defending 5-3 suited. I know he has a big blind posted, but it's no different with the Jack 10. You have a small blind posted, the big blind is dead money, there's a big blind ante. Like, there should be no excuse here. Do get a bet here. Do get a bet here from Marina. And I can understand this because you have a bunch of backdoor equity that can improve your hand here and stuff like that. So I don't mind this check jam by Benjamin here. There's a lot of runner cards that can come that will improve his hand. Yeah, Fair No Draw. Jack 10 knew he was going to whiff, exactly. But Marina's in a great spot to double up here, lads. Oh, the 5 on the turn. 5 on the turn, and that puts Marina in a world of pain, and it looks like we are going to be losing her unless she hits a miracle 2-outer, and unfortunately, that is not the case. Unfortunate, Marina. You've done well. Congrats. Performed very, very well. Couldn't do anything about that. Got a little bit unlucky. Poker gods did not want you to take home that 60k, but the poker gods did want you to take home 3rd place and a tournament ticket. So not all bad. Not all bad. So I think we are going to be going on a break here, people, for 10 to 15 minutes or so. I'll just wait and see, but I'm fairly sure it is going to be the case. Usually they do take a deal here, or not a deal, but a break when they are heads up. So yeah, I think there is going to be a break here. So yeah, we'll be back in roughly 10 to 15 minutes or so. So stick around, and hopefully we're going to have a relatively entertaining heads-up match. So until then, enjoy the break, and I shall be back ASAP.
$22-ish big blinds.
It's a cruel game we play, Suckman. If he had found maybe a slightly smaller bet size, Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say.
Oh,
he does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
Well done not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post-flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw. Cabral with the ace of spades.
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever?
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5 to 1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million.
I haven't heard that one, but probably. Sounds like something he would say. Leo.
Once they started offering bracelet events on GG Poker, I just assumed that Lena has one.
You're too humble.
But I could certainly be wrong.
How did he end up? Did he cash?
I don't believe
240.
Nicholas has any bracelets. I think he has 2 final tables. He does have a 3rd place finish, so I do think we missed him. No, I think he's actually looking for his first bracelet as well.
Mosky, after getting that check raised through, picks up pocket jacks. Just peeling this raise from Martin. This is something you would not see outside of a final table, but makes a lot of sense in this situation.
Sue just calling.
Yeah, that's definitely too much.
Thanks, Sizrot. Put maybe a couple of, few too many chips in there. He's still our chip leader by a large margin. Again, 30 million chips in play. You can see there on the left side of your screen. He has 11 million behind.
By the way, to answer your question before about if Kamoski had backjammed that King-9 suited, can he ever have good hands out of the small blind? Clearly he can. He has jacks here.
Yeah.
Different situation, obviously, than the one before, but making this clear that it's a possibility.
Yeah. Although I don't know if he's backjamming. If Hisu were to 3-bet this, are you backjamming jacks against the chip leader? In this spot?
I don't know. I think both options are on the table. Obviously, folding is not on the table, but calling could be a very reasonable route. But in the other situation, I'm not even saying he always peels jacks, but maybe he has like the ace-queen offsuit, something like that. That is fairly strong.
Certainly fair. Cabral is just really, really good at making flushes.
Wow.
He's just really, really good at making flushes. Now, Kamoski is not drawing dead, has the jack of diamonds, but it's just, I mean, how do you do it?
I don't know, but Cabral has been doing it all day.
He can write a book on hey, listen, I know how to make flushes better than my opponent, so here it is.
He's been making flushes. He's had pocket aces a number of times. He's made a lot of hands.
I mean, how many
today.
players are even playing 10-5 suited at a final table?
I know of one at this table.
Maybe a couple even, but it's just...
By the way, Hisu getting in there, of all players.
Yeah, well, he's like, listen, I'm a chip leader. Why not? Nobody else wants it. I'll take a shot at it.
Yeah. I have a feeling it's not going to work.
Yeah, I think that's probably some pretty good read on your part.
This is actually a bit difficult for Kamoski. Oh, he just snap folds. Very nice.
Yeah.
I was going to say, this is a difficult situation for him once it goes bet call.
You don't know if you're... You don't even know if your diamond comes off if you're good or not.
Yeah.
This is awkward. I want to ask you this. I mean, what do you do if you're Hisu? Do you just give up? Or do you put your opponent maybe on a big diamond and try to get him off it?
I think it would be a bit out of line to bluff without a diamond in your hand. It looks like he's just going to go for it. He's just decided that the time is right here. He doesn't really care about blockers. Fair enough.
Blocker schmockers.
Martin is going. I assume Martin is only going to call the
Well, I was
river.
going to say on a paired board, you don't have the nut flush against the chip leader, final table ICM situations. This is just a call, right?
I would tend to be careful here. That's for sure. Hisu could have a lot of full houses, especially if you watched his play yesterday. You know he's not incapable of showing up with the 8-3 suited. I like that just call. Martin all of a sudden is getting dangerously close. You have a good idea of how he's playing at this point. You don't know that he just folded the ace-queen, for instance, but...
We already agree on heads up. So
But the blinds are 125, 250. Although, yeah, 150, 125, 250. The green chips are 25K, the whites are 100K, and those pink chips are 500K. Cabral's got 9s. Ooh.
Whoa, the limp.
Oh my!
This is likely going in, Tuckman.
I mean, Mustafov's only got 20 bigs. We could be heads up, or we could be three-way in a real battle.
What is going to happen here? Raise call. Very likely. I have to imagine that, yeah, Martin limped here to limp jam.
There's a jam.
We have a flip.
We do. 9s versus ace-10. Mustafov, the Bulgarian, once again at risk. He goes to his rail. And this is a pivotal hand. About 1/3 of the chips in play. So we're either heads up or we have a three-way battle.
Yeah, and by the way, we have a new chip leader by a small margin.
Good luck, Ferry.
If Mustafov wins this pot.
Yeah. Poker's crazy.
It really is.
Hand 166. What's this one going to look like? There's an ace.
That is an ace.
Ace, deuce, 3 clubs out there. Neither player with a club in their hand.
Okay, you know what's a fair turn card here?
What?
4 clubs.
9 of clubs is very interesting.
9 of clubs is very interesting. I would not be throwing that out in the universe.
Cabral, 9-ball corner pocket. Oh!
GG, Ferry.
Oh, my.
Good luck.
Wow.
What did I just watch?
Good luck to you.
And by the way, there is nobody who wanted to beat Cabral more than Mustafov.
Yeah.
He wanted that chip lead. He wanted to eliminate him. And instead, a 2-outer on the river. He is out in 3rd place. Takes home $222,000. And we are heads up.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all-in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some...
We've got an all-in.
Wow.
Equilibrium in the universe. Some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy for the pretty weird time. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
Pretty meager run out so
Any
far.
ace will do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
Alrighty, folks, and we are back for our heads up battle. And I have some information that there has been a deal, lads, and it is basically a 44k chop in Benjamin's favor, and then Bart is taking home just over 39k. So there has been a chop slash deal, whatever way you want to phrase it, and they are basically playing for 9.2k for bottom line on top of what they both have earned with the ICM chop. So, as I said, there has been a deal. Bart gets 39k and Benjamin gets around 44k, and they were playing for a remainder of the 9.2k from the prize pool as well. So, a nice payday for both players. As I said, they are relatively similar in stack sizes, to be fair, lads. So, can understand the chop being a thing here. And yeah, so they are chopped, they are dealt, they are dealt, whatever way you want to phrase it, and they are playing for a remainder of around 9.25k. Okay, just so you guys know that there has been a deal. So blinds are 400k, 800k with a big blind ante of 800k as well. So see how long this heads up goes on for, given that there has been a deal. But either way, they're still playing for the guts of nearly 40 buy-ins, lads, for this tournament. What they're playing for, because as I said, not 40, but yeah, so yeah, a little bit less, I suppose. A little bit less. Yeah, deal was made, yeah. Deal was made. If you wanted exact numbers, Birds, it's basically Benjamin is getting around 44k, and we can just say Bart is getting 39k, and they're playing for a remainder of 9.25k. Exactly that, or Bird. Exactly that, mate. So yeah, as I said, they are still playing for, what, 4, 8, 12, 16, yeah, about 16 buy-ins or so for this tournament, is what I meant to say. And yeah, let's hope we get an entertaining heads-up battle here, lads. Got plenty of action after we come back from the last break. Here's hoping for the same outcome here. Stevla saying this is going to go on for hours with these two. I hope not. I hope not. All right, we got a raise here from Bart with the Jack 7 suited, and Benjamin defends in the big blind with 6-3 suited. Not a whole lot going on for Benjamin here. Bottom pair for Bart. Bottom pair for Senior Bart. Does come out for a C-bet, and as I said, Benjamin's just going to be getting out of the way here with 6 high. Not a whole lot he can do there. On to the next hand we go. Now we got Benjamin here with the ace-6. See Bart now picking up the Jack 9 suited. It's a good hand to 3-bet here, especially heads up, but he decides to just call. I've actually been playing a ton of heads up, lads, the last 4 to 6 weeks. I mentioned earlier on that I've been working with WPT Global the last 4 to 6 weeks, and I've been playing a bunch on their site. And a lot of the time on them tables, lads, once you're marked or labelled as a pro player, you kind of lose access to the tables that are available to everyone. So you're kind of forced to table start / play heads up. And I've been doing that pretty relentlessly the last 4 to 6 weeks, and I've been very, very, very much enjoying the experience. Definitely need to improve on it, but still in a pretty good place since I started playing there. But heads up is very, very fun, lads. It's a very, very fun format. And it's definitely re-sparked my curiosity with poker as well. Knowing that I have to get better at heads up for obvious reasons. So yeah. Whatever about the ICM stuff and all that jazz, I think I can definitely confidently say to some extent that I can comment on some of this heads up with good experience. But either way, we're off to a flop here. Bourbon, please says, thank you for letting us know. Absolutely my pleasure. You deserve to know. So just to reiterate, people, in case you're just joining back after the break, there has been a deal, a heads-up deal, where basically Bart is getting 30, we'll just say 40k for Bart, and Benjamin's getting around 45k, give or take, and they are playing for a remainder of 9.25 thousand euro in this situation. So both players here having a pair of sevens. I assume it's going to go check here on the turn. Or maybe it went check on the flop. I think it went check on the flop, excuse me. I said I did miss the action. Let's go check call. King of clubs on the river. And Benjamin is obviously going to take that down with the better kicker with the 10-7. Put it in the muck, Bart. Put it in the muck, sir. In the muck. Alrighty, we get a limp here from Benjamin. Bart contemplating what to do here with ace-6 off. Just check behind. A bit of something for both. Good shot for Benjamin. Pair of sixes for Bart. Starts with a check. Benjamin checks back pretty quickly. 5 of spades on the turn. Bart checks again. Check on the turn. And that is the straight for Bart, or sorry, say Benjamin on the river. I was going to say I'd probably value bet here with the ace-6 as well. Unfortunately, Bart is going to get the bad news from Benjamin. Probably looking at 8, 16, 24, something around that 2.4 million here is probably okay. Probably go a little bit bigger. But he seems to go around that sizing. It goes bigger actually. Relatively polarizing here to a 7, which makes sense. I mean, obviously he has the top end of the straight here, and not just a naked 7. But yeah, this is not going to be a spot I would be calling from Bart's perspective here. He does get out of the way. Does get out of the way. Bart does fold the 10-3 offsuit on the button. Bam, ba, bam, ba, ba, bam. We're just nearly 9 hours into the stream, lads. 9 hours of coverage today. We have Benjamin picking up the King-Queen offsuit here, coming in for a raise to 2 milli. Bart in the big blind will be forced to defend this. Can't be folding 9-7 offsuit here, heads up. If you are, you're for sure getting run over. He does defend. We do get the jack-eye flop here. Not a whole lot going on for either player. But Benjamin is ahead with the king-high. Does go check-check. Ace on the turn. I would assume it is going to go check-check here again. Again, this king-queen heads up, more than enough showdown value to just check down, but as I said many times on this coverage today, lads, it's not the first time I've been wrong, but I do think checking down that king-high is actually good enough to do so, but Bart does take it down, or should I say Benjamin does take it down with the king-high. Alright, we got deuces here for Bart. Let's see what he wants to do with them. Can't tell if that's a smile of happiness or sorrow. Either way, he's counting out a raise there to 2 milli. And Benjamin, with a pretty strong looking ace-10 suited here, it's going to be a mandatory 3-bet. A mandatory 3-bet here. He does elect to do so. Looks around 5 million or 6 million even. I wonder what Bart is thinking about here. Does he want to call? Does he want to 4-bet jam all in? Pocket pairs heads up at this stack depth. Any of them are usually good enough, but the more shallow you are, the more equity they're going to have. I should say EV in the 4-bet all in here. Contemplating it. He does announce all in for the 30 million. This is a pretty standard call here by Benjamin, FYI. Ace-10 suited here off this stack depth is just going to be too good of a hand to 3-bet fold, IMO. Tom is saying, no more ICM puns possible. Too deep to jam twos. Jamming with twos and heads up is nothing that that one wants to do. This could be it, lads. As I said, I don't think Benjamin can fold the ace-10 suited here. And he does call, and this could be it, my good people. This could be me out the gap here at 25 past 10 at night. If it does, I'd be pretty goddamn happy with that. Just saying. Pretty goddamn happy if we finished up right now. But the man needs to hit. The man needs to hit an ace, a 10, or some clubs. Twos have a hard time to dominate, Anton. Good night. Fingers crossed, Tom. Fingers crossed, man. All right, boys. And we go to the flop, and it is a 10 high flop. It's going to be lights out for Bart. Now, bear in mind, lads, he's still going to have a decent score here. Or should I say not a decent score? They've obviously done a deal. I mentioned that already, but there is 10k or 9k that they are battling it out here for. So this is basically a 9k flip here, lads. 6 of spades on the turn. A 2 is the only card that will save Bart, or it will be lights out, and lights out for myself as well, I'm not going to lie. And that is a queen on the river, lads, and we have a winner of the German Poker Masters, and that is another German player, Benjamin. Congrats, my man. It's been an absolute pleasure. Unlucky, Bart. Great run. Again, it's about a 70. Well, as I said, they did the deal. I forgot, again, not that I forgot to mention, I just forgot to say it. But yeah, lads, it's been a pleasure, and I'm going to be getting out of here, and I'm not sure when I'll be back in the booth again, but as I said, it was an absolute pleasure to be in the booth, as I mentioned, and yeah, until the next one, lads, I'll definitely jump in every now and again when Dan is on future streams doing the coverage, but until then, I'll catch you guys later. It's been a pleasure. Hope you enjoyed the stream. G to the G. Take care.